So hold our heads up high and beat the drum to what we love. Risk the fall, or we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies, the champions.
Hello, I didn't see that. It's a special day, you see. Did you ever hear the tale of Knight the mid laner? No, of course not. It's not a story the top esports fans would tell you anymore. Well, he was a mid laner who was so powerful on Ari that he could create anything, even 1v9s, and no one, not even 369. Stop team fighting so well.
Today, we send the first LPL team to MSI. Welcome to the upper bracket final, where one best-of-5 series is going to determine which team will be one of the two that will represent this region on the international stage. I'm Jeannie, your host, joined on the analyst lounge area, that's what we decided to call it, with Naimera and Trouble. Thank you so much for joining me, guys, once again. How are we feeling after yesterday?
Oof. Is it good? Is it bad? Naimera, is it bittersweet? I think a little bit of everything. A little bit of everything.
Yeah, it is, because at this point in LPL, the teams that we have worked an awful lot to get to this point. They've played a hell of a lot of games, and they all have shown great growth and great potential as well. The fact that, of course, it's NIP that goes home with Rookie missing out on yet another international event, but JDG going forwards, yeah, bittersweet, that's the word for it.
Yeah, that's got to sting just a little bit. But yesterday, particularly the fact that this went all the way to 5 games, maybe not necessarily in expectations that we had, but NIP really made JDG work for it.
Oh, this series absolutely smashed expectations. None of them were met. We were expecting JDG to come in very decisive, which they actually did in terms of score. They started with a 2-0. NIP threw a bunch of curveballs at them. They threw the lane swap. They threw the Nasus top lane. None of them seemed to work. And about smashing expectations, the 2 games that NIP actually managed to take off with JDG were through team fighting versus JDG, who's the best team fighting team that we have in the LPL.
Well, they're definitely up there. We'll see if they can get met by two of these teams playing today as well. That's the thing, right? When we get to this point, all of that gets contested. And the fact that JDG were contested, it's a concern for JDG in some ways, but also, you know, there's a lot of data for them now to take from this and say, well, okay, where did we succeed in the 5-game series and where were we challenged? And after this series as well, Missing had an interview and he was very emotional because he felt like he was on quite different form to how he wanted. But, you know, I really think that, you know, in this series, when it came down to this Game 5 as well, it really came down to a lot of the hero plays between a lot of the big players later into that game. It really felt like JDG were made to absolutely work for it across every role. I think that Kanavi was, as always, stellar as always. I think that Ruler later into the game as well was absolutely fantastic. But they had to be because Rookie was making plays like this, you know.
I think absolutely. I will echo your sentiment on the fact that Rookie will be missed on internationals once again. I feel like I was talking a lot about him backpacking his team all the way, but it felt like in a lot of the games that NIP did end up losing yesterday to JDG, Rookie was absolutely stellar and he was trying, he was going above and beyond, you know, every single try, every single roam, every single kill to try and get his team ahead. And then NIP kind of picked up pace themselves as well. It just quite wasn't enough versus JDG.
Yeah, and I know some people will be critical like, oh, why is Rookie on Corky and what's happening X, Y, Z? Yes, we've talked about that a lot as well. But I think, you know, at the end of the day, like NIP, when it came down to this Game 5, I think that this game was largely decided by, again, hero plays. And I left that series feeling like it was the positive plays which which determine that series, not the negative ones.
Yeah, and I think, again, they can go back and pat themselves on the back because they have done what they have done, and that's an incredible feat on its own. And JDG, they are now advancing further through that bracket because they've actually managed to get a win, which means that they are sitting there waiting for the loser of Top Esports or BLG to join them for another BO5.
As a newbie in the LPL, I'm looking at the JDG potential fight versus BLG again, and it brings back 2023 memories, you know, the MSI and all that. There's a bit of revenge to be taken away there if BLG go to that lower bracket. However, Top Esports have also beaten JDG in these playoffs 3-0.
And that's the newer side of it, right? That's if you look at 2023 and then in this playoffs as well. But if you're looking any time before that, the modern El Clasico of the LPL was JDG versus Top Esports. You think back to the multiple 5-game series they had in 2022 and years before that as well. That was when it was Knight versus Yagao. Obviously now Knight has moved on from these rosters as well. But I mean, I look at whoever loses this matchup today will definitely have some scores to be settled with JDG on the lower bracket.
We can still have Knight versus Yagao in the lower bracket.
We could do. Yeah.
Okay, let's hold our horses a little bit and let's dive a little further deeper into BLG, particularly because this is a team that we've seen them have success. You're talking about MSI 2023, and I mean, when we're looking at BLG, there were questions in terms of what's missing, what can they do, but it feels like this time around here, Neymar, they're the favorites, would you say?
For the first time ever, BLG are favorites in the LPL. Now, they have spent years trying to reach this status. Last year, they went from being a good team with great members. You look at some of the members from before that era. You know, you've got world champions on there. You have Uzi. You've got Kuro from back in Rocks Tigers as well from those shout-outs, you know, the Season 5, Season 6 Rocks G Tigers. But really it was last year where they went from being good to being elite. And now finally, adding the last piece of the puzzle, they are favorites for the LPL. They have never reached these heights before.
However, that last piece of the puzzle was that one loss that they had over in summer of LPL. They went 15-1 in LPL summer 2023, and the only loss was to JDG. And of course, the loss further behind at MSI as well. And they were like, okay, so we have at this point built a pretty solid roster. What's the missing piece? And that missing piece was Knight. They snatched him over from JDG.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the roster particularly, that's exactly it, right? That was going to be the talking point here in terms of having that missing piece and it being Knight.
Any team in the world would snap up this mid lane. I know we had a bit of fun with the cold open.
No way!
Is it because of Ari again?
Well, he has a 26-game win streak on the champion. Look, I don't imagine that'll get through today. We've talked about that so much through playoffs as well. But just the fact that he can do anything on so many of these proactive champions, this mid laner comes away as another MVP from this split. I think it is well deserved. He is by far and away the most impactful mid laner in the league right now, and he's joined now BLG, the team which he was rivals with last year.
Yeah, and that's a rivalry that's going to keep on brewing. Maybe, maybe not. I guess we're going to have to wait here and find out. But when we're looking particularly at BLG, at this roster, feels like they found that missing piece. And it also feels like that's been translated so greatly in their gameplay overall.
Absolutely. So if we're going to have a look at some of the clips that we have queued up as well, and we're going to go right back to the first game of both of these teams splits.
That
we
was
had
2 months ago.
BLG versus Top Esports right at day one of LPL. See that BLG, they play so aggressively early on into the game if you give them these early snowballing kind of lanes. Ashe, Varus, the LeBlanc as well, going into the enemy jungle to put wards down, which then allows Shun to play around pushing lanes and go in for jungle invades later. So if we keep playing after this point as well, we'll see that immediately after this point, Knight uses this ward to see Cream coming back to lane. Bully is out an early matchup, which he knows very well. Knight's LeBlanc has been very, very potent, particularly when it was of the AD variant. But then suddenly, Cream is half HP, he can't respond. Bot lane, then go for that all in and bot lane as well very early on, use the barrier on the Ashe in the way that we saw very early into the split. And we now see that bot lane can't respond. And if you can't respond, what is your jungler going to do? This Brand walks into the enemy jungle, blows the enemy flash here as well, and it is a full court press. You don't get breathing room. You get your flash forced after the early lane start to force in, Knight follows up for the kill, and in this game, it really felt like BLG gave no breathing room.
And I feel like it's one of the very few teams where you see from literally minute one, literally the minions have not even walked into lane, and you have pressure mid lane, you have pressure bot lane, you can't do anything. Now, if I can take anything away from that series from 2 months ago, literally day one of this split, is that it went to all 3 games. Top Esports came back with a reply, and I cannot wait to see what they can do with 5 games in their hands.
So all I'm hearing is this is going to go all the way to 5 games. But
You said it yesterday, and it happened.
I did say yesterday, but then Nymera said no. But this time you guys are agreeing, so maybe it's like the counter to the whatever.
Yeah.
But either way, I would love to see 5 games, particularly because when we're looking at BLG, but they are a multi-threat team. It's a bot lane, it's the mid lane, it's the jungle, but then you're expecting potentially that top lane might be a little bit on the weaker side, but that's when you have been coming through.
That's what you have been coming through. That's what you have 369 coming through. It's crazy that both of these teams put so many eggs on that bot lane basket, and then you expect the top lanes to be on tanks, to be on weak side duty, to play underneath the tower, but that has absolutely not been the case, particularly for Bin. He has been one of the more aggressive top lanes that we do see on the Reef, a bunch of solo kills, one of the lowest jungle proximities on the map for both of them as well. I feel like both of them do the job in completely different styles. You see 369 is an absolute master at tanks. And on the other hand, Bin is more of a carry for his team when it comes to these team fights.
Well, I mean, we saw 369 playing a lot of carries this split hit on the Aatrox, on the Jace, on the Renekton. So actually, I feel like I'd actually even push back on that, because last year 369 was all tanks. Now he's actually doing a bit more variety as well. He's still fantastic at the tanks. You have to put that out. And the fact that both of these players are now playing without that jungle attention, but still being so strong, it means that if everything goes towards bot side, we still have questions to ask about that role.
I've got an Easter egg for you about last year's 369 playing tanks. He had 20 games on Ornn, 90% win rate.
Ooh, that's a good one.
So you guys are trying to explain that cold open, right? The Aryan.
A little bit.
The whole thing is that it's meant to be subtext and people can read into it. We're not meant to like drip feed it completely.
Well, I feel like at this point we've done that, all right? So we're looking to the Aryan Ornn, but then realistically, probably we're not going to be seeing these picks because they're so dominant and so great on them that they're most likely not be going through that draft phase. But we're looking at top esports particularly. We've already dissected the fact that their top laner is phenomenal and does not necessarily rely on that jungler to actually make anything happen. But the rest of this roster is just as scary.
Yeah, so top esports, 369 coming back into this roster where he made a lot. He basically made this team, if you think about it, with the 369's history with it. Top esports as a whole has had to put a lot of work in to recover from last year now, because if you look at these results from their golden era, they expect excellence. This is a team which has done some fantastic work. They are one of the most dominant teams in the recent history of the LPL. 2023 did not meet those expectations, and now coming into 24, they need to prove they can recover that.
It was absolutely a sad year for 2023, and I feel like, as you mentioned, coming into 2024, I just want to highlight that every single time I'm looking at these top teams, and now we are down to the top 3 basically. Top esports have 4 members that are holding an international title. The experience, the skill level, and I wanna hone it down to that bot lane. Jackie Love and Mako, a world champion bot lane, along the other international titles across the board. We can see the entire roster right here. Cream is soaking so much of that experience, but then it always and will always be about that ball.
It is, Cream coming in from OMG, but then of course Jackalov and Mako, you cannot speak enough about this duo. They are the most decorated players in the LPL in their individual roles. If you look at their All-Pro Team Awards, they are the highest for AD carry and support. If you look at their titles, their international titles, and then even what they're doing this split, that's the important kind of like tie-in, because they have themselves the accolades, but they're playing as though they deserve those accolades. They are not just sitting back pretty on their laurels. They are the best bot lane in a lot of ways in the LPL right now. And I think particularly for Jackalov, this is the best support he's ever played with.
Okay, a little bit of shade on the Baolan and his skin line over there. Okay, I see you, Nymera. However, I will agree on that sentiment. And I feel like when you are going against bot lanes like Elk and On, when you are going against any ruler bot lane in general, you need to have strong fundamentals. And I feel like Mako and Jackalov have been playing aggressively throughout the entire season, and seeing their form in playoffs, seeing how they played specifically in their series versus JDG, it speaks miles to their skill level.
These are both teams that we're talking about that have incredible rosters. They have top laners that can play on the weak side. They have bot laners and junglers that are very heavily in terms of focusing the resources, but then most importantly, they are teams that are phenomenal at translating those early leads into closing out games. So all I'm hearing is that this is going to be a head-to-head, toe-to-toe matchup of the week.
I I could not agree more. I believe both these teams have a 100% win rate when they are leading at 15 minutes, which is absurd when you consider like how good they are in the early game.
Solo queue could never.
I know, right? And then you just look at the stats through their lanes, through their team fights, through the ability to put down vision through their junglers. I know that's something that you're very passionate about talking about, Tian. I think that we saw from the clips from BLG, they were very good at that too. If you get an early foothold consistently in this series, I think that's where we're going to see the game made or broken. I really do hope, though, that we do see some even games which go into proper team fights, so we get to see them on even footing at least once.
I would actually love to see that pressure. I would actually love to see the pressure of the level 1s, of the level 2s that these two teams have very creatively been putting down, especially through the both side of the map, just to see how the other team responds. This is, what do you guys call it? The cream of the crop?
Cream of the crop.
Cream of the crop or something. This is the cream of the crop of the LPL, and I would love to see when they're pushed to the brim, what can they come up with to get back onto track, because I want this, we're ahead at 15, we win, I want this to be broken today.
You're talking about wanting that to be broken particularly. I want to talk about the fact that I would like to see an Ari. I would love
you're not going to see that today, sorry.
To come true to an extent.
I mean, I'd love to see that. I'm definitely not an Ari main. I mean, we saw it let through once versus NIP, and that was the game breaker. In fact, actually, going back into that game, I've got a great little kind of tidbit about that, because Rookie also had a 100% win rate on Ari this split. He was something like 4-0, 6-0, something like that. Rookie was playing that champion for 10 years, and he'd always used the same skin in Foxfire Ari. Knight doesn't really care for one particular skin, and then he went towards Rookie's skin when he played it against him, and then 1v9'd him using the skin which Rookie had used for 10 years.
BM.
And it is BM, but putting your 100% record for this year and then 26-0 win streak against Rookie, one of the greatest players of all time on that, and then coming away with a 1v9 performance where he was the one with all the kills in that game and went towards now incredible stats, 40 KDA over this year as well. It's just so important to see that this champion does not get into his hands.
Career record being 47-7. My brain cannot comprehend.
He's only played this since 2022 as well. This is not a player that's played it before that era. I mean, if you see back to players that played in Season 3 and Season 4, which we don't have that many of nowadays, you can see those numbers getting high. This is entirely since the new era of Ari.
I feel like if we have to pinpoint a particular stat in this graphic, it would have to be the Magi's buy rate. I know you would say, I know you would sneak in a stat
Optimal
like
build.
this. 100%. It speaks to the confidence of the player as well, right? He knows that when he does get ahead on this champion, he never ever falls off. So it speaks to the confidence and the skill level that he can play the champion.
And actually, to bring this away from specifically the champion, this is something that we know about Knight, because he's done this on Karma as well. One of the special things about Knight, and why he is the kingpin for BLG, and why we phrased a lot of the split around why BLG are now the favorites, is because he gets involved in fights, he gets great kill participation, but with KDA like that, he doesn't die doing that as well. But then you might think, well, maybe his damage will suffer. No, his damage is, towards the upper ends of mid laners as well. He's literally doing everything right that you can do as a mid laner. So for me, I think he walks away from this split, again, having a very deserved MVP. I know that there was some discussion around that, but him on this champion, for him in general, has been such a game changer for the league as a whole.
And it makes it very interesting going up against Cream, right? Cream is literally surrounded by veterans around him, by title holders internationally, by huge experience. And now he's going up against Knight, who's not only gotten, his MSI titles, his MVPs over at MSI, a lot of MVPs over in LPL. He's got so much to learn from him, but also Cream coming in as a lot of people have categorized him. He's like, oh, he's just an assassin player. However, he's brought in a lot of the maids and he's shined so well onto them, the Karma in particularly. And I feel like going up against Knight, you need to show that variety in your champion pool.
Absolutely. If you go back 2 years ago, and you said back then, Cream will be a player that plays Karma and Hui and carry his team from the mid lane on majors. I mean, they wouldn't know what Hui was back then. They'd think, what is that champion? But as you go back that time...
I mean, I still do.
And that is completely valid. But the thing is, if you tell him that he would be succeeding on the majors, they would say you're joking. He was the Akali player, he played LeBlanc, and he played the Silas and whatever. He was the melee-only assassin player of the mid lane. Now he's come through and he has developed over last year, and he's really become a big player for his team.
And we're going to find out whether or not this mid lane is what we're going to be looking at the most. Will it be the top? Will it be the bot? Is it going to be the jungle pathing or the early game? Or is it just going to be a little bit of everything? We're ready to head into the first game of the series. So let's head over to our casters, Lyric and Mazel, to break it down.
Welcome everyone to our upper bracket semifinals. It's going to be a lot of fun. Obviously, Lyric is here. I'm Mazel. And couldn't be better of a duo to have a slugfest of an early game here between Top Esports and BLG.
Yeah, man. I mean, it's going to be an exciting day. We have two great teams on the Rift. Again, the long-time rivalries between so many top players. Obviously, Knight going up against his old team. We're playing for MSI already, Marcel, which it's weird. It feels early, but also late because a lot of other regions have already figured out what representatives are going to MSI, but finally getting one of them settled today.
Yeah, I think that's the most important thing is there are still eyes on the Silver Dragon Cup, but there is an important factor of getting an MSI ticket here and being that 1 or 2 seed. And I think that's the most important thing because they are still in Guardian Angel form, it feels like, for these two teams. And I think the most important thing is what strategies we'll see tonight from these two. We had a lot of focus on a lot of the mid lane picks, a lot of legacy as well. But I feel like the draft is going to dictate early how this series is going to go if we're just going to get all-star early game brawls.
Yeah, man, and I think Desk already hit on it. Things like the Ahri going to be super big. Obviously, that 26-game win streak for Knight is absolutely massive. But Crane played it in all 3 games, and they went up against JDG. I'm also really looking at bot lane because in my mind, these are the 2 best 2v2 lanes in the league. So I'm looking at the Kalista. I'm looking at the Lucian. You know, who knows about a Draven being able to come out, right? A lot of aggression down in that 2v2.
And the last time, I'm not going to say that TES didn't show many cards, but 3 games of Ahri there for Cream. I'm wondering if Knight wants to get that taken away a little bit. We saw the stats for Knight's Ahri, so I'm very curious how quickly that kind of comes off and if that will be a first phase ban as well.
I mean, it feels like it has to be unless maybe, you know, they're on blue side and they're willing to pick it up themselves first pick, but that's why Ahri's been kind of a weird pick because there have been a lot of red side bans of it so far in playoffs, but Ahri not really being a champion that we would see first picked all too much again, especially with a lot of the prio being down towards those bot lane picks, but who knows? Maybe Top Esports have something prepared.
Yeah, I'm very curious as well what the topside matchup is going to be because I feel like topside has actually dictated a lot of the recent best of 5s that we've seen in the LPL. I know Flandre was having some good times. 369 has been a trendsetter in terms of the kind of tankiness approach that you can bring to it. But now we have a classic matchup between 369 and Ben, and they're going to be saving counter pick, no doubt, for a lot of these. So that early phasing is going to be towards their priority focus for the bot side.
Yeah, and I feel like you have TS one side where, again, just the straight up 2v2 being incredibly good. For BLG, it's about how they link up, how they play with Shun. Really, the timings, the coordination with jungle is just so immaculate, how they can just absolutely choke you out. So 2 very different ways of playing around that bot lane, and we're going to see which one is able to come out and prevail and, again, get that ticket to MSI.
God, it's so exciting. Also, a little bit of history, at least, Top Esports wanting to make it back to that mountaintop in finals, right? 2022 was a fun year for them, but 2023 maybe not so much. BLG, they made finals last spring. They fell to JDG 3-1. This would be their second finals ever making it, so it would be a lot of fun to see which one of these teams has a little bit more presence or pressure tonight, as been giving us a nice little intro here as we see BLG taken to the stage.
Yeah, BLG, like you said, I mean, they've been able to reach these heights. They've been able to make it further, get to finals, get to international finals. But just being able to pick up their first LPL championship, I feel like would be the big boon for the organization. To where TES, it's kind of interesting. TES are a team who have reached finals many times, right? They have won the big LPL championship. But then they have Cream. And this is Cream's, furthest he's ever made it. So you have kind of, even though BLG don't have the experience of winning the LPL, with the players you have on BLG, there's actually some higher level experience being here for this roster.
Yeah, it's crazy to me as well with the kind of recent histories. Obviously, Knight getting the MVP for spring. I think he's had a Wonder Star performance. But Top Esports themselves, they've cohesed really well. I know one of the big points that we talked about for this roster, not only is Cien just turning it up this year, like it just feels like he went from being a strong point for Top Esports last year to being even stronger this year in his early game pathing, the way he thinks about the game. But really, it's that veteran bot side. It's Jackie Love and Mako. The first time we're actually getting real veteran presence for Jackie Love here, and it has been incredible.
Yeah, and I gotta say, I agree with the desk. Mako is the best support Jackie Love has ever been able to play with. But we ain't throwing no shots at Baolan. Like,
no.
Exactly.
You can't.
No, that's off limits on this broadcast. The guy, absolute legend. But again, it's fair to say in terms of being able to play out, especially again, incredibly strong in the 2v2, how well they've been playing around the map together. It's so nice to see that TES have pretty much reliable carries around the board. You have Tien, who's able to facilitate it all. 369 can play whatever role you need to. He has been able to step up as more of a carry, having the highest damage percent out of all top laners for his team. And it just feels like this is the most balanced that top esports have felt in a long time.
Yeah. The thing that is going to surprise a lot of people watching the series tonight that maybe haven't kept up with LPL is the quickness of decision making for both these two teams. A monumental piece to the puzzle last series for top esports was Cream's absolute pinpoint focus and a lot of the engaged potential that he was able to have on the Ahri. But I'm very curious how the cohesion works tonight against a BLG who matched and not only kind of succeeded their record from last year, but here again in spring, having a dominant performance and using a lot of the tools that we've just talked for top esports about themselves.
You know, though, I do gotta say, Vazel, everyone making it sound like, you know, the swap from Yagao to Knight, insanely better. We have tangible data. It made them two games better than last year. 2 games better. But at the same time, that is an all-time record, right? So
it is.
So it kind of does hit on both ends. But you're right. I mean, BLG are just firing on all cylinders. Even though it wasn't as maybe in the scoreline dominant as people thought BLG would be against NIP. Like, NIP were able to find some kills, right? NIP were able to take a game in that series against BLG, but in a majority of those games, it really felt like BLG just had such a chokehold on the map the whole time through. This is a team that is just pretty much deadly everywhere. And hell, that's even with Bin, you know, having a good season, but his champions not being meta, him not really being a focal point of this team at all. And they've still been this dominant. So it's like, hey, there's still a world where this team's even firing even stronger than they are right now.
And that brings me to probably one of the most important conversations between these two. Somebody who has definitely been a rising star and one that I'm maybe a little biased towards, Xun versus Tien, a legend, a world champion, and a potential for Xun to go to a second finals appearance. It's going to be a lot to ask from this guy. The early pressure, that chokehold you were talking about, both teams are looking for. It's like you got two Darth Vaders going at each other right now, trying to force choke each other, because the one that gets the upper hand, it's going to force the other side to play a very different game.
Yeah, and again, I feel like BLG have the edge in that regard in terms of it does look like they're more in sync, they're more in unison, especially around playing around the bottom half of the map, whether it be in River, whether it be pushing for those deep invades and, you know, Xun pushing the enemy jungle off their camp while On is hovering over. But at the same time, Tien's always willing to be a little bit crazy. And hell, Tien's a guy who's consistently been able to get his team to the finals, right? A lot of the criticism comes of him not being able to step up and keep playing at that level in the biggest moment, in the final itself. So yeah, this one, man, it really feels like it can go either way, which is kind of crazy and scares me a little bit, because yesterday felt like it was supposed to be one-sided with how the season built up for JDG and NIP, but that one went the distance. So
God, it was such a banger.
Yeah.
Oh, it was so good.
I guess the point is to remember, right, when you have top teams going up against each other, could go to 5 games, or it could be a 3-0, because if either of these teams get even a small inch off the enemy, they are good enough to where they potentially can just close it out off of that. You know, it doesn't matter how good the other will be. So
yeah. And I don't get this feeling often. If I do get the feeling, it's usually for a 5-game series, but I came in today telling you I have this weird feeling that it's a 3-0 tonight, because it feels like once you get momentum for either one of these teams, it is dominant. And that is why they find themselves in the upper bracket semis. That's why we've seen, even though BLG, you know, having some trials and tribulations there, both teams finding a lot of success. And now that we're going to be getting into draft, it is all important to see how much priority these bot lanes have. BLG versus top esports will come down to fisticuffs aplenty. I'm very excited to see what kind of gloves these guys are rocking. We got the Rumble, Nautilus, and the Senna band from BLG on the blue side for game number 1. It is the Nico, Ashe, and the Ahri that we talked about for TES. On the red side, Kalista first pick.
Yeah, now I wonder where TES want to go with it. Like, you could just try and match aggressive bot lanes, things like the Lucian or the Draven.
Let's go!
Still
Jackie loves
being
Draven.
Up. TES know where they need to contest the series. If you look back when these teams played in the regular season, you know, BLG came on ahead, but TES won a game, and it was all about just denying them in the bot lane 2v2, and they're looking to do it again.
An almost 70% win rate over 30+ games for Jackie Love on the Draven. He whips it out when he wants to take dominance in lane. And we'll see if he can do that yet again. I love that Talia lock-in as well, trying to deny some of the spacing available and lock down some of that spacing. The Vi, pretty big to lock down the Draven, though.
Yeah, now for BLG, I wonder if they go for something like a Renata early, or again with all the things you can kind of put in that support role nowadays to look for the aggressive 2v2 look elsewhere. They do decide to go for the Rek'Sai top side. We've really seen the prio on Rek'Sai just go up throughout playoffs. I mean, it makes sense. Really strong in the early game, obviously can sustain through pretty much anything with that passive healing. And now TES, it seems like they're just leaning into a lot of signature picks for their side with the hover on the Lee Sin.
It would fit Tien to a T. They're going to lock in the topside matchup here. And I was going to bring up a conversation about the Rek'Sai because it doesn't feel like we've seen a true answer to go through the Rek'Sai. It feels like you just have to kind of buy your time and then have bigger team fight implication. Well, that is the answer right now for Top Esports as they take the Ornn. We've seen 369 handle this very well in recency as well into the Rek'Sai.
I mean, right? We had the bit starting off the broadcast where Trouble just absolutely beating up Nymera. But hey, you got to respect 369 if there's anyone.
Yeah.
I mean, one of the best top laners in the world right now and has been for, you know, at the very least the last year and hell, maybe even 2 years before that.
Doesn't have Ben. Ben's on the other side.
I said one of the best, so we're not here to be biased or pick favorites, but it seems like TES gonna focus on taking away the Renata. So I think a pretty good call from them, especially when you're leaning so heavily into wanting to commit 4 all in with a Draven and Ornn, right? So now for TES, I mean, they were showing jungler earlier on, the Lee Sin still being open. I think it makes sense. Very strong mid jungle 2v2 and can lean even better into playing around for that bot side.
They also just get a little bit of counteractive scaling to their early game presence. Still really love this Lee Sin pick for Tien. Again, I just feel like this guy has had some insane pathing throughout the last 2 years, but he's just so big brain in that factor. I like a little bit of the tools being taken away from Top Esports. We get the Camille, baby! It's the Camille Callista.
It's going to be crazy. Ben going back on to his signature pick. I mean, you know, the solo QID for years. I don't know if it still is, but love Camille being there. And now, I mean, the Orianna, something we've already seen from Knight so far in playoffs. TES do have a composition that can go the distance, right? Having that front line of the Ornn, having those upgraded Ornn items. So I like leaning into something like this to maybe round out your damage profile a bit better as the game goes on. And a ton of duos to throw that shockwave on top of, like 3 members of BLG that can just jump straight into that backline. So the Thresh, maybe a good shout. Having the Lantern to be able to escape, again, all the ways that BLG are going to be able to dive right on top of you.
They also just have so much peelability for the Draven. I think you're going to really be wanting that. That ball delivery system is going to be delivered straight to the doorstep, and it's going to be really difficult to deal with. But honestly, really love it. We get a game number 1 Camille for Onn. I checked through his history. It is the first time competitively. I know you said in solo queue that was his solo queue name. He loved it. But it's going to be interesting how they execute that into a very proficient Jackie Love and Mako world champions for Top Esports.
You know, Mazel, I saw the Camille. I thought, Ben, you know, we're having a bit of tech issues, but like you're saying, it is 4 on, so sadly, not going to be able to see that one up in top side. But yeah, this is going to put so much threat onto Jackie Love in the 2v2. It's really going to rely up to Mako, up to that Lantern, and really being able to get things settled. And
honestly, it does feel like a situation, I want to pick your brain a little bit, where BLG definitely need to be proactive. The Callista, obviously another kind of early game pick with the Draven to try to get those snowballs going, but it definitely feels like with the Ornn, they have some counterbalancing on Top Esports, and BLG need momentum.
Yeah, BLG really need to get their front foot forward with finding that level of aggression, right? The Rek'Sai, the Kalista, the Camille. Again, you have the Orianna to lean on, but still, I feel like there'll just be too much frontline later on. And pretty much all of your moves have to be around that 2v2. So BLG, at least compositionally, himself really lent into those strengths.
Oh, I've been waiting so long for this. It's a banger best of 5 kicking off for a ticket to MSI and a ticket to our finals. Let's hear those Jaios for BLG versus Top Esports. Love to hear the crowd in tune. Also love to see the Top Esports want to go for a level 1 here. I think rightfully so. They have pretty strong composition at the level 1 mark. They will not spot out any BLG members, though.
Yeah, just completely wrapping their way around. Really being on the hunt to see if they were going to be able to run into anyone and hoping that they could start on the front foot. Luckily for BLG, no one getting caught out. They're actually more worried about an invade coming out through top side.
Friends strong together. And we just walk around the rift together, holding hands, making sure that everybody's okay. They will not actually get any warding spotted out here, so no, I guess, early advantages. But we do get to laning phase, which is a little bit of fun, and opposite side starts for both junglers.
Yeah, and again, everything going to be about how they do here. I mean, wanting to start up towards that top side for Tien, making a lot of sense. I'm curious to see what Shun does. Probably going to make his way top, then try and wrap back around to be able to enable this Camille, especially the double hail of blades, the ignite. Really signaling their intentions. And for Elk and On, again, they've had a really good split. I feel like On especially is someone who, you think back to those Suning days when he started out with, I mean, the meme was that he was consistently off, right? Wasn't being able to show up, but now being one of the premier supports in the league is just such a huge testament to that growth as he goes in.
And we're about to see them go ham on a Jackie Love. He's very low, does end up getting out. Couple summoner spells burn. More importantly, the flash for Jackie Love is gone, and Elk and On still have theirs.
So going to be able to come off with an advantage. Sadly, the Draven not going to be enabled early. BLG, though, it's going to be about how much they can run this forward, and especially getting that plate gold onto Elk's going to be huge. Maybe even being set up now for Shun to look for an invade into that side of the jungle.
And I love that you bring up the on point, because Elk, I feel like, also has had a bit of a weird story. They call him the husband, right, of BLG, but I think it was a lot of time on Team WE, a lot of time on Ultra Prime that didn't feel too successful, even though he felt like one of the better members of those squads. I think it really has been a nice combination between him and On, and the kind of cohesion they have in the way they want to play the game.
I mean, yeah, they really just have been able to figure out those details and timings with being able to go in, take away these camps. Does have On waiting in the wings, so Tien has to be careful, but with Mako being nearby, doesn't seem like anything should really be possible at jungle, but that's not the case with mid.
Hook shot gonna come out. Doesn't want to get stunned up by Cream there. And yeah, I just wonder now with a little bit of the mobility. I know it was a conversation we had before coming into this one, but also a lot of the point of presence for BLG was On getting mobile, getting on the map with Shun, but also some of that connection happening earlier rather than later. And kind of the same for Top Esports.
Yeah, and I think a lot of it is going to be just directed into jungle if they do transition it out of lane. There's some opportunity to look mid, like we just saw, especially post 6. That's going to be there because On can just be that perfect ball delivery system to try to take down Cream. But I think really being able to limit Tien's mobility.
They really try to dive here. That'd be a little bit ham. They do end up getting the control ward, though.
They have, I mean, they have a massive wave being able to show through right now. Some trades are already there. They're gonna look to do it.
Oh, I like it. They're going to put the ward down just as an escape plan. Here comes everything for Mako. He's going to sacrifice his life. First blood going over to BLG, and they might just get it fully turned around on. You cannot come up against this bot lane, and they will completely turn it on Top's head.
And everything going over to the Camille On is going to be so powerful. Maybe not, you know, ideally what you would hope for, but now you're going to have this Camille roaming around the map, assisting his other lanes, just being able to cause complete chaos. Man, how disappointing for TES.
Why go? This is so dicey to go for, though.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the reasons, right? Seeing so many heavy trades have to come out before these plays go in. Getting locked down by On with E very early on. The flash was nice by Elk to make sure that he buys enough space between him. Just TES really coming out of that one. Wishing they would have done it a little bit differently.
Usually you're like, you see these cheese picks, you're like, okay, as long as it doesn't get kills, it's fine. Like, it'll be all right. It's a weird pick. It'll be fine. You look down at 5 minutes and there's 2 kills on the Camille support. You're like, oh, that's how this is going to go. But the biggest thing we set up coming into this was the early game for both these two teams. But what I want to see is execution. So now that BLG have this advantage, utilize it and do have that chokehold that we've been talking about so strongly for both these teams.
I mean, they're one of the best teams at being able to use it. I mean, hell, you look at the games where they really dominated NIP and they were getting all the grubs. They were getting every Drake. Not going to be able to do that this time, which again kind of tells to the proficiency of TES not giving over objectives for free. We can see TN doing those grubs on top, but for BLG, going to start off this Drake nice and early. It's what you love to see when you have that Kalista on the Rift. So already making sure that they're getting the momentum going forward.
Momentum is key, especially against two of our strongest pressuring teams. We did get the 3 grubs for top esports, and the Dragons slowly but surely for BLG. Oh, on. You're taking tower shots, bud, and that one goes through even after the hook shot. It is Mako that gets it, so no cash in for Jackie Love.
So though, Jackie Love and Mako, a welcomed reprieve for them to not just have to keep worrying about getting pressured under turret, or do they? Shun's sneaking in.
He is. He's got a sneaky snake. Oh, he tries to go flash. Nice move from Mako. Death sentence as well, bringing Shun back in. Now Jackie Love wants to move forward. He's got it. He's going to cash in, and look at all that cha-ching. He's going to get his heart ripped out of him by Elk, but it's worth it.
So finally gets the cash in, but like you're saying, still goes down. He's going to lose a bit of CS and allow Elk to start getting momentum. We can see now Sheen and Warhammer picked up, so going to come back with a nice bit of damage to this lane.
Now we actually get Tian spotted out on a control ward, moving down towards bottom side. We'll just be trying to clear out his side of the rift itself. And I think this is a position where we had BLG strike early, but we saw that there are punching gloves right on the other side for top esports, and they're not afraid to fight back.
No, we're going to get to see exactly how it went down. Shouldn't going for it, but great play from Mako. Tries to follow through with the flash, isn't able to get it, and then right into the hook. Just allowing Jackie Love to be able to get that gold. 235. He's going to absolutely love that.
It's so big, especially with the first one, you know, whenever Mako gets some love there. Got the Whirling Death now available. Level 6 is there. Cream needing to be proactive. I think that's the next step in the right direction for top esports, is not only now having Mako out on the map, but have Cream be proactive as well to try to combat BLG.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see how it happens, right? Because BLG definitely having more threat in bot right now. So that's where we're seeing On able to lean towards mid. For TS, it's gonna have to be the opposite of where you're having Ben.
They do actually catch him out here, even with that sense. Oh, Ben, he gets a nice little heal here, as well as double knock-up. They already got a lot of the CC chain there. Void Rush gonna be used, but it goes the other way, and that will be a dead Rek'Sai. Tian picks up the kill.
Tian clearly like a feeling, hey, not too many options around bot lane. Let's look for Ben being this far extended in the lane, having the Call of the Forge God there. So at least you can start getting your tank, you know, a little bit tankier on that side, but it's really opening up this bottom quadrant of the jungle completely for BLG. Even look at the minimap, Knight zoning Cream away from being able to get any information here.
They are just getting so many plates done here for Elk as well. I think that's so huge. And I do wonder, okay, there's the flash out of the prior play. So that's why he wasn't really able to find an exit there. We are getting more bodies down bot side, and a 3v3 is brewing, Lyric.
Just denying this vision for now. I wonder if Tian would actually be confident in committing, because again, look, Knight is doing a great job of making sure that Cream can't really move forward. Neither mid laner has that much mana. Hook.
Oh, they actually get him it on. He gets Fates called to his safety. And that's the combination that you love to see.
Yeah, great to be able to get out of there. It looked like he was down for sure, but you know it's not great for his TES, because that looked like a kill. that they'd worked for, they'd earned, found the hook, but not able to convert it. But it's been very back and forth so far in this 2v2, despite, you know, seeing BLG find kills earlier, Top Esports able to answer one back. Look at the CS, staying completely even. The only real disparities being in the solo lanes for BLG, and it's allowing them to have that very slight lead in the gold.
You know, I'm very proud of our 10 players here. They were very gentlemanly, very astute. They traded those early objectives. This next one, I thought maybe it's not going to be traded as easily. Right now, Shun has already started the Telegrubby episode, and Tien is a little bit behind the play. I don't know if he can actually contest this one just yet.
And we're going to see if they end up looking for it. I mean, already moving everyone over. Cream's TP is there, and he has a Weaver's Wall. So they can very quickly equalize these numbers.
Looks like they're going to wrap around. They're going to move in. So they'll deny the third here, deciding maybe I shouldn't stick around. So Top Esports move in. They will not get the mites. They will get 4 of the grubs, though.
So do manage to walk away with that, denying just a little bit. I mean, I guess it wouldn't have been the end of the world even if they got all 3, right? TS really only able to commit to that play because Tien already coming off the reset, being up towards that side of the map. But now it's going to be about Dragon. 13 seconds till that one goes. Elk has stayed in bot, so they have Prio to be able to follow through with. But the thing we're going to have to start paying attention to is the potential dives with On being level 6 and having access to that ulti.
Got to get as many dives as possible. We said in the draft and coming out of it that BLG want to stay as proactive as possible. There are some serious scaling elements on Top Esports, especially with the Ornn helping out in that regard. But BLG want to put the pedal to the metal and don't stop. Act like that gas pedal is broken. They will take that second dragon, so they get on the other side. They contest for the 2 mites, and they will get their second dragon in a row. So it sets them up for some good decision-making later on.
And so far, a bit of a similar feel, again, to how the NIP series went, where BLG have definitely felt like the ones in control of what's, you know, the big plays happening on the map. Is might need to pause on that point because they want to go for Cream.
That's a long-range hook shot. He tries to go for the flash play, but can't get it. Cream is still in trouble. Seismic Shove does go wide, and here comes that Hex Tech, and it's a bit ultimatum-y. He does end up going down on the back end, and also Tien catches out Knight, and Top Esports are the ones that come out the better of that play.
Yeah, they somehow walk away the winners. Absolutely crazy. Like, being able to turn that one around, Divine Sunder and Pocket having the damage, just absolutely take Knight out. But Bin being able to find a lot of free time up with this top lane turret.
That's another important thing to factor in. They've gotten 3 plates on both top and bot for BLG. They will lose a lot of that advantage now, but soon and on, heading up here. Oh, Elk might have baited them in, though. That's when it's going to be flashed out of. Top Esports backing away as they get a play 2 on. Not going to be able to find the hook shot there. They do lose a lot of gold over to Jackie Love, who's slowly and surely getting ridiculously strong, especially on that Essence Reaver spike he has. I
mean, you just pointed out the amount, you know, the plates down for BLG in that bot side with TES answering right back with the same amount, really valuing the control over this Pixel Brush and River, and especially the Tri-Brushes to be able to force these aggressive plays. Shun's nowhere near, so TES can keep going with this.
He will spot out Tien. Elk has Fate's Call, gonna burn the heal just in case. Not gonna pop it just yet. They are bringing down Cream. Weaver's Wall coming in. On gonna sacrifice his life, gets shoved into the wall, and Cream picks up the kill.
And look at the opposite side of the map. 369 recalling at the same time. So really nice map play by TES overall. Not allowing for a dive to happen on top side while creating one in the bot lane. Now gonna be able to finish this turret up. Like,
and guess what?
Really nice map movements.
That brings up a huge point that we'll talk about after this replay here. I'll save the surprise.
And this, I mean, this was just absolutely full sending it to make sure that Cream goes down. Luckily for Cream, able to stall out of time, but there it is. Knight getting exposed. Yeah, just finding the perfect secret agent angle to get in there.
Caught watching. Top Esports have been absolutely dominant in one thing, and that's their first turret win percentage, as it has been insane that in the LPL, with all these games played all the way through playoffs, they have 100% first tower win percentage for Top Esports.
Again, when they find a lead, they are able to hold on, but now we got to keep our eyes on this fight for Herald. 369 does have Call of the Forge God to try and...
TN, he steals those
He just
all
steals it.
day long. He's a world champion for a reason. Jackie Love, himself a world champion, gets taken out. Fate's Call is prepped onto Cream. On goes. They get 2 there for Knight here as well. The fighting is starting to kick off at BLG. That's their comfort zone. They take down multiple members of Top Esports and they claw their lead right back.
BLG gonna be so happy that TES just run in. I thought there'd be a bit more posturing there, trying to help your Ornn get involved. He was getting zoned off by the Rek'Sai, but no, they just sent it in there, and my God, they're going for more.
They are. We get the double beams up top. The tower is just falling right now as 369 gonna pop that Ornn horn. Call of the Forge God gonna land with the seismic shove as well. The double combo. Whirling Death not gonna hit enough damage there. Cream gets taken out by Ben in a double kill for the Rek'Sai.
So decisive at being able to find these moments. Cream trying to save his top laner, but just ends up being an even bigger feast of gold. Ooh.
More fighting, more
They're not
fighting,
gonna find
more
him.
fighting.
Gets away.
I didn't get my wish, Lear, but man, we've gotten a lot of it. It is 9-6, and what else could we expect from our 2 best early game teams in the league? TN gets those all day long.
Yeah, it goes in for the steal, but it opens them up to be engaged on. Leaving their duo lane just completely exposed. Love that BLG just pulled the trigger right on the moment. And trying to get one back, sadly not able to connect with the Sonic Wave there, but you know what? You got the steal.
Got the steal. It's all that matters. We're not going to highlight that he's missed a couple of those ones so far. BLG, they will end up taking a response in the bot side. They will even up those turrets, at least take advantage in the turrets as a 3 over them to them. As well as the most important factor is now Top Esports don't really have a base to leap off of into this dragon pit.
Yeah, it's going to be really hard, which is how much of the map now is open for BLG to be able to force down mid, walk into either quadrant of the jungle, get the vision that they want. So for TES, it's going to be about trying to be a little bit cheeky with finding the picks with the lead the Lee Sin. Though we have seen many times this game, right, where TES just allowed BLG to go for their play, waited, looked for the counter gank or the counter play, and were able to come out ahead. We'll see if they can keep up with that. Going for the trade on top side now, but it does just give BLG sole point.
And in a matchup where when one team gets ahead, they can absolutely control the map, I think giving those decision-making tools to BLG can be very scary. But Top Esports are feeling like their compositional strengths are going to start coming online in time to fight that one. They might try to catch out on here. They do. He's going to hookshot in the wall. Goes with the Hextech Cultivate him into the Fade's Call. How are you so invulnerable, bro? Elk gets his shield popped there. Jackie Love getting down by Sun, but Sun knocked back, and Jackie Love stands the test of time.
I can't believe he was able to survive that, kiting it out, having his team next to him to help him get through, and even getting a kill for their troubles. It really isn't going to mean much in the grand scheme of things, right? There's nothing they could turn it into. But still, you know what? You'll take every dub you can get.
You absolutely will. I love how close it was and how tight-knit that situation was, but the fact that Top Esports come out the better of it is huge. They actually initially started this by getting on caught out.
Yeah, trying to get on top of him, following it through with the Lee Sin, but quickly he's turned on. It's like, hey, we really can't follow this up. They think there's an angle there for Jackie Love, but again, I'm just amazed. Has the movement speed there, really nice displacement to be able to keep him going. And then the Ignite stops sticking right when it's just about to finally go down in the end.
We are now on second item spike for Elk, as we talked about earlier. And now we'll see if Jackie Loves is getting a little closer to that. But that is where I want to start bringing up the conversation of how these teams find success in these next fights. BLG have not gotten the big lead that we maybe were looking for them to have with this conversation, but they have an advantage. They have a lead, and they have that decision-making power. Top Esports, they've been trying to get these second items, trying to get these third items, trying to have a little bit more say in the damage potential.
I mean, for BLG, right, it's about being able to find easy access to the back line. That's what you have the Vi and Camille to be able to do to set up for your Orianna. So whether it's like last time where they're getting on objectives first and setting those trap plays and brushes behind, or ooh, they actually hook themselves.
Or catching out On, who misses his hook shot there and might just be dead to rights because of it. Oh, Whirling Death goes the other way. Zon makes it out with a heal from Elk.
I think for TS, we're just waiting for a point where they'll actually be able to get a solid 5v5. You know, when 369 can really get involved. You actually have more peel and more CC in the equation to try to make sure that Jackie Love and Cream don't just get taken down by the combo. So 369 might need to worry about himself, okay? Won't after this time, but yeah, maybe going forward, has to be a little bit conscious about the combo.
He's
I guess he wouldn't have to
nines
care
up
that
there.
much.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I mean,
no.
let's be real. If Vi and Rek'Sai tried to run him down, he'd probably still be fine. Probably still be fine.
Somebody check his dice. I think there's a bunch of 9s on there and no other numbers. Jackie Love has completed his IE. That's a big power spike for the Draven. And I do wonder if that's going to be enough for them to be willing to fight over this next dragon. BLG, they have very much played their cards. They are hovering so consistently around this bot side. They're using pressure in mid. They want to force an early Elder Dragon.
Yeah, well, I think for TES, I mean, you said, hey, is this going to be enough for them to fight? I think it has to be, right? Like, you really don't have many more chances. Then this next Drake coming up, like, sure, they could try and pivot towards top, maybe trade for Baron and just, like, hope to smash the game in that, you know, like, quick succession where they have it. But at the same time, that would be crazy. That would not be able to go down. So, yeah having the IE in pocket now going to make him a bit stronger. You have a bit more time for 369, you know, answer that last wave, can go for the recall and even start pathing down now.
We got a minute till Fight Fest here. That is an item upgraded and completed for 369 on his back. It's coming out. We have TPs available to get to this one. It's important to see if they're going to get full resets off. Looks like Top Esports do want to commit to that. And we'll take a second here to think a little bit about what we thought about these teams coming into this one. It was all bot lane focus here. We did definitely have early bot game focus, but it feels like the true full game carries are going to be maybe the mid laners here. And we'll see if Knight can get some resources here. Jackie Love completely caught out. And you can't be that far extended right when a big fight's coming out. That is 24 seconds for a Dragon and a 4v5 for Top Esports.
Yeah, he gives up his life still. I don't know if they could have ever walked anywhere near, though. Is on, just gonna get pulled to safety. But, right, even if Jackie Love wasn't there, Jackie Love actually didn't have flash, so I don't think TES could have really safely contested the Drake, regardless. But hell, now definitely it's gonna be hard, but still, they're gonna posture for it.
I warned everybody coming to this one that you got to be careful. These guys, they're quick decision making. You blink and you'll miss it. Top Esports trying to make the steal, trying to get TN in there. He's done it once before. Can he do it again? He's not going to take it. And it's going to be BLG that secure their Cloud Soul. And they'll move out as TS are fighting back. Jackie Love is coming out of base right now. BLG realized they don't need to take this fight. They got what they came for.
Now they back off. Creams, Leandries did just get upgraded by 369. So you're going to have a little bit more damage under their belt, and I love this. Work your way up towards top side. You know you already have tempo moving towards this objective because they just took Dragon, and let's see if they have the confidence to just try and outright beta fight.
One of the most important factors from Top Esports has been finding those quick Baron starts and forcing the decisions of the enemy opponent to kind of come towards them in that way. They might not be able to take the Baron right now, but they can force that decision making. And I think between these two teams, that is the most important factor to kind of keep an eye on going out through this best of 5.
I'm actually surprised that they weren't more confident, just for the fact that, you know, BLG used some ults in the previous pick of Jackie Love. So we can see now, on Tech Ultimatum just came up, Elk still not being available. So that could have been a small window where the turn was there, but now they're engaged.
But not again! He has flash this time. It is enough to get him out, but that's a 5-minute cooldown. God, Ocean. Oh, the Void Rush from the depths. It's Top Esports being taken out from the inside out. BLG, they strike on Jackie Love. Here comes 369's Horn. He's not going to get on in the end because of the hook shot. And On has been insane with these mechanics so far, and BLG ain't stopping anytime soon. Round 1 in this boxing match, and Top Esports have the bloodiest lip. There's a beautiful 4-man kickback from Tien, but it's saving grace and nothing but little scraps for Top Esports as they are run down in their own jungle. They took the fight to BLG, and BLG fought right as hard.
Yeah, BLG dominating TES in that fight, and like you said, a lot of it being started by On. This man is a space-creating monster in the split, never afraid of going forward. So they're going to look for this. 369
Dude,
try
he
and
does
use
so
his
much
presence to
damage.
dissuade.
Whirling Death. Oh, not going to do it, but the Baron doing a lot of damage. He is tanky.
Oh, look at
Alp's
that.
getting one shot by the Baron right now. Here comes Jackie Love. He wants to clean up, but he doesn't have any tools to get there. BLG, they try to take a confident Baron, but they do back off.
Still, though, they're going to be happy with what they got in that fight, right? Taking down 4 members of TES, 14 day right now kills. They've had Soul. They're up 3K. Like, really just running the map. Even if we take a look at the minimap and just where wards are placed, right? It's BLG, the ones being able to take aggressive vision. But like you said here, we see the engage come out from Bin, and then everyone just being willing to follow it up, gets the ult to be able to follow through on Jackie Love. Now having the numbers advantage there, like, where do you even go as TES?
I think it's so difficult, too, because you don't have consistent damage right now, especially without Jackie Love there. And so you're really relying on Cream, of all people here, who we're talking up so heavily. But to be honest, you know, Talia might not be the biggest Cream champion here. I think lacking some of that consistent damage has really come to hurt TLP Sports.
But it's just so hard, right? To like,
it's hard.
Yeah, right? Being either the Talia or the Draven in this comp when again, Hextech Ultimatum with Shockwave or the Viol or Rek'Sai, like, so many things you have to worry about. And sadly for TES, those openings have always been there. Usually when one other member is catching a wave off on some other side of the map, and BLG just overwhelm and burst someone out so quickly. So now they're going to keep this game up, playing towards that top side, because we are still a few minutes away from Elder coming on board. But BLG are not stopping. They're completely trying to deny any bit of gold from TES.
That's what we said. Both these teams, when they get leads, they choke you out. They bind control around the map, and they will not stop fighting. That's why we called it a boxing match. And so far, BLG are running circles around Top Esports, and they're almost at a 4,000 gold lead. Top Esports not one to shy away from some team fights and some good execution, though. See if they have any hope left to give. A big setup from Cream could be big.
I feel like the problem is, once again, we take a look at Summoners, Knight and Elcap flashes. Oh, look at that. Cream and Jackie Love, they do not. Like, it's going to be so hard, Jackie Love.
You got to try to force it.
We're going to see how comfortable he's moving forward.
He's been in this position before.
But look it on.
If he gets it again, yeah, he wants that flick. My goodness. Mako not going to find him out just yet. They want Jackie Love. He wants to go over the wall there. Flash coming out there. That will be important because Mako not going to have any tools out or engage. And that is BLG pushing Top Esports off of the mid lane. And they're going to force them around Baron because we have a minute until Elder Dragon. So they are just keeping them on the Rift for as long as possible.
Yeah, they're just going to keep going. Oh, hook onto Bin.
That's a big catch out. Okay, Bin is Rek'Sai, though. We have to realize it's a lot like Udyr when he was very strong. Can't get baited as Top Esports are rebuffed.
Still, though, again, 3 items on Elk is just so terrifying. Also, just being able to pull on to safety, throw on in more and more with that Axiom arc. They do end up being able to get some kills under their belt. Now, the pivot to bot side does begin. 40 seconds until Elder. This is where the last stand has to come through. We'll see if the Lord Doms will be able to be finished up by Jackie on this back.
It is a situation, though, and I want to maybe get your thoughts on it as well, as like if it was a sustained like late game hyper carry, it would be a much different world. But Top Esports opted in to taking the fisticuff fight into the Kalista with the Draven. I think maybe wanting to think that one through for another game, but BLG want to keep.
I think it would have been worse.
Up. Yeah,
I don't think either of these teams should really lean into scaling or just in bot lane. Like, you can't afford to do it up against the opposite bot lane. Again, the bigger problem is just that lack of mobility and the amount of threat being there for BLG. Now they're gonna have to walk in blind once again.
Esports, they're hesitantly positioning around the top side of the map. BLG are just waiting for them to come in. Ben has a flank, but is spotted out by the ward. He's still going to look for an angle there. Nice seismic shove onto On, gets him about half health. Fate's Call does get popped, though. BLG taken out of this mid lane fight, but they will reposition around the Elder.
And this is good because for TES, it'd be a lot more beneficial to fight in a lane where there's a lot less areas you have to worry about being flanked, right? You can see the enemy in front of you. But BLG going into River, I mean, look at all these angles they're now challenging with On wrapping around.
They have no idea, and Jackie Love is on this side of the fight. Now they realize something's going up. Flash play from Ben, and that's the Shockwave delivery combo, baby! We got that Ornhorn that's trying to deal a little bit of peeling. They have the Death Sentence too, but Cream is next to go down. A double kill to Should. Now TES trying to get one back. He misses the Sonic Wave for another time, and he'll just bite the dirt too. BLG, they take 3, and they lose nothing. It's an Elder Dragon to boot.
I mean, this is going to be BLG's game. It must be impossible for them to lose at this point. They're winning every single team fight. Have Soul, now gonna have an Elder on top of it. And again, it's been beautiful, patient, find the right angles, and then just so fast on pulling that trigger.
They got advantages for Elk early. Knight has slowly and surely become a menace on this Orianna. We got to see how it all pulled off. Bin with the flash play here.
These guys definitely having the degree from the Full Send University. I absolutely
What did
love
Jackie
it.
Love do to these guys, man?
He existed. He picked an immobile AD carry, and then they just got torn to shreds on. You know, gonna be able to get that proc off, and once again, Tien not being able to land a lot of these Sonic waves. I mean, at this point, with where we're at, with the Drakes, with the Soul, it didn't get any easier. And now coming back onto the Rift with the Baron. I mean, this should be the push for the end, right? This is where BLG really have the strength to not only just make top esports space crumble, but also force that game-winning fight.
It feels like they're right on the edge of taking a clean game, number one. It gave some tussles early. It was like 15 kills, 10 minutes in the game, but they have honed that aggression into absolute dominance so far. They still got to put the tying knots on this one, and Top Esports not one to give up a fight. They are heavily down as we actually take a look here.
Oh, the whirling death.
Interesting, okay. They're trying to just see.
Yeah, feeling the need to use that ult just in case. But now, like we said, right, Baron and Elder, BLG, this should just be a free ride for them. They still have to be a little bit cautious, right? Because they go for a dive, maybe 369 it, and Mako can buy enough time to where it does get a bit dicey. But even then, I don't know. And you can see BLG not scared whatsoever.
They're just going to move up and crash the base. This is where they are strongest. They don't want to give any more time for scaling for Top Esports. TES actually going to be left alone a little bit. They will transition towards mid lane, try to take even more. Now actually they just have another minute and a half on this, so they can take another inhib. Their top side is not necessarily the easiest to break open. They could just force it.
Yeah, and we can see, right, second inhib down, they're just going to keep moving forward. They still have that Elder for just 15 more seconds. They're hoping they can find some value out of it, but it seems like TES are saying, no, we are not going to give you the opportunity to fight us. Take whatever you want in our base. Oh,
big shockwave. That Elder Dragon can do some work there. It will end up going down now, though. They still have Baron for another minute. They finally got their waves in a good place, but it is still trying to pressure these Nexus turrets. I feel like they might realize they are overextending a little bit. BLG, they'll move back towards top side, so it's just one at a time. Go bot, go mid, go top.
I mean, right, had Onshun or been a little bit closer when that shockwave came through, you know, they would have sprinted in and made the fight happen, but no one near. So just have to accept what they have for now. They do still have Baron for another 35 seconds, and with all these supers coming in, I like it, right? You have your very mobile Camille off playing that side alone. He can easily escape if they try to all in on his side, and allow the rest to just keep baroning up those minions towards top, and finally breaking down this top inhibitor turret.
Should try. They have about 15 seconds left on that Baron buff here, but they'll be able to do it. So one at a time, the structures fall, and one at a time, Top Esports are put back against the wall. One more engage here from Mako. Maybe the difference. Oh my god. Oh my god. He does so much damage, man. This is game number one, holistically going to BLG, and we're just watching them put Top Esports in a body bag here. Maybe not, though, actually. On comes in now, has a little bit of damage reprieve. They're going to try to re-engage onto Jackie Love. Triple knock up there as well from 369. They're still trying to fight it, though, and Elk is still kicking. Ben is still kicking, and 369, he is defending the base. One Nexus tower falls, and Top Esports pull out a defense of a lifetime.
They managed to make it work. I think it was Mako finding a hook onto Knight, and the Knight ended up going down, which is what really led the game to continue. But at the same time, that was a complete mess for both sides. But a mess BLG are going to be happy with, because again, look at Top Esports.
You like messes?
That's what they made a mess of. That's not theirs.
It's like when, you know, you have a kid and they make like a beautiful mess by throwing Legos and Play-Doh and
No,
stuff
it's
all
like-
over the floor, and
it's
it's
like-
like, oh, look, it's a mess. And you're like, oh, yay! Good
It's like
job.
if you ever invited me over to your house, I would throw a huge house party without telling you, make it a mess, and then I would leave being super happy, and that's BLG right now. That was
Honestly,
their
as
house
long as I
party.
get invited, I'm down.
You know what? Hey, TES were invited, right? They were there for that dance in their base, but
Oh, they shouldn't have accepted that invite. I'm just telling them right now. I don't know what happened.
Mazel, the problem is we're up for round 2. BLG are already back on the map. TP's coming out, and now, I mean, look at all these supers. They have the ability to try to look for the end.
Cream is coming down from top side after having pushed that one out a little bit, but you have the double supers coming in every wave. It's going to be very hard to defend, and Top Esports on their last gasps for this game number 1. They put up a hell of a fight, but we said once one of these teams gets a chokehold, it does not stop, and BLG representing that one in kind. We just got to find the finishing touches, rather, on Top Esports. As 369 still very tanky, a lot of tankiness. Oh, TN, oh, TN, oh, TN, oh no! And they go out of the back line here now too. Jackie Love is the focus, but they can't get him down. Elk just takes down TN with the help of Knight. Ben is almost dead. 369 gonna pop that call of the Forge God. They try to get Jackie Love on the back, but he has so much damage potential and so much peel potential left. And the last Nexus Tower does end up falling. They're going to go for Jackie Love one more time. They get the double knockdown from 369, but it's not enough. BLG, all members strong, will take down Top Esports in game number 1 off the back of a Camille bot side pick. And what a way to kick off this best of.
On an absolutely bloodthirsty animal. Great performance by him. Been really showing up like across the board. The engage was there from BLG, and they want to get this win. They want to go back to MSI, and it looked good in that first game.
Yeah, it did. Again, winner of this series gets our first ticket to MSI, but also the first ticket to the finals of LPL Spring. I know both these teams, you know, they call them championship rounds for a reason, and especially at UFC, you always go to 5. I think Top Esports have not shown us the big fight that they have ready to go, and I'm very excited to see how they adapt from that game number 1, specifically the draft itself, and a lot of that bot lane 2v2 aggression that they were working with. Now we are going to send it off to a little break. On the other side, we'll have our LPL lounge ready to go to break down the first game of that series.
When you know that you're the best and you really got nothing to prove. Hey, you really got nothing to prove. 'Cause I'm alive, I've been afraid of. Keep going for gold. Never give up until I'm done what I told you. I really got nothing to prove.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the LPL. I hope you guys had an enjoyable game one because we said that coming into this, we were going to be looking at the top lane, we were going to be looking at the bot lane, we are going to be looking at the mid lane, at the jungle, but it really felt like the bot lane is where everything happened because it kind of just took a really quick turn there.
Yeah, I mean, we have an unenviable position of saying, well, we've got to narrow this down. How do you narrow down two teams like this? You know, I mean, we have Bin versus 369 in the top lane. That was like the top lane matchup of like the heavyweight, like kind of like weight class in this.
Can't leave Knight out, right?
You can't leave Knight, and I think Cream's been playing really well. But I think particularly when you look down at the picks which got left through in the draft, we'll talk more about that later. But when you have like bot lanes which are locked in like this, or like Kalista versus Draven, it's going to be about the Kalista versus Draven, at least in the early game.
Yeah.
I feel like it really quickly became a game of whoever wins that level 2 actually wins the game. And unfortunately, as we'll see like later on through the clips, Top Esports kind of brought it on themselves, the result, as we'll get to see.
You know when you try your best and you don't succeed? Sometimes that happens. We have the MVP for this series as well, and that's going to be on Camille. And this is particularly, I think, due to that dive.
Absolutely. I feel like especially when you lock in Camille as a support, if you do not succeed in lane, if you do not get these early kills to be actually a force on the rest of the map, it goes really south. And through that dive, that's the one that I said Top Esports brought it upon themselves because they decided to go for this without their mid laner, which then unlocked the Camille on the map with 2 kills to become a killing force all over the map.
And the real kingmaker for the Camille is the fact that you have multiple people which can help you on your dive as well. Now, if you're a support Camille, you are squishy. Now, you have the Kalista pull you out with the ult, but you also have the Shockwave to add extra CC and damage. You have the Vi going in to disrupt another part of the team fight. This is not an easy team fight to play. BLG make it look easy because everyone is there on the right timing with the right setup. You know, their vision control was great. The way that they played out the macro was really good too. So when they're looking for the fights, everyone is on the same page, just doing unspeakable things to the backline.
And honestly, I want to give a few props to the top side from Top Esports because I feel like they had a pretty good game. I feel like Cream played
it's good.
played super well versus Knight on Oriana as well. We saw we're kind of joking about the whole rookie part. I was like, we got rookie at home, you know. Cream on Talia as well played pretty well. We had 369 on his own, TN on his legendary Lee Sin as well. I feel like the top side of the map, but the bot side bled so hard onto the map, and it was really difficult to include that Draven into a lot of these kills. And honestly, I was a little bit critical about the positioning of Jakilov in a lot of these fights and a lot of these clips because I feel like a lot of them were a little bit disrespectful to the point where you overextend, you get caught super easily.
And it is so hard to position well. That's the other side of it. It's like, yes, did he miss position? Yes, he did, quite a bit. But in terms of like how minuscule those differences have to be, they are really not forgiving. You know, Jakilov, before he was a pro player, he was always the Draven guy. He was the streamer. He streamed back in 2016, and he is maybe the most famous Draven player in the world. If anyone is going to be confident enough to pick it, it is going to be him.
Well, you're going to say it's not Tyler 1. I'm joking. I'm joking. I know it's a whole different ballpark here. But when we're looking at the Draven, particularly as we are seeing in the clips that we're going to be playing, is that there was literally no space. They were not given a single centimeter.
Yeah, so the problem here is that you have the Kalista and the Draven, which are very, very snowbally champions, but particularly with
Close
the
your
Draven
eyes.
against this comp, you have to get ahead. So Top Esports overplayed this dive bot side. I think they kind of bait themselves into this thinking, we have to get the kills bot lane, we have to make something work. Because if this doesn't happen, well, we see what happens in the clips afterwards. Because if you do end up walking up and then someone manages to get onto the Draven, things go really, really bad after this point. You can't escape from the Camille. The Thresh can't get you the Lantern outside of that Camille ultimate. We see later as well, even if the Rek'Sai manages to tag you, they're following that ult as well. Jakilov cannot play these fights.
And I feel like the follow-up in general from the sort of BLG was so good. You've got the Shockwave for the boom factor, for the wombo combo, but there's just so much follow-up walking into the backline. We've said so many times, especially with the likes of the Vi, she needs a dive buddy. She had 3.
Yeah, and that's the big thing from BLG. You know, we were talking about how in this series it was likely going to be whoever gets ahead will stay ahead and close things out. We have seen that really start to materialize through bot lanes. When we see a bot lane draft without the Kalista, the Draven, the Lucian, you know, being banned out, the Varus, of course, as well, you're likely going to have very snowbally bot lane games. And just so happened that Jakilov was on the kind of poor end of this too, of course. No, so now BLG walk away from this, not just beating Jakilov's Draven, you know, one of the most famous Draven players of all time. They also beat out Ornn on his 369.
Ornn on 369?
369 on Ornn.
369 Ornn.
They're
Yeah,
one
I mean,
now.
I think
Same thing.
But like games like this, with how cleanly they were snowballed, really shows us why we are so afraid of what BLG can do to other teams in our league.
Yeah, to be fair, there was a little blip in that gold graph when it shows that ahead of 15 minutes, there was a little bit of gold advantage for the side of Top Esports, but that very quickly just went straight off the charts in favor of BLG. But looking particularly at how all of this played out, I think the draft played a huge part in it, because you're looking at that bot lane, you're looking at Camille getting locked in for support ahead of the Thresh. You want to play aggressive with that. You want to get into people's faces.
Absolutely, and I felt like, especially since Top Esports left the support for R5, I was looking for a counter pick right there. I was looking potentially for either the Alistar or the Thresh to come through, whether we want to play a little bit more aggressive or try to disposition the Draven through the fights. We saw that the Lantern in the end did not work out at all in their favor.
Let's put a ward on it.
Once Camille, you know, blocks you in, you cannot get out. However, I really want to mention the fact that we're talking a lot in general about Vi. Shun is probably one of the best Vi players worldwide, and he had so many dive buddies right here, and knowing how aggressive BLG want to play through that bot lane and bleed it out on the map, it felt so seamless to have that Vi Kalista synergy going through.
And I think particularly as well when you look at that draft, when it's the Vi with Kalista first pick, that's a winning lane most of the time, and then you have the Rek'Sai top lane, well, that's very much a winning lane. Nothing beats Rek'Sai in lane right now. Immediately you have top side, bot side winning lane. You're going to trust Knight to win lane as well. So you have Vi with 3 winning lanes, which is absolutely what this champion thrives off of, even more so than others. So I mean, I think yes, there were some really good punishes coming in from BLG in regards to that Draven, but I also think that BLG set themselves up for success before it even came through to fruition.
So all I'm hearing is win lane, win game. Don't need the jungler
But with
to
these
be...
teams, legitimately, what do you do when you have a team like BLG which can pull the trigger so well?
I know, you just sit there and you cry. But either way, we'll see whether
Yeah.
or not BLG will be able to replicate this success, as we're going to be heading into the second game of the series. So we're going to be throwing it over to our casters, Lyric and Mazel. Guys, take it away.
Welcome back, everyone, to the desk, or from the desk, at least, rather, to the cast itself. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Lyric, and what a place to be after BLG take holistic control. I think the desk highlighted a lot of key points for what went right for them and maybe what went wrong for Top Esports. I think draft number 2 will be very telling which way this thing is going to swing.
Yeah, I'm going to be very curious, right? We had curveballs being thrown at us in that first game with On going onto that Camille. It worked incredibly well again. What a great journey of a player that has just consistently been able to improve over the years, and now being one of the best supports in the LPL. People could argue he's the best support in the LPL, right? Like, this guy really showing his impact in that first game, and now TS gonna have to counteract it, because my God, like the desk was saying, it was so hard to be able to position his Jackie Love in that game with the like such minuscule like angles you have to worry about. Camille from one side, Vi with the ultimate, Rek'Sai jumping in. But BLG probably aren't going to stop making Jackie life hard, Giselle. So
Jackie
they're gonna have to figure it out.
Yeah, Jackie Life's going to be in trouble. I'm really interested what Jackie Love can do, though. I want to actually see... I know you didn't like it. I know, and you're gonna hate me. But I want to see some late game carries for these two guys. And I would love to see maybe some Zeri's coming to the series. Varus as well, a big one for Jackie Love in the past as well in the last series against JDG itself. But at some point, you got to wonder, do some of these bans have to start coming through? The adaptation from that game number 1. I think the Ahri is something that has to stay permanently banned. But we start looking at the different setups now. What does BLG bring to the table? Is there an answer to the Camille if they just go that again?
Yeah, I think I mean, I don't think they can just outright show that, right? With how the draft had already panned out, having the Draven down and that bot side, feeling comfortable that they were going to be able to win out through jungle, pressure down towards it. I think it was all able to come together. So, I mean, TS not showing too much in that first game, right? Lent on some very familiar picks with the Draven and the Ornn. So now we'll get to see, right? Things like that Varus, if they'll be able to rear their head. That one was open in that first game, and again, gives you that consistency and being able to contest early while also being able to pressure later on. But we're changing things up with team swapping sides to Kalista now going to be taken off by TES. Varus gone from BLG themselves. We still have things like the Ashe being available, even if, you know, her 2 central AD carries not being on the table, but it seems like maybe valuing top lane pressure even more so with, again, teams have just absolutely really been loving at least showing this Rek'Sai, but Lucian in the end.
Okay, another Jackie Love tried and true, but another gauntlet thrown in the 2v2 bot side. And when we came into this series, a lot of the conversation was, how quickly are we going to get resources delved out to Jackie Love and Elk? I think this game is going to be no different from that game number one, where we saw so many 3v3s, so much action, and Top Esports' attempted dives down there. We'll see what the lock-in is for BLG. They are just going to go with the Xin Zhao, so some skirmishing presence for Shun.
And wanting to make sure he has comfort on that jungle. And again, a lot of our more aggressive lanes are taken away. BLG do end up going with the Caitlyn. This is something that Elk has played this split. They played it 3 times and actually 2 in 1. TES being quick with their follow-up. We know we expected the Nami. Maokai, especially earlier in playoffs, was something that was becoming really high priority. Again, that was the whole storyline around Weibo, Nymera, like Weibo happy tree, no tree not happy. But TES going to lean into it. So a lot of, easier setups with vision and controlling objectives going to be there with those saplings and with that Maokai ultimate.
And this actually sets up for a very interesting second phase for them, because to me, this feels like that Cream is getting some sticks here. He's getting some fisticuffs to fight of his own. I'm very interested in what they want to go for to pair up with Tien on the Maokai. And a lot of the objective control you can have, which was lacking, I feel like, in that first game for Top Esports. That Lux lock-in, though, you always know BLG got to keep it spicy. And the Caitlyn Lux, super good together.
Yeah, I'm curious at what Cream could go here, because Tristana would have been the first thing that jumps to mind that he plays. The other big one that would come to mind would be Nico, but Nico isn't something that Cream has really shown that he's able to lean on. I think those are the 2 big picks that can like really jump into a fight and try and find that access onto what is a very long range bot lane, right? Hell, you're going to be seeing Lux and Caitlyn ults killing enemy junglers in their own jungle. So yeah, it's about closing the distance. I think a lot of what TES needs to round out their composition with, which is kind of funny because that would be leaning back on what Cream's old champion pool was. But I think a lot then would depend on what Knight shows, and hell, BLG can just save that last pick for mid.
And that's a conversation I really love for Cream, who has had so much success on OMG, who in recency, at least his last few, I guess maybe the year before last on OMG, he had some failings, it feels like, as a mid laner, but he has slotted in so well onto this extremely experienced and tenured Top Esports team. And his flexibility in draft is what I've really loved to see them use this split. Rek'Sai is locked in for the second phase here by BLG.
You know what else might be obnoxious, despite being very nerfed and us not seeing much more of, is if he just ends up going Karma and we have all these shields, all of this poke on their composition for the Caitlyn, for the Zin to be able to play with.
He was insane on it the last time around.
Yeah, they were a team who were really able to make that pick work. But now for TES, again, we don't have a lot of great answers. Rek'Sai, but there we go. We actually have the original. The original. Oh my God, I love it. Oh man, it was so funny to me whenever I was guesting on LCS this split that Whippo has become a prominent figure in LCS, and he still talks about his memories with 369 in solo queue in China and the Urgot. Oh my God, I'm so excited to see this one. But it also gives them a lot of lane presence for Top Esports. Yeah, gonna want to hope and try to bully out in that top side. TS, you could see showing the Yone thinking of going that route of bringing even more engaged. They can go AD having the Maokai in the jungle, but instead opt out of it. Azir will still be able to try to find those angles himself with the Emperor's Divide onto the Lux and Caitlyn, but providing you more consistent DPS, going to be able to try and stay a fair bit away from things like the Xin Zhao and the Rek'Sai. Right now, hovering things like the Asol. So it seems like, okay, BLG end up locking in the Veigar, but still, the name of the game would have been the same, right? Playing out through the range, really trying to just not allow TS to come into you. And BLG have lent on this style multiple times throughout this, but again, they've already played this Caitlyn Lux duo 3 times so far, and we're generally finding success with it.
I hope everybody's getting their invites for the party bot lane again. I hope this time everyone gets everything they asked for. But I think the real conversation is how quickly Shun and Tien are going to get down there. And I do really like, as just a little caveat for the Veigar, the amount of peel and denying of that Nature's Grasp, the entrance at least from the Maokai of Tien, that's huge.
Yeah. I mean, really might be able to prevent so many plays from being able to come through. And this one's going to be interesting, I think, especially with the addition of that Urgot in top lane. I'm really curious to see how that matchup goes with Zell, and if 369 is really just going to be able to like drive this one home, and how much jungle attention that ends up pulling.
True.
So a lot of questions to be asked, and again, neither of these teams showing their full hands just yet, getting a curveball every time.
In game number 1, we talked so much about these teams being our 2 most dominant early game teams. It doesn't mean they can't fight in late game, but we have seen them completely destroy games. BLG, they had TES in a chokehold in that game number 1. TES need to bounce back. This is a spot at MSI. This is a spot in the finals. You want to have a knockout, drag-out fight. And it's game number 2 between Billy and Top Esports. Legends abound, but all of this on a potential comeback from Top Esports after game number 1. God, I love these crowds, man. Just give it up for the audience. I appreciate the energy so much. I'm sure the players do as well. But it's an intense matchup. So many stars, so many world champions on the side of Top Esports, and a super team in the making. It feels like a very rambunctious split so far here, Lyric.
Yeah, they've, again, really showing their stuff. It's just being able to take down JDG in that last series. Now, gonna have to be able to come back against BLG, who, again, have a lot of range to be able to play with. So they're gonna try and just bully their way in here with On's E. You could see people like Jack11 and Mako waiting in the wings, but I don't really know how much they could do to contest this.
I'm gonna take a ton of damage. They're actually
angle.
gonna fight for it. Oh man, he's gonna burn the flash and the heal double. Summoner spells on the bot side burn from Top Esports. We saw the last time that Jackie Love didn't have flash. It didn't go well. BLG can use this level 1 to move on to Tien. He does end up getting that one away. It is split 1 for 2 here between the junglers.
Still, though, you've created a bunch of pressure. You've chunked Tien. You've gotten sums around bot and BLG. Violence is the name of the game.
I love it. They just want the advantage. Okay, should go for the vision to see if Tien had been down here because they realize it could be dicey if they do. Tien having taken this unique path to try to go down here. Now he's just like, okay, thumbs up, guys. I guess BLG really want bot side presence.
I love that they're playing this like an adventure game, just, you know, wandering around as a 3-man
What kind of adventure
board.
Game is this?
The kind where you're given a quest of people you need to kill. You got a hit list, and they're hoping for it. But we come back to lane again. BLG have found an advantage for this early game, and kind of looking more holistically at what BLG want to do, right? We talked about in draft, jungle pressure on bot lane. But for BLG, it's not really about finding kills. It's about enabling the 2v2 to bully out through their range. TES, though, they want to find the kills.
They need kills on Jackie Love to have any success. Tien has skirted around any vision, even though there wasn't really any up there, but can't get it because of how much range BLG can play with over here.
Shun now making his way back down, which is putting a lot of threat onto TES, but On's still not level 2.
If they get one light binding from On, it could make the biggest difference here. The slow going to come down. Jackie Love stepping up to force On back. The tension is huge down here. And TS know if they give up this presence, the Caitlyn Lux will rule this bot lane kingdom. They cannot let that happen. Mako flashing. My goodness, the damage potential there. And they're going to crash the wave as well. Shun and Tian just standing there.
The longer the standoff goes on, the more it just favors them, right? Because this is pretty much the name of the game for Shun, which is find out where Tien is, hover around bot side, make sure it's lit up, and just allow Elk and On to be able to be the wrecking crew that the Caitlyn Lux is primed to be in now. Again, getting even another summoner off of it with Mako's heal now being left open to these plates. We did see, just to kind of go back to the opposite side of the map, because who knows when we'll really be able to talk to that. 369 obviously did have pressure in lane. You'd expect it from range versus melee. And even Urgot's passive, you know, the shotgun legs giving you that max HP damage will really come in as a big thing later on. But still, been doing just fine, able to keep up with CS in that matchup.
Let's see if that actually ends out being anything. 369 on his Urgot here. As we see, the last time played was himself with Top Esports back in 2020. I'd love to see it. It's been 1,358 days since this.
Oh, and that, I think that'd be against all of them too, being against DMO. Can't remember if he left the following year, if he left in summer of 2020, but that kind of makes it even funnier.
Back. Oh, the flash. Look at On making the plays. And we got to talk about this guy. Game number 1, he picks out the Camille. He takes Mako to task. Game number 2, he is setting up everything already 5 minutes in.
And I mean, Mako just thinking he has a window. Jackie Love might get punished too on. Gonna throw out the E, but Jackie Love's gonna get away in time. But yeah, on finding the opportunity, Mako feeling safe, going for that. Tien wasn't too far away. It was like up more towards mid and Rever, but still. I mean, there was enough distance there for BLG to be able to find the kill in no time for any follow-up to show up.
The craziest thing is, On is not some new player. Yes, he's made a big splash for his name on BLG itself, but right, like we've seen him on Suning, we've seen him on Weibo. He never made the biggest difference, but here it feels like he's setting the tempo in this bot lane 2v2 with 2 world champs.
Yeah, he's really just been doing a great job. Again, like so consistent as a support towards the top end over this past year. Still, we're gonna see TS at least able to find something with the pressure that 369's been able to generate, picking up the grubs right now. And now
Life Binding connects. He walked into the trap there. That cleanse does end up saving a decent amount though. But Jackie Love's gonna be worse for wear, and that's a decent summoner spell cooldown as those 3 grubs finally go over to Tien.
I'm so desperately trying to make top lane matter since we have a top lane.
Can't do it. It doesn't matter. It's an island.
It absolutely does not mean anything because, yeah, again, it really is just coming down to the tussle on bot side. Slight CS lead as you'd expect for On and Elf, but now the big thing is them starting to get the ball rolling with the Drakes.
We saw it actually lead out to so much success for BLG in the last game, setting their tempo of getting those objectives, taking the early trade of those grubs to top esports, even though they were on the other side. I think it's going to be continued success here for them, where Shun has found a decent CS differential over Tien. He'll keep upgrading that, I feel like, in this fashion. And I do wonder, is there some proactivity that needs to come from top esports back towards bottom side, or are they fine getting to a point where they can get team fights going?
I mean, I think if this game goes to distance, like, TS are completely fine. I think 369 should be able to keep generating pressure, like, throughout the game. Again, he's going to be a real source of damage later on. You have low cooldowns. You have that damage coming out from your passive. You have an Azir. You have a front line in the Maokai. Like, you're checking every box. A lot of it's going to come down to just the executions and like the angles they could find, right? I think TS are gonna have to, not to the crazy extent, right, as BLG with the Camille and the Vi last game, but it's gonna be about trying to find some of those angles to just close the distance against BLG's comp. You should assume they should be able to get Praya wherever they send their artillery squad in the Caitlyn Lux. You're gonna have ways to be able to get around that as the game progresses. But sadly, during the laning phase, they really will just be locked in down in this 1v1. But again, look, there's both their soul laners are winning. We haven't talked about Crane, but even he's finding a bit of an advantage up against Knight.
Yeah, it's really big to have those little advantages to play around for Tien. Oh, he's not going to be able to get the damage there in the end as Ben makes it out alive. See some more tussling, I feel like, come between these 2 top laners as time progresses. Tien going for a little bit of vision onto Shun, but not going to find anything. But back towards bot side we go.
As we'll always.
As we always do.
But still, we haven't actually seen the Caitlyn. Oh, let's getting the calling damage down early. Pretty nice. Making, trying to stop those potential abilities for aggression later on. We haven't actually seen the ability for BLG's bot lane to actually push forward aggressively and really get plates other than just the one so far.
And that was a big difference in game number 1 too. We had plates everywhere on top and bot side. We actually get a nice little collapse here with Shun. No vision. Their wind does become lightning, and Mako gonna have to burn his flash yet again.
So they do manage to get that. We're even getting close to 6s. Elk just hitting his now. And again, we're gonna be able to see BLG just start using this as poke tools to get Jackie Love and Mako out of lane and finally start being able to take these plates. But we saw Knight actually make his way down. Oh, they might be able to pinch Tien.
Could be big. Okay. Oh, he got a little bit of damage there coming in as well with the ace in the hole. He will end up burning the flash. That's big on the Maokai. We've seen so many plays with that flash Bramble Smash.
Yeah, so gonna be able to make sure that it's even harder for him to be able to close the distance. When we said for TS, at least once we get post lane phase. That's what they gotta do. Yeah, that'll be with a look as Knight finds a nice cage. Shouldn't really be able to get too much more than just a bit of damage here.
Oh my goodness. He has the primordial burst. Yeah, he knows. He has flash too. He's going to walk up. Does he have the damage? The calculation! And it's the golden left hand that strikes at the heart of TES.
Sadly, Cream, again, a younger player coming in up against one of the GOATs in Knight, and Knight finds such a beautiful opportunity and gets the solo kill off.
That's so big, and a big setup for the scaling aspect of BLG. That's something I wanted to talk about earlier is no matter what top esports have, yes, we talked so much about their scaling as well. Knight has picked this Vigard pick for a reason. They have so much CC, they have so much layering, and he will scale to infinity.
And again, just the cage just provides also that space deterrence. Who cares about that? Because 369 now has to have a bit of his own
He's got 8
medicine.
legs, okay, Lyric? He can move fast.
Still, though, I don't think it'd be ideal
Is
for
it
him
8
to be
legs or
down
is
a
it 6?
flash. I don't know.
I think it's
Urgot
6.
Urgot can have as many legs as he pleases.
Wait, he's got 6 legs and 2 arms, so it equals... Okay, it's fine. My math is fine. Results-based analysis. We're going to take a look back at Knight's solo kill.
This is what we want to see, right? I mean, it's really just great use of the cage, not having that dash stairs as we just saw it being already used by Cream, which is why the flash has to be forced out. And I love it, like you said, having the ult, just running him down, and then being able to finish it off with the ult again.
God,
Cream's first time, at the very least. Like, who knows where TS can go from here? They could still win the series. Very least top 3 highest he's ever been, but now having to contend with those juggernauts like Knight.
I will say those, like, da-dun sound came up as soon as Cream flashed. Knight was like, oh, I got this all day. Tien is looking at in here. Won't be able to find him. They've got so much mobility to play with here for BLG in the early parts of the game. We are getting a collapse around these grubs, and top esports going to start it up.
BLG's composition plays a lot better when it's already on the objective first, and it could really try to zone you away, but still, they have the poke to be able to play with to try to brute force their way in, but it's looking rough. They need to make sure they can't get collapsed on by the score.
Got to start it off, calling straight to the dome, and he's going to get dragged back. 369 comes up with a big one, and that will be all 6 of the Telegrubbies to top esports.
A nice job, TS. I mean, already making their way up there, playing off 369's proud to start those off. And again, usually you want the Caitlyn there first, setting down the traps. Deluxe constantly throwing out the poke, and that wasn't possible. So, gonna be able to find some nice advantages now with the 6.
That, as well as the first item spike coming up. We already get the static shift. Oh, Cream. You don't have flash this time, but you do have Emperor's Divine. They should just gonna flash for him. He wants to get a little bit more damage here. You have Tien coming down the way, as they won't. Actually, they're just gonna commit for it. Okay, they really want Kareem. They want some more stacks. Shun gets out alive. Knight's still alive too. He has the cage to deny Tien and maybe turn it around here, get some damage back onto him, and BLG make out like bandits.
I mean, BLG real. Wait. Actually
was
forced
close.
back in the end. Not feeling confident, just fully committing for that dive.
Actually have the angle here. That nice little light binding with the ulti flash play too. They're gonna get the TP out, no though, as that will be Cream joining the push. They could get some more plates up here. They have about a minute to get more. TP in response from Knight.
Still Cream having to TP up here after how scary that almost looked. Really being back and forth. On had to blow his flash, but he ended up getting both of Jackie Love's sums. So just like last game, it feels like anytime I'm looking over at Jackie Love, those just not being available. BLG doing such a good job of consistently punishing him and making sure he's able to get that one through.
This is much more of the even fighting that we would have expected. A little bit of snowball happening when On gets 2 kills early last game, but now top esports getting more of that objective control, getting the even dragon split now, and we're getting to a point where they can use this team fight composition to move around the map.
And now with Herald about to come up, it could be another place where they can show off, right? You already have Jackie Love in top side, so they're going to have Prio. You can move down first. BLG going to try and contest that through mid. But again, it just might be a bit scary with Jackie Love not being able to safely enter. But Tien's ult can also just still cause so many problems for the whole of BLG's composition.
They're actually moving down here. The Rift Herald is up. And Tien gonna try to take the Scuttle Crab here to force a little bit of presence around it. Top esports just looking to continue objective dominance. And this is much more the fashion where top esports have control of the map. Even though it's not a big lead, even though we're dead even, they are in the driver's seat, it feels like. And BLG trying to wrestle that away from them.
I feel like the threat of the Urgot should just be so much for them. I mean, he already has his Black Cleaver done. Bin hasn't been able to finish up his Sunfire just yet. They do both have TP, so if 369 did TP in here, that could be the difference maker that would inch this towards TES. But TES are taking their time. Cream pushed in that wave top, and now Knight is forced to answer. You can see him leaning down, which is enabling this aggression from the rest of TES.
And I think a little thing to look out for is once JackieLove gets to that second, third item, the immediate engages, especially with his dash, to take big chunks of health off people is going to be super important for top esports. They are just forcing the fight over this Rift Herald. As soon on the other side, we will get the 1v1 with Knight up here. He gets pushed back. The Rift Herald goes over to TN. They're going to take the fight here too, as JackieLove using the culling. That is the Crescent Guard used as well. So a couple big ultis and a tussle top side too.
Yeah, TS really were hoping to be able to find a fight or a kill there, but still, at least they get, you know, they get the minimum prize. They got the Rift Herald. That's what they showed up for, and they were able to pick it up. So now that they're transitioning that into a top lane turret as well, really nice. Just kind of last minute sequence from TES. BLG now.
Wow.
They really want to come contest.
The Crescent Guard does so much. Oh no, TN. He has Primordial Burst. He can do so much damage. Just a couple more trades there. Knight wants it. He has Flash. Doesn't want to go for it just yet. They are going to move forward, but that bubble pulls them off. Mako saving his jungler. As Cream using his Sun Disc in the top side. We have to look at now 369 on the opposite side of the map, trying to get some work done into his turret.
Yeah, having a bit of a CS lead. So Bin is losing out, but he just got off his reset. Has finally gotten the Sunfire Cape. Bot up. Still not really going to change the dynamic of the 1v1. Again, 369 is really just being a terror with that Urgot. And this is, again, like the evolution of TS, where maybe past years of TS would slam their foot on the pedal a bit more aggressively at this point in the game. But it's like, hey, we have the grubs. Again, they made that nice lean up towards topside after getting mid pressure. And now that's, I expect them to do a bit of the same, right? Playing a bit of the map, start leaning down into bot side jungle, and getting vision set up to make it hard for BLG to be able to walk in. And that might be your avenue where you finally find the picks you've been looking for.
Top Esports will once again hit the milestone of first turret in a game. Consistent success story for them, even though it didn't work out for them last game. Ooh, and a half Mako's health taken down in the trade. And that's what BLG are looking for. That right there, that's the recipe for success with a little bit more follow-up.
Still needing a bit of time to get some of these items going is I'm getting tense. Both the teams 3v3s are in the same area, and it feels like every time that happens, we see the contest come out as shown, having no fear contesting these Raptors. But JackieLove has been doing such a great job, man, with this calling, forcing Elker on out and really not giving them the freedom. Hell, this is one of the only times really seeing BLG not able to get into positions where the Caitlyn and Lux thrive so far this split.
They're going to get so many mites too. They have Cream coming down. TP from Knight joining the bubble with the Crescent Guard pop. That cleanse from JackieLove is pretty big. The Ace and Hole used the Nature's Grasp. Not going to catch anybody but Shun, but here comes the play. Cream making the big dash, and they actually find them, but he's under turret still. He's taking so much damage, and it's actually a big kill back from BLG. They get a big baby cage. Oh my god, you might be crying after that one. Oh, he gets one back, but it's still BLG who scrap out a 4 for 2.
My eyes were on Cream, and then suddenly I look over and Bin is just on top of JackieLove. I cannot wait to get a replay to see exactly how all that went down, because my god, BLG somehow kiting it out well enough to be able to come out on top and finish off the mid lane turret. But it's all going to be from here. Like you said, a ton of mites coming through. JackieLove forced to use that cleanse early on, so Knight with a really good cage. But it's like, all right, we know Cream's going upward, but how do they... How do they find their way onto JackieLove? Oh, he just circumvents right as DN goes in. Moves on his way out. Looks like 369 using his ult onto Xin Zhao, so not really gonna have much left in the tank as this goes on. And then yeah, a great performance by Elk and Knight to be able to just kite this one forward. Sure, he goes down in the end, but enough was done.
biggest thing about this Rek'Sai is we haven't seen true answers into it. The answer has been, can you be bigger in team fights? Both 369 and Bin have been massive already in the few engages that they've been a part of. Now we get a dragon reset, and this is second dragon. It's not that big of an objective, but momentum is key, and both these teams want to fight.
TS having a bit of the easier time we're seeing with the saplings there. To just keep tabs on where BLG are, but that's not deterring BLG from trying to find an angle with Bin.
369 stepping up. Look at that health bar. That's going to be big. Jackie Love getting some damage on the Bin. They will pull back after the dragon. Nature's Grass coming out soon. Going to try to tank this one up. Crescent Guard there. Tien gets the dragon now as well. BLG trying to move out, but here comes the tidal wave to signal the advance. Big catch out back. Kareem going for the play, but it doesn't matter because he's already dead. Shun bites the dust, and now here comes a nice engage from Top Esports. The Void Rush not going to be enough to take down 369, and a beautiful team fight from Top Esports. Even though they also get the dragon, they get kills, they will end up keeping pressure out in mid.
And hell, looks like they might even get a bot lane turret off of this with 369 already being down there. No one to contend with. There's no TP for Bin, even if he did come back up. But no, actually not feeling confident enough to keep pressuring with that HP. Guess he doesn't know that there's no members on this side of the map, but you're right. Great to see TS still having some bite in them. And hell, even maintaining a gold lead back. Thanks, 369. Now I look a little bit less wrong.
There you go. We got to take a look back at this one, though. The cage used to block out, but didn't matter.
It's crazy because not only the cage, but we're going to see a binding from on here that I thought would completely disrupt the play. It's like, how can they keep going? Well, there's your answer, Cream. Binding away. And it seems like Shun also did kind of just accept his fate a little bit there, but it didn't matter. The cage placement, the binding from on, it just wasn't enough. And that's why I said, right, it really feels like this dynamic's going to come down to it if TS can find the way onto BLG's members. But even at this point, it's like, I feel like we're seeing a lot more value in the poke coming out from Jackie Love in the culling than we have really seen like actual real sticking damage coming out from the BLG duo lane.
That's the most interesting thing. We had such heavy presence in the 2v2 and bot side early, just like last game. And we're getting to team fights where it's very hard for these guys to navigate this. But a little bit easier execution for BLG's side. Just land a combo, land some traps, and you get somebody dead. But we are getting close to those third items, at least for Jackie Love as well. That'll be a big spike for them to utilize. And it's going to be about how BLG can pick off members before these fights.
Yeah, right now, as we can see here, trying to rely on this cage to potentially set something up, but it's hard. Especially from behind, it's even harder to play as what BLG have picked up. We can see them even relying on people like Bin to re-show mid, to even give them the safety to be able to clear some of these waves. And for TS, I don't really feel like they're feeling too pressured themselves. We've seen many times, again, especially once Culling's up, they can very easily chunk one of these members through, and they have Cream right now pushing aside unanswered. So they know they're at least finding pressure somewhere for free.
BLG actually looking to posture up that way. And I think another interesting point here is how Top Esports have given Cream a little bit more of the onus to carry. In this one, they are relying on him for a lot of the late game damage. And even though he doesn't have any kills to himself, he's already been really, really big in setting up a couple plays. Oh no, Jackie Love. See, this is something that happened in game number one. Jackie Love got caught a couple times. You can't do that against this composition.
Well, and to be fair, it was looking for some of the plays that you want to see out of Evolution. He's trying to make his way up aggressive with the minions, and I think hope for an opportunity to hit tower. Looked at Chunk, sadly just not expecting Elf to be right over that angle. Still not the end of the world. I mean, he did have his team right behind him, and BLG not really having any easy ways of taking him down. Maybe, I guess, a binding from on, chained into the ults there, could have done a bit of damage, but even then, Jackie Love is cleansed.
So power points right now, 4 kills on 369's Urgot. He's almost on those 3 items, but another big fact is that Knight, the MVP of spring regular season, 3-0-3 on the Vigar, almost on 3 items himself.
He's really going to be the one you have to worry about because he's going to be the hardest man to find access to with the cage. Just covers such a large area, right? And hell, even having the Banshee, so having the spell shield there too, just in case. Shun!
There's a Crescent Guard out. The bubble doesn't connect, but that's a big utilization of a utility ult that BLG really want to have. It's a nice catch out and a blue buff for Top Esports. Not too
We can see
shabby.
369 finishing off their Anduin, so gonna have just that little bit more tankiness, that little bit more sticking power.
That's scary.
Yeah, and like you said, now Crescent Guard not going to be up for this dragon that's here in 30 seconds. Like, this is looking very much like how TS were able to find some of those wins up against JDG. Slow and steady, just trying to choke them out across the map. And Ben, I get choked out right now.
Gonna burn the flash. Doesn't want to get connected on in case TN can follow up, in case the rest of Top Esports can follow up. Bit of vision game being played towards top side, but we've been much more reserved in this second game than we were in that first game. And it feels like Top Esports may be feeling a lot more comfortable in this setting.
And it feels like a bunch of things, right? TS, I mean, since they got on the front foot, like having the ability to finally play their game. BLG not having a ton of tools to be able to force their way back in or force advantageous fights. And we can see there, it's only getting harder. Jaculov playing from Fog Gavor almost up to his third item himself, but yeah, TS keeping it nice and steady now. Just need to wait another 5 minutes and they will be able to claim that Hextech Soul.
Much like BLG in game number 1, they will have the decision-making power now on the Rift. They have the advantage of almost 3,000 gold. They also now have the third item on Jaculov with an IE completed there. But that power feels like it kind of slips under the radar a lot of the times, especially in a situation where you're playing so dominant. That next dragon, BLG have to fight. This is a Hextech Soul. You cannot let that one go, and Top Esports can be ruthless around the map because of that.
And they're gonna keep it up. As you pointed out, the IE now is huge. Jaculov seriously is going to be hitting so incredibly hard. Already having the wave up towards top side because they've been playing around Cream, and this might be a trap.
Oh, light binding? Dude, he's very tanky though.
He
And
is
he's got a bunch of legs like we were saying earlier, and you're losing your entire top side.
Well, especially like that play only opens you up to doing this even more so, right? It's like, oh, hey, they have 3 members there, commit towards top, start making their way back down, because at least that did give BLG the route through River.
They want to collapse on him. They realize all 3 of them are out here. Nature's Grasp isn't going to be long enough. It's not. The kitties go just a little too short.
It was so close to being able to connect. Honestly, though, from the point of view, it was kind of anticlimactic. Of like, all right, let's speed up Little Maokai Ultimate.
Tien just walked up there bold. He did not have his team with him. They were still mid lane. I think BLG realized that now. Tien a little bit out, but he is very tanky. Red buff stolen, or at least taken, not stolen by BLG. It was theirs to come out with. Now Bin was looking for an angle. They have Knight on the top side of the fight. Nothing else going to come of it here, though.
They're not going to be able to do anything. Bin did walk all the way over. My God, I must have Flandre just because I'm starting to associate Rek'Sai with Flandre, just B1 picking Rek'Sai all the time. But Bin walking over, so I like the TS have the consciousness to back off. And now this is what we've been waiting for, is when they're going to look to pull this Baron. Tien's up, his ult is already almost up again. If they do need to turn, and here we go. 369 coming in.
TS have been one of the most decisive Baron teams in our league. Let's see if Tien can make the difference here. Shun looking for the play. Over. Shun gets it. Look at the steal. Crescent Guard coming out too. He's going to buy a lot of time. Goes right back in though, sacrificing his life. Ace in the hole comes in as a celebratory thank you to Shun for taking that Baron, and BLG buy time.
What a huge steal going over for Shun, and it feels so sad for TS, who've been playing a nice game. You know, the past 15 minutes completely in their control, but now BLG might be able to get some of those sieges they'd want set up. You're going to have Bid now with this Baron buff to at least be able to hold up against 369 and the siege squad everywhere else. They're just throwing everything at it. Both smites come out, but Shun's just being that much better, sadly coming down to the flip.
That's the thing. Go ahead.
Oh, no, because I kind of want to hear about the Baron.
I think it's so fun. I literally said it every time. I love the decision making around it. They're quick and decisive around it, but they always let it go to a 50-50. It feels like, and it's just begging for moments like this.
I like that. I like that TES, you know, just the resident Gambas over here. So we're gonna see what went down in the right side. But the thing that I wonder, right, is BLG have the Baron. Their comp is great at being able to siege you down. But it's like, TS can just preemptively group up and, again, kind of have the threat of those engages there. BLG might not actually be able to do too much, but so far they're doing a nice job. I love that they're just, like, pivoting in this area and River, constantly being able to threaten playing down towards Bin and at least just taking that one turret. So the threat is always there.
It really is. And that's honestly, this is the kind of game that I really wanted to have. We get a little bit more reservation because both these teams love to explode, and we are 1 or 2 big team fights away from this game exploding, and that makes it so tense. And with 45 seconds until a soul for Top Esports in a Hex Tech Rift, BLG are looking to put those boxing gloves right back on.
We do have finally Lord Doms and, you know, even Crit Bloom there for Knight. So they're going to be able to try and deal with 369 and TN if that's the only option they have in terms of hitting frontline.
Ooh. Can they get this? Might actually have enough time to do this.
Look at Jackie Love.
They're moving
Jackie Love at
mid.
369.
Yeah, they're just completely barreling down mid. Okay, BLG are just saying, let's just go for it. They're going to finally TP in Knight, but it's a little late. And okay, gets there at the last second. Oh, Event Horizon, pretty big to block off the rest of Top Esports. Now BLG are on the front foot. Oh, beautiful flash from TN, and they're going to take down Knight. They strike at the MVP, and now Top Esports take an inhib to the bot side tier 2 that BLG got.
Yeah, they're not. I was wondering if they'd go for anything crazy. They didn't really have a wave, but like if you tried to commit Cream to stopping recalls, but with the Baron, it would have been impossible. Cream probably would have died, so I love it. Pivot over to the Hextech Drake, and now, I mean, a nice Hextech soul for TS. I know a lot of people were predicting this to go the distance, but it's nice to see the back and forth coming through with TS being in control of this game for almost the whole time, right? It was really only that like set of laning phase where it was especially just so back and forth in that 2v2.
Yeah, it really was. And now with this soul, we have the timer on the Elder here. BLG got to play around with that one last time. So Top Esports will allow themselves to be pushed that far. It's like they have a strong upper hand even with just the 2,000 gold lead. It's about the way that their composition comes together. The fact that Jackie Love is almost on full items now, and you just got a 3.5 item completed for Cream.
Yeah, and right, Cream went the more defensive route, having the grasp, going the Abyssal Mask. He already has his Zanyas. 369 as well just finished off his Jack Show. So it's only getting harder to actually be able to take down not even just like the actual front line, but pretty much any member on TS's Cream, even sitting on that buckler.
I do really like that Elk's going the kind of crit build, though. I think without that, it would be completely doomed. And at least they have that saving grace here. Cream, ooh, he was looking for the play. He does get that Sun Disc in mid. His Knight coming around the corner here. They're just going to press this one down. They will lose their jungle, though. Top Esports coming in and cleaning house a bit.
We could actually see a big part of this gold lead being up in that top lane. The one between Jack Love and Elk, not as large, but 369 compared to Bin. Yeah, about 3,000 gold. Massive.
For a guy that has been massive since his homecoming to Top Esports. I know in our previous cast we called the best top laner in the LPL, if not maybe the world. And he has represented the way that he plays the top lane against a lot of our top laners, where we see a lot of aggressive picks, the side lane. He is a wall that will not be cracked.
Exactly. And, you know, a lot of people, especially now, like what we're seeing this year, are going to associate JDG's success, especially with Knight's success last year. But it was 369 coming in that really started that big winning spree for JDG, right? He went to that roster a year before Knight, now leaving. He's someone I think we need to look with the same level of reverence, you know, can be able to take over a series, can be able to get TS over the line into that finals.
I loved it, though. On JDG, they did all those logs. My biggest happiness for 369, he's the smile guy. He's the vibes guy. He's the fun guy. And definitely bringing some fun with the Urgot here, the top side. Maybe not to Bin's fun. As TS moving out with Jackie Love. They'll get so much damage onto Shun. And now they could just push up mid lane.
Yeah, they're just gonna be able to barrel through this one. I mean, it feels like it'd be really hard to just outright force the end without at least playing in another side, but maybe they're just waiting for the Baron to come up. Bin, though, like you're at, trying to be sneaky.
It's a trap, though. It's a double trap. Maybe they get Cream. Do they, though? No, it's Jackie Love that bounces first. Both the bot laners are down. Big shove into the barrel that is BLG. And they are being completely taken out one by little one. Shun finally joins the rest of his team. And Knight, you're very close to that one, too. Cream coming over the top here. He's going to get decent damage back onto him. But that siege is going to be too big for the little Yordle.
Yeah, TES really coming out with this fight and keeping this series competitive.
Exactly what we would expect. It is a boxing match. It is one that we expect to go all 5 rounds at least here in this best of 5. And it is Top Esports who have awoken and given BLG a little their own medicine. And they take a 1-1 even up here in our best of 5 in the upper semis. A spot at finals and an MSI on the line.
Exactly right. That's the big one. And for TS, they have never been there. Never been to an MSI.
Yep.
So I think for them especially it would be such a incredible occasion to be able to actually go all the way. But great game by them. Again, the spicy picks, 369 Jakulov really stepping up. I mean, you just got to see the classic TS playing the map in mid game.
Yeah, it is a wonder to behold. Now I expect more fighting pre 10 minutes next game. We're going to sit away to a little break on the other side. We'll have our LPL lounge to break that one down.
When you know that you're the best and you really got nothing to prove. Yeah. You really got nothing to prove. Yeah. 'Cause I'm a little bit afraid I keep going but go. Never give up until I do what I told you. I really got nothing to prove.
The era of metal has begun, and metal shall prevail. For we know what they have done. 5 legends of our realm who sought to follow the path of their dark musings. But they did not know what they had summoned. Pentakill. To these creatures, there is but one thing left to do. Heavy metal.
My king, how was I supposed to know? Everyone will falter when you die. And as we speak, the army of our enemy is approaching our gates. We cannot fly. Behold, my son, there's a way to save you all. Don't you despair, don't be petrified. There is an armor, ancient magic made it strong, and you shall wear it when you face the fight. This harness will guide us through dangerous night. It humbles the foe with its grace. The thorn mail will help us prevail and survive. Our deadliest fate we embrace. Well done, my son. It's the way to save you all. But don't you think the realm's been purified? Creatures of darkness are still longing for your foe. Keep them in thrall. It's time to smite and ignite. This harness will guide us through dangerous night. It humbles the foe with its grace. The thorn mail will help us prevail and survive. Our deadliest fate we embrace.
welcome back everyone to the LPL, where Top Esports have equalized the series so far. 1-1 for both of our teams. BLG the first one to be taking the win, but this time around, Top Esports came out swinging, even though they lost a Baron.
They lost a Baron, they lost the early bot lane as well, which has typically been very, very bad signs when you're against BLG. But Top Esports, I think their macro is insane this game, and they walk away with a very important victory. This was very much hard-earned from them.
Absolutely, and I feel like it has been the story of whichever bot lane comes out ahead in the early game ends up sort of closing out the series. And it's not necessarily because, hey, they're so good at their skill level that they'll take over the game. It's what they do with that bot lane pressure, the map control, the map pressure, depriving you of all the vision, which sometimes you think leads to a pretty safe power, which wasn't this time around, as you mentioned.
No, a little bit of a burger flight, but also when we're looking at that bot lane particularly, would you say they would be candidates for the MVP?
You know what? I have a really big love for top laners who thrive. However, this is a confidence boost for Jakilov. You know, he didn't have the cleanest games in game number 1. So right here on his Lucian, he managed to grab the MVP.
I really think that Jakilov had a very difficult game to play. And again, when you're against stuff like the Caitlyn and the Lux, you cannot afford to misstep. They very nearly did in the early game. We saw right the way from the level 1, huge amounts of pressure on them. The fact that they fell behind early against that Caitlyn Lux and still managed to come into it and then being a massive assassin in the late game is so huge. And
100% KP, by the way.
Exactly right. This guy was like involved in absolutely everything. And the fact that he did that against, you know, Elkin On, who are incredible bot lane themselves, who did have the leg up in the early game, just tells you exactly how this guy can play and why he is one of our most decorated players in the LPL.
And I feel like it tells a lot of the story of how the LPL uses the Lucian a lot. We've seen it a lot from Ruler too. This wasn't in particular a Lucian that stomped that bot lane and then got translated through the map. They just removed him out of the top lane. They put him towards these Herald fights. They took him towards the objectives. They used him as an assassination tool and a poke tool at that, because the thing with Lucian is like, oh, if you don't kill people early, you're not relevant. But if you get out of lane even, and you manage to poke people out, and did he poke people out? 26.9k damage.
But you know, we're talking a lot about the bot lane because of these champions in here. I really, really want to shout out. I mean, you were halfway through shouting him out as well before the MVP came up. But 369 on the Urgot brings back a lot of memories for me, actually, from the LPL. If you think back to hell, even back in like some of the really early seasons back in terms of 2015, I remember being a bot lane pick. That was more of an MSI thing. But when you go to like season 8 around the LPL, it was a huge pick when you looked at that rivalry between RNG and Invictus Gaming. You know, you had Duke and like Let Me and a load of these big top lane players playing it back then too. It's been a while since we've seen it back in the top lane meta, but 369 pulling out something which is, again, some of that halfway house between the tank and the carry, which he's been doing really well on actually both classes of champions this year, and being just more impactful top laner than been in this game. So important. We knew that, of course, in JDG BLG, that top lane matchup last year when these two were facing off would determine a lot of the way the team fights would play out. Bin was second fiddle to 369 in this game because of that Urgot.
Yeah, you already touched upon a little bit in terms of the macro from the side of Top Esports, but more necessarily from the side of BLG, because you get a Baron, you push out bot lane, but your mid lane, you just... that was so painful to watch.
That was the most disastrous Baron push I've ever seen in a while. They were pushing bot lane and then they lost mid lane. They lost mid lane inhibitor. They lose their jungler through
and
that.
The Drake.
They lost the dragon because they lose their mid laner through that. It was absolutely disastrous. However, I want to take it back into this early game, because looking at the Lux and Caitlyn getting ahead in the early game, and it wasn't necessarily through kills, it was through that early invade that ended up costing Jakilov and Mako their key summoners, both losing their flash, losing their heal, playing against a kill poke lane like Lux and Caitlyn, getting all that attention down bot lane. Your mid laner getting solo killed by Knight here as well. It felt like the map was slowly but surely collapsing. However, later on, with the tank Azir, with the Urgot being tanky, with having a Maokai, your only 2 targets from the side of BLG was Lucian Nami, and if you overextend to get those, you're gonna end up dying.
And what we saw really was the fact that Top Esports had to fight their way back into this game. And they did. It was a close game, though. I mean, BLG, there is no world they're going to let a game go towards you for free. You know, we saw that solo kill in mid lane. We saw the bot side pressure. We saw this fight in mid lane as well. This was not an easy equation to solve. But Top Esports, I think they played really well around, maybe not the Baron, but the Dragons they played well around. I think they played really well around the Maokai Saplings. I think they played really well around having the dominant front line, which is very rare to say against something like that Rek'Sai. But this Urgot was so powerful careful in that regards. Look, this is the
Oh, here we go.
We're just, look, we're not, close your eyes. No, don't show it. That's what happens. Look, NA has the Dignitas Baron toss. We have the top esports Baron flip. It's definitely something which we are kind of, we know this.
And this is exactly what I was talking about in terms of like, hey, who are your key targets right here? They see that Azir, they dive too far forward, and then they instantly get reversed on. And this was pretty much the story of it. It's just Lucianami, can you reach them? And if you do, what do you give up for it? And they ended up losing the game throughout this particular fight. But again, I love the fact that BLG will not let you go without a fight. That was their final breath right there.
Yeah.
Possibly more to come.
Yeah, they took out the boxing gloves, as both Lyric and both Lyric mentioned. But I want to talk about the fact that it's been blow for blow so far, and top esports maybe not necessarily expecting them to actually just punch this hard.
I thought this series would be good. I didn't expect top esports to manhandle BLG in terms of
Whoa.
macro. Because that game too, in a lot of ways, was a macro masterclass from top esports. Now, we know that they can do that, but they've had some worries here and there, particularly towards the end of the regular split. I know a lot of the fans were not happy with how their team was playing. There was a lot of complaints from them. But top esports, serious credit to them. That is one of the better macro masterclasses that we've seen so far. I think particularly as soon as they got the saplings into the enemy jungle and they could just keep rolling forward. BLG, they looked for the snap engages, they looked to outplay in the team fights, and they couldn't manage it. Top esports, I'm feeling it now. I think this is going to be a good series.
What are we expecting from BLG, though?
I feel like I just don't want to see them sort of clutter themselves in a particular draft where, especially with the Lux, Caitlyn plus Veigar, you need to be first at the objectives, trying to stop people from coming in. And that wasn't the case. You mentioned the saplings. There was so much vision from the side of top esports that stopped BLG from advancing first into these neutral objectives. So once top esports was there first, they were able to take the objective and run away with it.
Yeah, whether or not they'll be able to bring this one back, we're going to find out as we're ready to head into the next game. We have Lyric and Mazel breaking this one down, so guys, please do take it away.
Welcome back, everyone. Back to the caster desk here. Thank you so much for the analysis, especially
We had
the
Zoom.
breakdown of, hey, it all works out.
We Zoom on the Chinese desk. Sorry, God. We've been excited about that.
That's a name we haven't seen in a while. Anyways, it is 1-1, tied up. We do have to bring back in the stakes of an MSI ticket, but also a finals ticket here for the winner of this best of 5. Also remembering that they have a second life after this one. So a lot of strategies already being played towards for BLG. They've had the Camille support. They've had the Lux Caitlyn bot side. Do we get more standardized BLG, or do we keep throwing stuff at the wall and seeing what sticks?
I mean, it's kind of both, though, right? Because especially with the Caitlyn Lux we talked about, that is something we've seen before. I think the nice thing about BLG is they do have a lot of different drafts and a lot of different looks. And, you were already 1-0 up. Throw that comp out, see if you can just roll TES through the bot lane once again with that combo. Oh, it didn't work? All right, look towards something else in the next game. I definitely think they'll be able to re-gear and retool going into this draft. For TES, though, nice to see Jackie Love really stepping up, picking up that MVP, especially against Elk. Because, man, I think back to Elk's Jomung days where he was like that super aggressive AD carry that, Jackie Love used to be criticized for. I even knew the WE coach at the time, Domo, is retired now. And I talked to him like, hey, you guys play really heavily around bot side. He's like, Jomung will go in no matter what. So the best plan of action is making sure we're always there to make sure that the aggression goes our way. So again, a bit of a parallel in a way to, again, earlier times in Jackie Love's career, maybe without the same level of jungle attention, but still able to come out ahead in this game too.
For Elk as well, I remember in my first couple of years on LPL, at least when he was on Ultra Prime, I used to say, does he have the mad elk disease? Because he would just always go in like crazy and just going after fights and actually coming out on top of them, even on a struggling team. Now with BLG, it feels like he's honed that a lot more. And he's been a consistent star point for BLG. On the opposite side, Jackie Love has had, I feel like, one of the best years in recent memory from him. And he's looking to kind of capitalize on that.
Definitely. I think especially if you I mean, you could look at this split in isolation and say it's probably the best split he's had in years. Yeah. But even just the last year and a half, really being better than 2021, maybe early parts of 2022, when that inconsistency and a lot of that aggressive playmaking was there and was biting him. So it's been nice to see again. Picked up MVP in the last game. We'll see what changes, as it does look like we're getting into draft once again. And again, BLG have many. BLG have many different looks, many different things that they can and have leaned on throughout the split. I just more wonder is it going to be blue side domination?
That's what I'm going to. It's a likely candidate here. Blue side picks aplenty, as right now 100% dominance from that side. And if things keep going like that, BLG will have the upper hand. Anyways, we get through the first phase of bans. It's immediately that first pick Callista that we saw from that first game. This time around, maybe there is a different answer into it, and maybe it's bouncing off the back of an impressive Lucian performance from Jackie Love in that game number 1, or game number 2 rather.
Still going to be able to match the level of aggression, right? But going to have more mobility there with that dash. They also have changed things from game 1, even in terms of bans, because you remember BLG had the Vi in that game 1. This time around, they're taking that one away instead of the Nico. So definitely some things being shifted around for TS moving over to the red side. But BLG, I mean, again, being very fast with the setup that they have. Last time around, the Renata got banned out on 4-5. They're making sure to get their hands on it this time around before that happens. Knight on the Azir, so kind of filling in those gaps of that DPS that's going to be there. Knight on a playmaker is something you love to see.
And we saw Cream have some big impacts last game on that one. I think it provides so much strength. Just consistency right now. Obviously, players been very happy to pick it up in the playoffs since it's now been available. It is the Corgi. I saw the hover of the Akali. I saw also Cream go no. And it is going to be that kind of late game scaling for the mid laner of top esports.
A lot of criticism of this Corki pick yesterday for Rookie, despite the fact that in that draft it kind of, it was against Azir Zaya. Makes perfect sense. Today we're gonna get to see if Cream, gets to handle it, gets to have a good time, and gets to avoid, the criticism of bringing out a Corki, or his coaching staff, his team getting away from that criticism. Still though, you are giving away a lot of agency, right, with the playmaking that is there for the Azir. A lot coming down to how you play with the package. But we saw yesterday a lot of times going for the big package play, right, isolates yourself to then be turned on. And BLG, even just with the Renata and Azir, have a lot of tools that would make Cream's life very hard if he ends up going too deep.
I really like some of these targeted bans in the second phase. The Rek'Sai, again, even with the Urgot last game, even though top esports were able to even it up, Rek'Sai was a menace. And also Sun's Xin Zhao. So those targeted bans, very important. We'll see what the last one is going to be here for BLG. I think it would be important to continuously focus towards that engage setup potential. And they are going to go for the Sejuani ban finally.
We've had a stark lack of Renekton today. Now that the
Nobody likes the
Rek'Sai's
Croc anymore.
Yeah, now that Rek'Sai's taken off the table, I wonder if TES are going to try and patch the holes in what could be the lack of pressure mid, which is trying to fully commit the sides.
I had so many Crocodile facts, man. I was ready to go.
Is it your time now? Do you get to share them? Doesn't seem like it.
Tian, known for his Lee Sin, he does have a skin on it. Being a world champion, no big deal. It is a very, very aggressive setup right now between Tian and his bot lane of Jackie Love and Mako, and that is where top esports are best.
And like I said, BLG, they have a lot of different looks. They've shown a lot of different things throughout the regular season. Either one of these it ended up going with would, be one of those. The Wukong does lean a bit more into, I think, what the first 3 picks have already shown, which is being able to have that really coherent 5v5, right? Having the Renata ult and now the Wukong ult on top of it, you can really just make a team fight a disaster for TES. Now, having the Udyr, again, I really feel like Renekton's climbed the waysides of Prio. We've only really seen it overshadowed by the Rek'Sai in recent times. But Ben also never been the biggest Renekton player himself. Of course, can play, can bring it out, but it's going to be up to 369 now with his answer.
Hey, did you know that crocodiles can regenerate their teeth once they fall out? Just like sharks, kind of, but not the same? There you go. I gave you a crocodile fact since the crocodile got locked in.
But what does that mean for Ben going into this game?
It means he can take some fights and bite some people down and still have teeth.
Oh, there's no way. There's no way. Again, we've already seen the Udyr being shown, the Gnar, something we've seen a lot less of. The Quinn, wow! I did not think 369 would lock it in again. 369 always been a carry player despite the role he was given on JDG last year, and going to lean into it once again. We got the Quinn out from ZDZ not too long ago. He was able to translate that with Weibo into a win, and now we see if top esports will be able to do it themselves.
Dude, top esports have so much pressure in the early to mid game now. They can be everywhere on the map from the red side, and I'm very curious how BLG can respond to that. I mean, Shun has to go give resources bot side, it feels like, but he's going to need to respond to side lanes.
I also feel like the Quinn kind of glues the comp together a bit better because, right, we're seeing Lucian a lot of times like just kind of function to use that culling in mid, chunk people out. Corki will now be able to do the same. So you're having like this 1-4 setup later on. So the Quinn can just go and push. You have Corki and Lucian just taking care of the waves. And it's going to be about BLG with trying to disrupt that. And again, the best place feels like it's going to be coming through. Obviously, bot lane, in terms of laning, it really feels like a lot's going to matter on the 2v2 in this series. But then post 6, with those Emperor's Divides coming out from Knight and what he's able to set up with Shun.
Both teams have gone to the mat, it feels like, in this boxing match. It has been the first game dominant by BLG. Top Esports came back swinging in game number 2. Both of our early game teams finding dominant starts and choke holding the other. Now game 3, one of these teams can take a step towards that goal, towards that finals, and towards that MSI berth. It's a Top Esports versus BLG that's sure to be bloody, and we got game 3 starting now. It's still just going. I love it. Hey, everybody wants to cheer. I'm here for it. Yeah, we did get level 1s, like ships passing in the night. Opposite side focus for both these teams.
Yeah, BLG maybe hoping that they could find the Quinn and get Bin started off on a high note, even if you could afford something like a flash, would be very monumental in that lane, right? When you're having to contend with being a melee top laner up against a range. Not going to be able to find it, but BLG didn't find anything, like TES didn't find anything of their own on that opposite side. And like we said, it really feels like every game of the series is going to come down to a brawl in the 2v2. I think it is very smart that both teams realize they really can't pick a bot lane that starts on the back foot up against the opposition. It feels like for TES, they have more options around top in enabling the Quinn, so maybe more variety there for TS. But at the same time, right, Renekton and Wukong, if you can get them on top of the Quinn, if you can get them into that 2v2, they will be very strong. It's going to be up to 369 to chunk him out before any of that could happen.
I like the point you bring up for the 2v2 conversation, because I feel like this is the only matchup we would really get this a lot of the times. All of our other teams are very much like get scaling carries, at least what we've seen in playoffs so far for them. But we actually get the 2v2 that's so important down here. And speaking of, Jackie Love already burning his cleanse, going to have the Rend out behind him. Mako going to take a lot of damage on the back end too. And BLG will get pushing Prio here.
Yeah, so already keeping up with an incredible trade at level 1. And, right, Jackie and Mako fell behind in the first few levels of the last lane. But then we're able to make their way back in.
They want the dive. Oh, On is going to try to go for the bailout. Is it timed well? It is, but he's still taking another turret shot. It is a 1-for-1. The biggest problem, though, is that Mako got the kill. He's about to get a second one onto Elk here. He does have Flash still available. One more auto attack, and he gets it. That's a double kill for Mako.
There it was, wanting to push their advantage all the way forward, ends up biting them in the end. There is some minions obviously being lost for Jackie Love here, so that plays into it a bit, but still, massive fumble coming out from BLG with both going down.
What's up with supports getting 2 kills early in the series? In game number 1, now we got it in game number 3. Love to see them getting involved early on, because that has been a crucial focus for both these teams, how quickly their supports can get out on the map and affect it with their junglers.
I'm gonna jump into the replay before we even get a chance to think about any junglers, because yeah, they go for it, committing all onto Jackie Love. Like you said, the bailout being there for On, they were hoping it would be enough. Does get them that first kill, but now you've already flashed in aggressively. Elk, you've already used everything. Mako still having that one available just made it an easy cleanup. But again, you at least were able to deny a lot of minions from Jackie Love here, but it still doesn't feel like it swung the way they wanted.
Not just yet. Very even game early. We do have our objective spawning in about a minute. Top Esports have put heavy prio around those grubbies every single game so far. BLG a little bit less so. We'll see what kind of presence belies in this roaming style that both these teams represent. Mako already out on his first roam, also getting some vision down in mid lane.
Yeah, doing a nice job of just allowing Cream to make this trade again. I'm really interested about when top laners come into play, because 369 should have the pressure in the 1v1, but he has to be deathly afraid of that 2v2. I mean, hell, even Wukong having things like the Stone Skin, being able to dash a bit with the clone, close down the gap, means you have to be a bit scared. But of course, they weren't able to find the timing when Shun was up here. It did give Finn all the vision in the world, though.
Ooh.
Oh.
On tries to go for the flash play, can't find either connections there for his skill shots, but Shun will move bot side. There are no camps down here, but there's a dive possible. Maybe BLG trying to make good on the bailout play from last time that went awry. They just want to funnel gold into Elk. On's gonna tank it here. They already get one, and they make it out easily. That time the juggle coming through clutch.
Yeah, very nice. They have enough members here. The damage is there, and really, without the summons available, even just the same level of outplay potential not being there for the TES duo. And despite the flubs, right, we said, I think the thing that BLG have shown to be best at is Shun taking a bit of a trade, is how jungle and bot can work together. Now that we're starting to see Shun get involved, this is where they should really be able to take it to a new level.
Another plate here, 2 so far for BLG's bot side, and we heard the desk talking about bot side wins. You get a lead in bot side, somehow it just comes out on top, and right now BLG have that advantage, and a pretty hefty one with the CS differential too. Tien wants to make up for that. He wants to make the connection and can't hit the Sonic wave.
Yeah, I mean, really paying for, I mean, hell, right? Now it's kind of like, it's adding up multiplicatively. Like that first dive, all right, he lost a bunch of CS, but at least both of them went down, at least sums are down. After the second dive, after falling even further behind, it's really just starting to get out of hand for Jackie Love. And again, to bring it back to the regular season, these teams played in week 1, and that was really the story about which team can invest better in their duo lane. Again, we didn't exactly see that play out in the last game, but now with wonky picks coming across the map, it does mean there's other things that these teams have to be conscious of rather than just this early 2v2. Like
Look at
the grubs.
Opposite trade. Yeah, the telegrubbies, they're being watched. BLG's gonna get them. All 3 of them this time. Big difference than what we've seen in the previous games of this series, but it will be Top Esports getting their first dragon under their belt as well. And I guess the biggest conversation now becomes, how do Top Esports use some of this side lane pressure that the Quinn will have, and you have to utilize it well, because this is a priority pressure point for Top Esports' win condition.
Yeah, I feel like it's especially rough right now when again, you could see how 369's playing to not put himself in a precarious position, and you're also getting consistently pushed in through mid, at least thus far in the game. So we'll see if Tien looks for a window. You don't actually have like really big playmaking ults in any of your lanes besides, I guess, Mako's and bot.
We did just get level 6 for Shun, so he'll get active with that Cyclone after the redeploy comes through. We'll also have Tien's Dragon Rage kick there available to them. The setup is super important. I expect them to be bolting down towards bot side for another 3v3 setup.
This is gonna be incredibly important, but Tien's making his way over. Just gonna end up going for the reset in the end. I mean, even if he would have fully committed, right? Wave's getting pushed into bin, the ward's already there. Really would have no opportunity. But this is where it feels like the game should really start to be a bit of a playground for BLG. You have Cyclone available, Dominus is up, you're getting very close to ults being up for your bot lane, and like we said, hey, like TES aren't necessarily about being able to start action. BLGs really are, and there's some solid spikes that they'll be able to count on.
All I heard there is that BLG are the playground bullies. And,
Yeah,
I don't know if I like that narrative.
I do. Why not?
Okay,
you know,
okay.
you know what people like in media these days? They like anti-heroes, or they like villains. No one wants to root for a good guy anymore. So you know what? They should take it as a compliment.
The worst part is like all the guys on BLG are so wholesome and so kind. Like I could just never see them be evil. But maybe they're a little bit evil to Top Esports now.
Ben loves MMA. He actively wants to fight people. Like
true.
He'll embrace the role.
He's the bad child, the bad kid. Oh, they do get the Gromp in the end. 3v3 kicking off, and we called it. We wanted it, and here we get it. They're going to try for a dive, potentially. It's dicey if they do. Yan going to get engaged on by Shun. Both of them have their ultis. Double. No, it's not going to be the double bubble. The Fate's Call come back out. Cyclone in. That's that armor shred, and that's huge. Elk gets the kill here, and they're going to get that hostile takeover onto both of them. The prediction from On, but it's not enough. They don't want to go under turret because they can't tank it.
Still, I think BLG should be incredibly happy that they got one. TES feeling so pressured to try to make something happen. Jackylov's gonna be able to escape, but oh, they're bringing in more. They're bringing in more.
If 1 doesn't work, if 2 doesn't work, if 3 doesn't work, bring in 4.
Oh,
They actually don't get
right
him.
where they couldn't see him.
Oh, man. Okay, but they only get a lot of plates here. So, yes, they did move Knight over. He doesn't have TP. He'll have to walk mid, but they at least get a bunch of plates for Elk, and that is the way they win this game.
Yeah, and again, I really don't think we've seen TES themselves really pilot while sacrificing too much pressure mid, or generally like when they have throughout the split, right? It'd be on something like an Akali where you already know Cream knows how to pilot that. Maybe a Hui in certain matchups, but again, Hui can usually at least match clearing the wave just as fast as anything else to be able to follow up on these roams. We shouldn't really expect to see that from Cream this game.
JackeyLove has finally hit level 6 here. 10 minutes and 20 seconds in. He's down serious CS 30. On top of that, they will come back to lane. And that is a wound that is starting to fester here for Top Esports. They got to find a way out of it or some healing medicines. As we have about a minute, they could set the tempo if they get another dragon, but Tian is consistently hovering over 369.
And look at the minimap. JackeyLove and Mako already moving over to mid lane right now too. So really wanting to make sure that obviously BLG don't end up being able to get 5 or 6 of the grubs in package being on board. So you know, TS hoping for a fight, but BLG might not be adverse to one themselves. Again, you have Dominus. Cyclone's almost back up, but not quite yet.
Knight is backing. He has TP, but Shun gonna get about half his health down. Package there for Cream. I think they realize what could happen here.
Also, multiple ults not being up makes it kind of awkward if something starts right now.
Oh no, BLG moving in.
Oh,
Jackie. Don't have ultis. Knight getting the big cage, or at least nice Elk damage there. He's gonna maybe find Mako as well in the back end, but nice package over the wall. Cream getting some damage back onto BLG's carries. Some rockets going in. It is 2 grubs secured by Top Esports, so they'll deny the 5th grub stack, and BLG swoop in for their 4th.
Yeah, and BLG, I think it's, you know, massive that they were able to get that kill. JackeyLove finding himself separated in his spin now. Gonna be left to his own devices.
In the river, man. He's fine.
I mean, now he's a croc in the jungle, and
They don't go there.
I know. Tien's diet might include.
No.
Oh, he's going down.
You gotta go back to the river, man. This is not where you're from. All those teeth that'll be regenerated, I don't think it matters at this point because you're about to be a dead croc. They're gonna try for the engage here. Dragon Rage kick plus the bubble plus the tidal wave. All that CC chain, but Ben gets some outplay here and he's alive because he's Giga Ben. Don't step to him.
I really like the way they handled it, like kick into the bubble, tidal wave, like everything. You're not giving him a chance to go for that Q to heal up, but actually, you know, a big part of it is 369 hasn't recalled in forever. He is still only sitting on Berserker Reefs.
That's what's so insane. And we'll see what it actually means when we come back to it. But a 4th plate gonna go down, and that is so big. I would love to see the gold differential here in bot side because he's got 50 CS over JackeyLove. They are gonna get all 5 plates down here and potentially first turret.
Yeah, so they're smacking away down here. We've already been sitting on first lineup for Elk for a while with that opportunity. I do want to highlight going down to 369, just outright by his static shiv. So again, we're sitting on a ton of gold. So now maybe as we start really pressuring up there, but we can see BLG, like you said, get bot lane turret. They're already getting their first break. But now they're going to be able to start focus on looking for a lot more aggressive movement on the split side of the map.
Don't look at that gold graph. Don't look at it. It's a 3,000 differential between JackeyLove and Elk, a massive one.
Yeah, really big. Obviously, I didn't hear what you said. I was lagging like crazy. We reconnected. Whatever you said, I agree with it. And I still might sound like a robot. There's still a bit of lag there.
Little thing. For the first time in the series, BLG get the first turret. Haha! Take that, Top Esports, and your 100% first turret win percentage.
That doesn't even exist anymore
It doesn't
anyway.
matter. Yeah. I really am interested at if the fight continues here, because 369 continuously has push. Shun is the one that is in the pit here, but Tien started it up. TES are still around this, but they're gonna actually leave it.
Maybe, no back timing, obviously, like they did last time around. Not giving them the confidence to fight it, especially like I said, I feel like Dominus and Cyclone are such strong tools this early on into the game that it's going to be very hard to fight. Hell, again, perhaps something like the win, it's not really just being about taking those direct, 4v4s or 5v5.
Yeah.
That's only been away.
And the hardest factor is that you haven't gotten a big lead from 369 in the side lane, so you can't really have that as a pressure point on the map, and that kind of narrows your decision making for Top Esports. We see their decision right now is try to collapse over on the bin, but they lose another turret, and that's so much standing gold being given over to BLG. They have a 3,000 gold lead 15 minutes in.
Really wanting to try to wait to get to a point where Cream is really in this game. But it feels like they're going to be sitting on their laurels for a while, especially when BLG, again, did get the Herald. Now, we'll be able to start opening up mid-lane, right?
He doesn't have the damage yet, though. Jackie Love doesn't have the item differential as he did last game. Again, he's so far behind. Shun gonna get blasted here as he tried to take the Rift Herald yet again. BLG crack all the outer towers here.
Also, Jackie Love can blast Shun if he wants. Works vice versa. The former IG boys. It's like saying hello.
Are those good memories or bad memories?
It would probably depend on the era. Would probably.
I
Depend
think
on
it
time.
really would.
I mean,
Yeah.
I guess for Shun, maybe not. Maybe.
Yeah, I don't think it was very good for
never.
Shun. I'm just saying he wants a revenge tour against Jackie Love and Mr. Rookie and the Shy. He wants to come back around. If anybody doesn't know,
It wasn't their fault. It was a different time.
different time. Yeah. Shun, obviously a big IG developmental project. It was really awesome to see him get the call up from IG Young, replacing such big members on a World Championship roster for IG. And he has grown so much over these past splits, getting international appearances, having more of a say in how BLG play their game, just as Tien has had for Top Esports.
It's actually crazy that Jackie Love is only one of two members he didn't get to play with. Jackie Love and obviously Ning. If Shun would have been able to play with Ning, that would have been kind of weird.
That would be weird. I'm just saying that that might be awkward.
I could imagine Ning playing a mean support.
True. You're not wrong. Now we are getting to a point where BLG have stalled their advantage a little bit. I still feel like they're in the comfort zone. They have 2 items now on Elk. They need to move him around the map, and right now they're hovering over this collapsed top side.
I mean, for TES, the threat's there. If Knight does overextend, that's the player you're looking for. For BLG, I think it's just about pushing your vision line a bit deeper, especially now, a minute before that next Drake comes up, because you're also pulling TES towards top to react to you, which will then give you some nice tempo to make your way down towards bot for that next Drake.
Blue team's turret has been destroyed.
That Dragon's actually going to be super important as well. I like that 369 is trying to take aggressive trades into bin early to keep that presence down here. Maybe pull that TP out. BLG know that there's not much response up here for Top Esports, and they'll take their top side here. Bubble is not going to connect. Nice clearing of the wave from Top Esports.
Yeah, I mean, again, this is where they're going to be able to do decently well. Corky, and especially the more Jackie Love gets items under the belt, just dissuading the aggression from moving forward. The problem is, right, you're already at about a 4K gold deficit. BLG are really going to be able to start moving this forward, especially when something like Baron's up, having a Callisto. Sure, it's a totality Callisto, so not necessarily the same terror it might have been against Baron otherwise, but also having Knight on the Azir, definitely some pieces to play with, and your turn is exceptional. I mean, Renata and Wukong, it'd be so easy to sit right on top of TS anytime. You could walk up to an objective if you're even doing it.
We're going to get the TPs coming out from BLG and from Top Esports. There is the package available for Cream. Dragon started up already. Cream going to step forward. He's got those doggy treats ready to go. See who he's going to give them to today. Knight on the other side waiting for the Emperor's Divide. I think Top Esports realized they can't get to it. Tien not going to go in. They take a lot of damage on, but he is just fine. They get the dragon. Second dragon in a row for them. Now Shun going over for Mako. He's on the other side on Cream. My God, what is this master plan that BLG have put together? They're going to get Tien on the other side too, but Ben realizes he just needed to try to find Cream. They want the slice and dice, but it doesn't matter because Shun will carry the weight all his own. The man is on fire on the Wukong, and they're going to give that one to Bid. BLG already cracking down to tier 2 on bot side, and the snowball from hell has arrived.
They're right on Top Esports doorstep. 369. Let's see how confident he is here.
I do wonder though. Okay. They want to try to make the play. 369. Oh, so close. Valor to me.
Valor, sadly, not able to get the job done himself. Maybe 369.
Don't blame it on the bird.
Maybe 369 needs to look to replace him. I'm not saying there's other birds in the market, but we are going to go on the replay. Again, one of the Valor they have so many tools. They just so quickly decide to start a fight on their terms. Green is doing a bit of damage with the time on, but fight over. It's left. Mako has absolutely no chance. And then I mean, Wukong the next in so many ways. Down, forward. Again, having to move to try to save his foot laner. Even that doesn't work.
Dude, Tien tried his damnedest right there. He's like, I've got you, bro. We're going down together. But for me, I think we've highlighted so much already. The quickness of the pace of decision making in this series is going to be bar none probably some of the best in the LPL, and we've seen that be deciding factors in all 3 games so far. BLG, they found the lead early. They have been able to consistently push that lead forward, and that has been the theme of this best of 5 so far. Whoever gets that lead completely chokes out the opponent.
And hell, that's why we said at the start of the day, right? If this was a 3-0, if this was a 3-1, a 3-2, in any direction, in my mind, like, it, would have made sense. Like, I could rationalize that because either of these teams, if they find that lead again, can really take over. Seeing like top teams just completely decimate other top teams all the time. And then here again, back and forth games. The one team really being able to stay in control. BLG, it's been their story all split long. Managing to finish off.
Yo, Knight trying to go for it. Mako backsteps it though. He is dead anyways. Elk rips his life from him. Knight goes down in the end. 2 Fates call forward though. Jackie Love gonna cleanse out of the handshake. That was very nicely timed. And here comes 369. Wants to get a big play over the top rope here, but it is also been joining from the bottom side. They're going to use the vision to realize they don't really have a big fight here. Though 369, you move forward. He doesn't have the health bar to stay in this fight, and Elk just takes him down. Bid is a big old croc, and those teeth are sharp as knives. But Jackie Love trying to fight back a little bit. BLG, they decide yet again that the fate of Top Esports is death.
Yeah, they're able to come out ahead by 1 kill. And another critical thing is they're able to get Flash and Ken off of Jackie Love. Still, it was at the expense of Knight himself. So not going to have, that same level of dynamic playmaking there. But, who does Tien? He's looking for a win.
Doesn't hit the Sonic Wave, but they will get the turret here in mid lane. So there'll be another turret to Top Esports. Some of that sand and gold giving back to them, even down that 5,000 deficit. They want to make a play here. They've got a push play. They are using Cream, but Ben has that predatory instinct. He finds that back line. Top Esports are pulled off of the play.
At the end. We're fine.
You want to say it one more time? In the end?
We have our temperament under control. But Malignance now being picked up for Cream, right? That's going to be a really nice fight. And coming up as well. Dragon's coming up in 45 seconds, so it's kind of the exact time you'd want it. And yeah, it feels like it's, again, kind of going to need to be off hell. I don't know, even saying a big patch play from Cream doesn't even really feel like it matters too much. I really like how BLG's comp bites into what TES have. It feels like your only real hope is an extended standoff where that culling is getting meaningful damage down, where the rockets are connecting and making BLG have to second guess going for the engage.
You got to find a way to kind of stop their advance because we're getting to a 4th item for Elk so early into the game. This Kalista is going to be so difficult to deal with. Now we actually get the movement here from BLG towards this dragon. Would be a 3rd dragon for them. A Mountain Soul would be so big. I think the fact that we have the push here, even though the package is there for Cream, it's still good timing for TES to push towards the Baron because they know that BLG want to take it. But are they fast enough to grab this one here? As they realize that BLG have already cleared the objective, they move right back to it. Cream not going to be able to use the package efficiently this time around. And the timing for BLG, that quickness of decision making, again, coming clutch. Tien going for the back line here, as they do have Shun answering that one. I do think Top Esports have an angle if they want to go for it, Lyric. I don't know if they can actually pull it off. Elk gets about half his health bar taken out. BLG don't need to take this fight. They will end up pushing off here.
This is what we want to see from TS, right? Again, the extended standoff, the rockets connecting, and the poke from the Lucian too. But now the re-engage.
That Fate's Call used, but On cannot connect the handshake once again. Bin going over onto Cream, realizing Cream doesn't have anything to get out of this one. He's got those teeth sinking deep, and I didn't know that Crocs were lactose intolerant. That is going to be BLG straight to the Baron. Even though 369 got the side lane turret, they want to fight. BLG, they get bubbled. Knight's in a lot of trouble here. 369 has a decent amount of damage, but if BLG turn onto him, it is terrifying. Yeah, not going to go for that Sonic Wave follow-up.
I mean, they do enough. They make sure that no Baron goes over, but again, it's like every fight we get, sure, maybe BLG aren't exploding it then into like another huge objective, but they're already, at 5k gold up. They're getting another 1 or 2 kills every few minutes consistently. Really, everything just continuing to go in their favor.
Very big lead, but a scaling Top Esports who are trying to catch up, at least with Cream. And hit his 3rd item here. Top Esports haven't been one to back down. Tian has still stayed proactive on his Lee Sin. The question is, can BLG continue to move Elk into powerful positions? He still hasn't hit that 4th item yet. We did get 3rd item for Jackie Love. The Lord Doms is going to make his job so much easier with that front line.
Yeah, right. I mean, again, especially when Shun has been one of the people who've been a real terror for him to have to be concerned about. So now going to actually be able to get some damage down quite impactfully. But man, I'm still just scared of Elk. 5-1-4. What a huge score line. Like,
but he's got to be on his toes. He has to be on his toes. That's the difficult position here with the way that these teams have been playing with their ADCs, the drafting style of these aggressive ones. They have to be executed to the top in these late game team fights.
And again, it feels like a lot of it just comes down to like the level of CC, the tools that are there. Is Jackie Love trying to make the most of his opportunities. Again, TS win, in my mind, when they do best in these standoffs. So being able to get that good trade onto On early is going to mean quite a bit. BLG just hoping that TS walk too far forward to catch a wave. We can see where Shun's playing off to the side, but TS aren't falling for the bait.
They can burn the Baron pretty fast now as well, even though you're getting more of that utility build from Knight, the tankier build of the Azir that we've seen prop up in this series. Oh, they are spotted out there. Realize there could be something going on in the bush. Another thing to highlight, 369 has his 3rd item now, as well as the IE as his 3rd item. I think that is important, but it's all about where that damage goes. I think the wonder is that Tian, wanting to keep that proactive nature on the Lee Sin, actually gonna move around towards this Baron pit, try to get some vision down here just in case, because as I was saying, they take it so quickly. Knight is gonna take the brunt of 369 here. That's the 3rd item spike, and Knight doesn't really have anything to hold on to. Shun is here trying to save him, but the Emperor's Divide comes out way too late, and that is gonna be a big pick-off kill for Top Esports.
Yeah, exactly what they were looking for. Finally, something that can mean something, and now turning straight towards the Baron.
Oh no, we've seen this one before, Lyric. Don't do it, Top Esports.
They're looking for it. BLG, what do they even really have? I mean, they have some big ults up.
Bin is here. Rage bar here, getting full. He does have the Dominus. Half health. Shouldn't got this last time. Top Esports, the miracle flip, but the hostile takeover. They are on the back line. They don't care about the bear. They care about the health bars. As now TES actually gets a re-engage. The bubble is huge, but BLG are picking him apart now. 369 left out. He's not tanking. He just goes down. Elk does 4,000 damage in that limited engage, and he's going to try to chase down Mako too. Cream is here to try to back them off with the rocket barrages, but it's not going to be enough. You can't stop BLG when they are snowballing, and Elk has been absolutely massive.
He has. He's been the defining player for BLG in this game, and guess what's coming up in 10 seconds? I know it. You all know it. It's going to be the Mountain Drake.
What is
the
it,
Mountain
Lyric?
Soul for BLG, making their way over there already. Again, some people up for TS having this Baron now, but still feels like it's going to be such an uphill battle once this Drake's picked up.
Fighting tooth and nail. Top Esports don't want to give this one over so easily. But as track record shows, the team with the advantage early ends up taking a lot of the victorious moments here, at least in this series. Blue side has been king so far, and Top Esports, they do it again.
Yeah, they do. And again, just Shun finding the opportunity to get on top of the enemy team. Sure, Baron goes down, but then it's like a free-for-all. All of Top Esports, some going left, some going right, certain members jumping in. And it just really gives BLG that opportunity. But as we can see, right, Mountain Soul really feels like it's going to be so hard to overcome. Bane and Shun are going to be so tough to deal with. Sure, again, Jack has been sitting on this Lord Dominic's for a while. You're getting pretty close for 369 too. But I don't know if it'll be enough.
I think the other big factor that we're seeing now is that the two biggest parts to their success last game for Top Esports, besides Cream in a way, are being shut down, right? Like you have an 0-3 TN, you have an 0-3 Jackie Love. I think if you're going to have success for Top Esports, these two pieces have to be in successful motives, and we haven't seen that so far because BLG took control of them.
I'd also just feel, right, it's just very different. It's kind of like how we saw what BLG did last time. To where this time around, BLG, it's a lot simpler. You can 5v5 pretty much, you know, very straightforward. You have Engage, you have CC that's very easy to use for TS. You're playing more of a range game, you're playing more for standoffs, you're playing more to pull pressure to sides and spread BLG out. And then once you fall behind with that, and again, you've opted into scaling with things like the Corki, it becomes a lot harder to find those ways back into the game. And BLG now,
God, man,
just gonna brute force this mid lane turret.
I mean, you're almost on full build for Elk, and he's very, very close to that one. Some of that standing gold being taken out by Top Esports. Get a side lane turret with the side lane Quinn, but they will lose their own side lane unless there is a defense from Top Esports. So nicely done.
I mean, the one thing that Baron's, you know, being used for, right? Dissuading this from being able to come through. I guess not the only thing is they were able to dissuade the push in mid earlier too, but not going to be able to find a lot of gold value out of it for themselves, but at least they could prevent BLG from pushing ahead too much further.
And right now, Top Esports, in these moments, they're looking to get big picks. They're trying to find flanks for 369. They get the damage down with Jackie Love. They can get these picks that we've actually seen them pull off a couple times in this game. But the wallet, man, the wallet is so difficult to face up against. And BLG have been quick in their decision-making around the map. Speaking of, they're going to be quick to pounce onto Cream. He doesn't even know that On is around the corner. And that's an easy pickup kill and an 8th of the game for Elk.
It's just so sad. Gets picked off. Looks like TES is going to try and answer back with their own pickoff, but it isn't going to be able to come through. It's now complete control of the top side. You can see them pushing in both mid and top. Not going to be able to get anything off that. As right? There's been like talk, at least memes in the community for a long time, that Knight was never up to enough on these year. What a strange game. See Knight 0-2-2, not really needing or having the biggest impact, but I mean, again, the thing that is so scary about BLG, and really, I guess, any of our top 3 teams in the LPL, is that there's other people who can pick up the slack at any given moment.
It's the craziest thing, and that's why, like, you can never back down from these teams, because there is a reason why they're some of the most ruthless in our league. BLG, having had a hell of a spring split so far, they topped their record, if not beat it, last time around by 2 wins over their 15-1 regular season. Knight earning his MVP here in Spring Split. It has been monumental, even though he's 0-2, how this team has come together, leaping off of an already successful 2023.
Yeah, they really made their names. I remember the desk earlier saying that, last year BLG ascended to an elite team, and they've really been able to show it. The consistency still here. I'm just excited to see them keep getting to move forward. But again, I see the thing I'm happy about is that we do have teams that could rival this roster in the LPL, and the fact that we've already seen it in the series. Maybe not great to be saying it when the scoreline looks like this, where it's like, hey, one team is Mountain Soul, it's 14-4. But again, if you missed the prior games, game 2 looked very similar to this for TES.
Yep. It's all about blue side right now, it feels like.
Yeah.
I don't know if that'll continue. Probably. We have an Elder Dragon about 1 minute and 30 seconds. It looks like BLG are going to spend time to get to this point. We have Elk full build now, so should be getting a little bit more of that resource dependency over tonight to get him up to that point. We did get 4th item for Jackie Love, as that'll be really important as well. And we have package coming out of base in time for the Baron right now for Cream.
He's making his way over. We're gonna have to see if 369 starts joining in as well. If he flies his way over here, if he's gonna keep split pushing, because BLG are gonna get this.
Do it. TN's in the pit. TN's no, it's stolen by Elk. He's the one that secures it. Now on the other side, Cream hasn't even gotten to use the package, man. He is out of the fight, and he takes his doggy treats with him. It is a side lane pressure for 369. He will get that inhib turret, but BLG come out with everything after that. Now TN getting caught out now by On, who has had some insane flanking angles, and Elk spears him in the back. Oh no, soon onto 369, has about all of his health bar taken away, but he baited. Oh no, the long con. It is Knight, the golden left hand coming in clutch. He hasn't gotten a kill yet, but he wants one now. He's trying to take down Mako, but Shun gets him instead. And there's Knight's first kill of the game. And it's BLG who have run away with this one. Over 6,000 gold down, 369. Just buying some time with the Wings of Valor. But he won't be able to fight them back here. He is on 4.5 items. They do have the CC chain to lock him down. Knight is over on the edge. Shun has to back off too. And this is a wild fight. 369 doesn't want to go down, but BLG ties him down nonetheless.
The chase took so long, we could see Cream is already back up. He was the first person down when he just absolutely sent it over that Baron with the package. Now 2 members up, BLG already turning towards the Elders we can see on our screens. I wonder if they're even just going to keep Elk and Bin here. No, not getting overzealous, but my god, man. Elk and On are going insane after not having the opportunity to take over last game. They really are this time.
I think I just saw that Elk has crossed the 2,000 kills mark for the LPL. Huge stuff for them, but also just an incredible performance off of that Game 1 performance from Elk as well. I think he has consistently been a pillar for BLG here. I think it took a while for him to gain a lot of the fame when you had Ben, when you had Yagao, things like that. But he, over this last year, much like Jackie Love, has had an incredible rise in priority for himself.
Yeah, and I mean, again, it's kind of nice when your team is 5 pillars, right? Like, I feel like
that's how you build a building.
I really feel like you can say that about either of these teams. Every player kind of being a pillar in their own right, being part of that formula, again, just being so strong in their own role. But BLG now continuing to push forward, having the Baron. We're going to see what they're able to do. The wave top isn't really that close. They have 2 waves of supers that they could play with, but TES can be annoying with the Corki.
BLG, they just need to find a way to wrap a bow on this one. It's a nice little present waiting for them, as they will take a step forward in this best of 5 against Top Esports. The siege comes down. That first Nexus tower already gone. Bin on the side here. That Elder Dragon ringing true, and here comes the flap of the wings. One more tower falls, and BLG, they just want fight. They just want blood, and they want the scream of Top Esports as a big lockdown comes down, but it does not matter one single bit. A 13-1 Elk and a dominant BLG go 2-1 in this series and are on match point.
Exceptional play coming out from BLG, and especially the bot lane duo. It was great to see. The aggression was there, especially once we got into like the mid to late game, where you can see that Elk was really feeling it. He didn't care about just hopping forward aggressively. And man, again, just feel so excited to see this series continue, right? Both teams giving their absolute all here today.
The fact that we get such one-sided games from that absolute control early, the 2v2 bot lane has dictated so much more than we thought coming into it, and that was our main point too. So I'm very excited to see what Game 4 has in store, and if we'll be pushed to the distance by Top Esports. We'll see the LPL Lounge on the other side of this break.
When you know that you're the best and you really got nothing to prove. Hey, you really got nothing to prove. Cause I'm a lot of being afraid of. Keep going for gold. Never give up until I do what I told you. I really got nothing to prove.
and welcome back to the LPL. I'm Jeannie, joined on the desk with Nymera and Trouble, and we are now 3 games deep into this series, and it feels like we might have a potential winner at some point. Could be the last game, this could not be.
I mean, that's the way that competitive League of Legends work. You do have a winner at some point. I hope
good to
so.
know.
I mean, we could just have Groundhog Day and just keep playing the series over and over. I would actually be okay with
I don't know how I
that.
feel about that.
But I mean, yeah, coming out of this game, I think that Top Esports, they took their learnings from Game 2 and they thought, okay, we beat them in macro. Let's try doing some macro. They locked in the Quinn. Of course, there's a carry for 369, which he's been doing a lot more for Top Esports over this year comparative to what we saw in the year before that. But they couldn't pull it off.
Actually, the very interesting part right here was what Lyric said as the cast started. Is like 369 primarily is a carry top laner within the LPL after all. However, in his time in JDG, he was put the post-it on his forehead as a tank player, and he was damn well one of the best tank players that we have ever seen. However, being a carry, being his bread and butter, we saw it in the game number 2 with the Urgot, it worked. This time around, I feel like Top Esports spread themselves way too thin with 2 pressure lanes.
We have a jack of all trades this time around, but when we're looking at the Quinn particularly, we saw some incredible roams. We saw some great macro coming out as well, but it felt like it just wasn't enough because when we're looking at BLG particularly, they had the reins on this game since the very start.
Yeah, I do think that 369 showed what you can do with a pressure top lane like that, but the problem is if you're playing around, pressure lanes and stuff like that, BLG have the best bot lane pressure lane setup they could possibly have in this series right now. I think that the Kalista is working absolute wonders for them. This Kalista is something which I think Top Esports, they've tried to answer in 2 different ways now. They've tried to do it with the Draven kill lane 2v2 in game 1. They've tried it with the Lucian Nami now in game 3 as well, which we worked out well for them in game 2 in a different laning sense. But seriously, Elk on this Kalista is doing absolute work.
43% of his team's damage share, almost half of his entire team's damage was Elk.
He put the carry in AD carry.
Exactly. On lethality Kalista as well, right? If that goes wrong, you get out of lane. It is very difficult. However, there was a very squishy composition on the side of Top Esports, so it would be relevant throughout the entire game. Elk still undefeated for the entire split on this channel.
And I think particularly when you look at that lethality Kalista as well, like when you are that dominant in the early game, what does macro matter, really? Because you are so constrained in what you can do. You don't get to have the free push around the map because you're always having to be worried about what this Kalista is doing in terms of pushing. The flash predict with the Kalista after this too is absolutely sick. I love that. This was a real montage reel for them. Pretty much every game is a montage reel for BLG. Let's be honest, they're the best team in the LPL right now, or at least we assume
Even last game, yeah.
Well, a little bit of
no game to Anne this year.
No game
to Anne this year.
But I really think that Elk, particularly given his history as well, Elk is a player who has always had huge expectations on him. He was known as one of the 3 genius AD carries, and
Genie?
not quite.
You could insert yourself as the 4th.
I mean, we can see what can happen if Elk
no.
tries to pick up hosting. We'll get towards if he can be a genius of that too. But he was one of these holy trinity of AD carries coming up from that era of play. He was known as Jomang back then, and it has taken a little while for him to be genuinely contending to be best AD carry in the region. I think he has at that point now. Look at how he grew last year in 2023 under BLG, and then into this year as well. Elk has done so much good work, particularly with the kill lanes.
Absolutely agree, and especially this is why it's so hype coming into this particular matchup, because a world champ on TES will have something to say about you trying to claim the best AD carry in the league title, and I feel like Jakilov and Mako haven't necessarily showed up the way they did versus that JDG bot lane. Taking these 2v2s head on, it has been a lot of jungle attention towards the bot side of the map, and I feel in this particular draft as well, Top Esports did not make it easy for themselves. Your Lee Sin shows up once top side, your bot lane collapses.
Yeah, and that is the real problem with BLG. It feels like it is no one is an island on this team. We have had teams before which are super teams. They have 3 juggernaut lanes to try and play through it, but every time there's someone else in the equation.
Yeah, and when we're looking particularly at this bot lane, we saw a lot of emphasis and focus on it very early on. We're going to start rolling some of these clips that we want to further highlight how this is a lane that has been emphasized time and time again by the entirety of the team.
Shun is a fantastic development project, actually one of my favorite moments last year, because Mazel has always championed Shun as this development prospect for BLG. They have grown into a super team now. They didn't have to buy the players to do it, and Shun is one of those players who really developed with this team. Of course, he was an IG, but coming through to BLG, he's consistently gone up with the other development prospects in Elk and On. They have the best understanding of how to call their jungler to the lane of anyone in the world, and I think that right now, we're showing what they can do with these pressure lanes, with any jungler which can fight very early on, and then Shun starts taking off into the team fights as well, whether that's on the Wukong. We saw Jax a lot earlier in the split as well. He's played stuff like the Brand. He's a Nidalee player. He does it all. It doesn't have to be any particular champion, but when he has the go buttons like this as well, Shun has been so devastating when he can play off of these lanes.
And of course, forget one of his best champions, that is Vi as well. I feel
True,
like BLG are one of the only teams that it feels right. Just be one of Vi out of nowhere, and knowing that Shun will be able to execute through that with BLG. I feel like particularly looking towards a game number 4, and it may be being the last one as well. I really hope that Top Esports will take towards that blue side of the map, and potentially we do see even a Jackie Love Kaisa, because it has been the name of the game for this particular series, that 80 carries are prioritized in draft alone, whether it's the Lucian or whether it's the Kalista. Pressure bot lane has been the name of the game.
Yeah, coming into the series particularly, we were talking about BLG, and we were saying, okay, they're on the back foot here. Top Esports gave them a little bit of a run for their money when it came to that macro, which is something that we were praising BLG on for particularly. But Top Esports tried to play their own game, tried to take BLG for the macro, didn't work out. So what instead do you think could be that missing key element here?
You need to have some answers in either mid or bot lane, one way or another. I think we're agreed on that now. Bot lane hasn't been easy to find them. Dare I say it, I wonder if there is a pitfall that maybe BLG could play into, because I think we need to see Cream on some of his specialty champions. Do we let through Ari and see Silas locked in for Cream? Do we let that happen now?
I don't know, do we?
I mean, because I just look at Cream, and I think Cream has been developing magnificently as a player on Top Esports. He has to, right? You've got so much experience around you, but I want to see him on something that can really just take the game by the reins and just say, look, I'm the carry now, I can make the big plays, and hold Knight down in lane. In the same way that we talked about yesterday in regards to Rookie needing to be held down by Yagao. That's a very important part of how JDG overcame NIP in that series. You need to find a way to stop Knight also being able to influence things as well. In terms of, at least, I know it wasn't necessarily that visible in terms of like Dizir being the big playmaker all the time in that last game, because, you know, Knight wasn't really like the central story of that. But having a pushing early lane could be really important too. So maybe it's not the Silas, maybe we're a bit too far on that. Somebody with control early lane for mid lane, I think is very important.
I will actually agree with that. At the very beginning, we're like, Knight, the best mid laner in the LPL. Arguably, a lot would say in the world as well. And
he's on the shortlist minimum.
Absolutely, right? Faker would have a few things to say about that one, but absolutely yes. Like, but it hasn't necessarily been about these two mid laners, and I feel like it has been so much about this series. But the series we also watched yesterday, how they handshake a lot of the fist fights in the mid lane, so they're not allowed to join their teams. And I feel like at this point, it's hurting Top Esports more with Cream not being able to influence side lanes, especially with his Corki. I was expecting some package timers towards the top side of the map to get that Queen ahead, towards the bottom of the map to get the Lucian ahead, and he just wasn't able to do that due to Knight just holding him in lane the whole time.
How fitting would it be, as the one member who's not made an international event in Cream between these two teams, being a deciding factor by taking some own emphasis in draft to make himself a bit more of a main character? That would be very fun.
That would be very fun, but that's also something that we're going to have to wait and see whether or not we're going to find out, because this could potentially be the last game of the series. The winner of the series will be locked in for MSI. The loser will drop to the lower bracket and head up against JDG later on this week. So let's head over to our casters to break down this next game. We have Lyric and Mazel once again.
Thank you so much for all that wonderful analysis on the LPL Lounge. But now we get to a point where blue side has been king and early advantages have been king.
Yeah, and I feel like when you look at the series holistically, Trouble made a great point about the last game, about TES spreading themselves too thin with the draft that they went for. And I kind of think we can even like build it beyond that and be like, all right, even if we go back to game 2 and BLG lost, like I think their draft in and of itself is fine, but again, you're kind of going another niche direction. Honestly, for these teams, maybe the plan going forward is just simplify. I love that they've been going for these aggressive bot lanes and again, really fighting for that advantage. I think just keep doing that up in your other solo lanes too, right? Keep leaning on, like, let's see the Talias, let's see the Nikos, bring out the Annies for these guys, despite the fact that neither of them have picked it up this split. Like, these types of picks that I think can fight if they see an angle at any time, because both of these teams, again, if they can get the advantage, they know to push it forward. They both love being able to find these windows to aggress. So yeah, one more time, Mazel, we just simplify.
Just keep it simple. And there's another word on there that I won't add to that. So we'll keep it with the first 3 words. I think the most important factor has been kind of the way that these styles clash. We set it up at the very beginning. It was like both these teams love to chokehold their opponents. They love to get advantages and never let you see the light of day. And we've seen that. We haven't seen some big comebacks. We've seen sporadic steals, some crazy Baron flips, but it has been very one-sided in all 3 games. And I think in these kinds of moments, some of that consistency is going to be needed. Top Esports are a super team for a reason. They grabbed Cream to come fill this roster, and his facilitation, his flexibility in mid lane is very important going into this could be final game for Top Esports in this upper bracket.
Yeah, sadly, though, Nymero's wish not going to come true. I was kind of up for it, too. Leave the Ahri open. It might be a 26-win streak, but hey, if the preacher of Ahri himself is saying let it through, and then hey, let's see a potential Silas from Cream or like one of his go-to champions, man. Would have
He
been
hovered
super
the
hype.
Akali earlier. I'm just saying. When he hovers it, he usually plays it at some point in the best of 3. He maybe putting a little bit too many eggs in that basket. It is a classic of Mako, this split, and one of his most deadly champions. It is the Nautilus first pick for Top Esports, quickly answered to by the Jinx for BLG.
And we've already lost all the meta super aggressive AD carries, right? The Kalista and the Lucian, things like the Varus being a bit higher prio. Really only that Draven still being there if TES did decide that they want to go towards it. But the scaling really being on lock this time around. Might not have been the greatest performance on the Azir, but again, I like that it kind of falls into that simplicity that we were talking about. The playmaking potential is there. But if you want simple and you want playmaking, my God, does Tristana also fall into that niche?
Tree equals happy when with Tristana. They get so much cohesion in mid lane. They can pop a play so quickly as well. Very deadly, and we'll see if they can use that here in that mid lane presence, because the other thing it provides is you get so much priority in that lane typically, and so you got to find a way to use that for Top Esports. It is that classic solidified Rek'Sai though for Bent.
And so strange, right? Because we have very different picks coming out. I mean, you have support and jungle on the side of TS being shown. For BLG, it's AD carry and top, right? So ban's going to be a little bit different than I feel like usual, where a lot of times you're getting to second base, maybe both of you are banning out the same role, and we're really going down into the trenches of our champion pool. Doesn't feel like it'll have to be the same now, and BLG obviously being very conscious of what 369 was able to do with the Urgot. I like the denial.
There are some very heavy prio bans that Top Esports have done some prep coming into this one. We've seen consistently the Ahri, the Vi, the Jax as well. The Rumble is banned by BLG, so trying to dwindle down some of those top lane matchups, especially the AP there, because of the Tristana mid. We have to think that there is a lot of prio needed for BLG's support and engage potential here.
And I like it. Denying the Thresh doesn't really leave a lot of great options down towards that bot lane. I mean, the other common Jinx pairings, right, being things like the Tom Kench. I guess there are still other ways of going aggressive if they wanted to lean into something like a Rakan or a Rel, but we're going to see what they go with. Hell, I guess even Enchanters are always possible when we're thinking about the BLG bot lane. Definitely not being afraid of that, but those look like are just going to have the flex of the Rel for now.
I like the Rakan angle, but the Rel does give you a lot of strength and still a little bit of flexibility, even if we think we know where that one's going, at least this time around. See if Top Esports want to play aggressive through Jackie Love Mako. It's been 3 games in a row of 2 2v2 matchups. This time around, it is the Draven, yet again for Jackie Love into the Jinx of Elk.
And let's remember, this time around, he doesn't have to worry about a Camille flying in his face, and a Vi coming out of left field, a Rek'Sai getting on top of him. It should be a much easier game to play Draven, and it seems like for 369, he agrees, hey, there's not a lot of great options into the Rek'Sai. So he's just going to go for something that is a little bit more standard, but there is no player that gets me more excited playing Gragas than 369, the OG Gragas himself.
Yep, a staple of this guy, and one that he has taken down many a top laner with. Also, just a lot of team fight potential there for him as well to set up into a lot of CC for their team composition. There has been a consistent hover of aggressive junglers
There's
for
no way.
Shun. He does
Wow.
it. Let's go. It's a classic for Shun, answering 369. It's his kindred.
I'm a bit surprised because you not only already like you have Buster Shot, you have Explosive Cast, you have these displacement tools on TES that were already shown, but that also goes to show the level of comfort that Shun has on the kindred, being willing to pull it out. And hell, BLG, they only need one more, so I love it. Give the signature pick to your star-studded jungler.
I'm just so happy, man. He's been hovering it. He's been playing around it. This man has an over 66% win rate on this champion. He is a force to be reckoned with, and he will press the tempo of Tien on the Maokai. Something we've seen the Maokai in our playoffs be so good at is being reactive, clearing the jungle, and having those big team fight implications. But here we are with an aggressive style from BLG.
Yeah, and I mean, BLG having some levels of aggression there with the kindred, but at the same time, it's actually TES who are leaning way heavier into the aggression, right? Tristana in mid's going to give you Pria. You have the Draven down on that bot side. Even Gragas, like, you don't actually become super tanky as the game goes, so they want to get action started from minute one.
It has been the name of the game so far. It has been a slugfest in the early game that has led to absolutely dominant victories. But Top Esports are one of our best early game teams for a reason. They've opted into that aggression here for a game 4 that matters the most. An MSI ticket on the line, but a grand finals spring ticket ready to go. If you can take this best of 5, it would be BLG's second time going to MSI, and we've seen Top Esports never at that mountaintop. We are in a game 4, and it's Top Esports versus BLG. Let's go. Break those mics. All the loudness. But it's crazy when you look across this, right? I think we have so many big names, Lyric, in this wonderful league that we call the LPL. Top Esports have some of the biggest names to ever grace the scene here in this league. BLG, some of the biggest up-and-coming stars. And it's just crazy that one of these teams is already going to book their ticket to MSI, that one of these teams is already be waiting like a final boss in those grand finals.
Yeah, and it feels like, again, BLG, it feels like it has been their expectation this one. It's been their right from the dominant regular season that they've shown. Hell, again, all of these players, like seeing the international stage, except one, except for Cream. And that's where I really feel like him on the Tristana can be the difference maker. I feel like it's an incredible pick in this meta. And hell, Cream's only ever made it to double Elim in playoffs once. It was last spring. And guess who was eliminated by Mazel? It was actually BLG that sent him to 4th. That's 4 of these 5 players, right? It was the only difference was Yagao last year. So I think for Cream especially would really be a great hurdle to overcome. Beat BLG and then, you know, claim that ticket to MSI.
Take down the MVP of Spring Split. Make good on all those years on OMG where he felt like he was grabbing the team in a backpack and pulling them across the finish line. Now this 2v2 kicks off, and we have to focus because that could be a first blood for Jackie Love. One more auto. There it is. First blood and a cash out for Jackie Love. Maybe they get a second one. That would be so big. What we've seen before is bot lane leads lead to victories.
Yeah, and just really nice coming out from TES. And honestly, maybe a bit of you know, inexperience on the rel because we haven't seen on played at all this split. It has not been something he's lent on like certain other teams have. I think really getting over ambitious with his positioning, thinking they could go for that winning trade, but in the end, Jackie Love gonna start rolling.
On his Draven. It's so funny we put so much focus on Cream. But I think we spent a lot of time of this entire series praising Jackie Love for the last year he's had. Him and Elk going toe-to-toe here. We see the pro view of Jackie Love.
Yeah, just, I mean, having Mako be the one to start this up, really buy that space. And I love the flash forward. Like you said, only one more auto of the 80 gold right there. Not having a lot of time to get that stacked up for the big cash, but
gold is
still,
gold to Draven.
And again, like, not only are they finding the lead, but you have a lot less threats to worry about this time around. So he should also be able to do a lot more with it. Tien now going to be on this side of the map too. Should very easily be able to turn this into a bot side scuttle.
All right, everybody, 50-50. Ooh, Shun
gets it.
actually gets it. So he'll be on the top side of the map now this time around. TN will take the bot side. They'll push this in, try to get Prio here. They'll have a push in top side too. So it'll be first mark for Shun if they want to go for it.
I mean, they definitely will, right? Having it right there. Like you said, it equalized, but still, TES, they are not stopping.
Yeah, there's a TP coming right in from Knight. So they actually try to go for the engage there on getting locked down. Tiana over the wall. Jackie Love doing so much damage without even having backed yet. So everyone from BLG on bot side very low. Tian wants to stop their backs here. Bramble Smash does end up doing it. Sapling over the side to stop their exit too. Tian's being an absolute menace.
Yeah, and you know what? Like, Knight had to go down, cover that dive, make sure no one goes down, but this does mean that Cream's going to start finding an advantage in Tien.
God.
Being even more of a nuisance.
Tian said, Shun Hu.
Yeah, and
He's,
Mako, with the threat of Mako moving over with Hex Flash, I mean, Knight has to flash away there. So look at how much time's been stalled. And sure, BLG actually haven't really been losing gold or XP because Shun's in mid. I mean, they're losing gold and XP down here, but Shun was covering mid until now. But it's really now opening up where Cream getting, accelerating that lead, Knight being denied, and even Shun missing out on some of this.
Yeah, the fact that Knight doesn't have TP to get back, Cream has a giant CS lead now, and as well as very close to a first plate too.
And especially an experience lead. Like, you think about it, he should hit level 6 so much sooner than Knight, and then that threat of the all-in is going to be there. You are not going to have an Emperor's Divide to be able to send him flying. Hell, you don't even have a flash to be able to get away if things don't go your way too.
I want to see the movement now from both sides. Tian is actually going for the grubs first. I think it really behooves them to do that because they will have a lot of pressure if they can get the siege going, their composition, especially with Cream on the Tristana. So they take the first 3. Right now, it's not being traded because Shun redeployed towards the top side of the map. So objectives will not be traded right now, and that's big.
Yeah, it's cool. Not having the opportunity, not feeling the confidence. They group up mid first to make sure that this gets going. But still, I think TS should be happy with what they've taken so far. Actually, gets all of them.
Dude.
Wow.
BLG 5-manning top right now. What a decision. BLG won't find anything with that 5-man top. They'll actually move Knight back mid. And Elk actually just going to stay up here in top side, try to scoop up some of this farm while On and should play aggressive.
I mean, I think they acknowledge, right, like, they've already committed this time up here. We need to keep on farming. We don't want to commit to the 2v2 where we're going to get outclassed by the Straven. Sure, the Dragon's up, but they wouldn't be able to contest for the Strake regardless, right? TS would just be stronger. So I think overall it's a solid play. 369!
Oh!
The cask was there, but sadly, not enough.
Oh my goodness, that's so close. And this is this guy's deadly instincts on the big man in the top lane. Classic Gragas gameplay. Cream going in on the Knight, not going to find anything now. But both junglers pathing towards bot side. Jackie Love and Mako have a huge lave crashing into Bin. This should enable Top Esports to get the first dragon of the game too.
And right, this was expected of them. They're already winning 2v2. They're going to have pressure in mid from the Tristana. Hell, even more pressure again from the amount of time that Knight wasted. Like, look, Cream is 6. Knight's still only level 5. So TS is going to be able to take what should be expected of them, though.
They're committing.
Yeah.
BLG are committing. They're going to go top side with Elk and just kind of leave Bin down here. That Dragon going to go over to Top Esports as well.
Again, I'm actually surprised it took TS so long to start this one up. I think it'd be a fair assumption that BLG can't contest. Like, if BLG came towards bot side and I think opted into this fight, it would be so incredibly hard to actually get an advantageous angle. So I think right calling the end in again. TS didn't start it up right away, so gonna get the stacking online just a couple of minutes later than you otherwise could have. And now it's gonna be about if Shun can get into the enemy topside jungle and keep the Mark train going.
They were there
Why are the Marks a
earlier.
train? I don't know. But
yeah, true.
Right there.
Maybe it's a training mark. Yeah, I don't know. Or I was thinking more like locomotive train, but
yeah, me too.
The Top Esports were defending this earlier. Tian was on this top side and kind of pushed Shun out of the jungle. So they've been just sitting on this mark for a while. He's going to try to move over. But the thing is that dragon timing leads to a back for Tian coming back out of the map in perfect timing to respond to this move from Shun.
And they were gonna go for a dive. That Mark disappearing. As we can see, there was the threat of a dive on bot. They're gonna get this, but 369
There's a guarantee of a dive here in topside. Oh, 369 gonna get flashed on. He has the mark on him too, so this is big. And Elk gets the kill, soon gets the mark.
Yeah, sadly, no help that can be given to him. Even if TN ran through the lane, wouldn't have been able to do much, especially without the ultimate. So nice by BLG to be able to find a kill back, even getting more plates on Elk. So making sure they're not down and out from the shenanigans that have gone earlier in the game. We can see Jackie Love and Mako making their way up here now, but they might just dodge them once again.
Dude, they got 5 plates first turret at like 8 minutes into the game. Essence Reaver was completed like 8:20 for Jackie Love, and he is in prime position to do what he's done all split and honestly for the last year for Top Esports and carry this game.
I feel like the name of the game for BLG for the next, 10 minutes, 15 minutes needs to be looking for trades. They really can't contend with where TES is strong at all. And this should actually open up TES to get a fair amount of objectives, right? We have Grubs coming up again in 20 seconds, and that really should just be Top Esports for the taking.
Moving around this topside map to try and get all 6 Grubs. I would be very surprised if BLG just let them get this one, because it feels like with their composition, that could be just a death knell. But Top Esports, in prime position, they'll just start it up and no response from BLG.
BLG know the position they're in, and that's why, again, I like TS. More early aggression, like more ways or more champions that just give you that prio, easy ways of starting fights. That they leaned into that simplicity that feels like it will be key. They've already gotten 5 of the Grubs and now going to be able to finish off the 6. So with that Essence Reaver power spike, with how strong Jackie Love is, they're going to be able to just start mowing down the rest of these outer turrets.
Lyric, I'm terrified. It's Grubageddon. Oh no, what will we do?
A little bit silly, but that actually hit. And you know who else is hitting?
It's terrifying.
TES right now. Oh, no, they're not.
I just wonder. Yeah. Hey, there's a cuddly cat there. It's fine. Jackie Love trying to get more plates under his belt, and that's the most important thing. Can Top Esports move this power point around the map and find more gold for him? As Shun will take another mark. That'll be a 3rd one of the game for them. They get the engage topside. Oh, they catch out on, and Jackie Love cashes in for his 2nd kill of the game.
Yeah, huge swing again. This is exactly what they want to be doing. Oh, that was so close to them being able to find Shun, and Shun doesn't have flash, so he would have just gone down. But that will now just be a dream for TS. It isn't going to be able to keep up, but it feels so hard. It feels so hard if you're BLG in this position and where you can realistically look.
At that, man.
Like, making plays on the Gragas. He's a Gragas, he has sustain, he has the explosive cast to not only push you away or get the wave away, like can bring you in, the potential for the outplay being there. Cream, he's mobile, he has self-peel tools. Like, really, it is such a rough position for BLG, as we're going to see here on wanting to threaten with the Q and just try and give room, but ends up getting completely taken down and taken over by Jackie Love.
I'm not saying that the analysis was correct, but maybe a little bit of rust in those metal links of that horse. Is Knight? Oh, a little bit of engage on a cream, threatening the Emperor's Divide combo. But there is another dragon in less than a minute, and Top Esports will have priority here in mid lane because of this pressure.
I mean, look, now we come back from the recall, another BF sword, another crit cloak on top of it. Like, our Draven's only getting scarier. He's on his way.
Mark.
Yeah, there we go. There's that bonus range going to start coming through now. Shun's really been on pace with these, but TP flank.
They really want to stop this play because BLG could make a big change in the gap. Nature's Grasp going to come across now, as well as the Whirling Death. The explosive charge not going to be enough to do anything. Cream can't get the reset there, so some big tools used, and Top Esports going to try to take another turret.
Remember, they have the might, so they can just start hitting this, and it's going to become unbearable.
They can also just take the fight. There's the Lamb's Respite, buying so much time. The turret's still alive too, but here goes the health bars of BLG. One by one, they fall. Jackie Love, he's cashing in all day.
Top Esports coming out huge off that dive. I love waiting out the Lamb's Respite. Getting the kills, expanding the gold lead even further, and my God, it feels like we're on our way to 5 games. The LPL comfort zone.
What's that I hear in the distance? I think it sounds like silver scrapes on the way. I don't know. But anyways, we're not going to curse anything. I think the fact that we have seen a resurgence from teams in this series, every time there is a loss, the blue side advantage really coming into bear, but it's been this bot lane that has decided every game so far.
It really has, and again, we're going to see the play here. I thought it looked a little bit rough. He has the Magnet Storm to pull Mako, but Mako gets lucky, survives on a sliver, and then it's just so easy, because again, they have enough damage. I mean, especially with Cream here, too, the amount of DPS and burst between these two is absolutely ridiculous. 2 items now for Jackie Love. The first
14 minutes in the game!
Finally finished for Elk.
That's just unfair. His cheat code's enabled right now. It feels like if you ever played some arcade game. Jackie Love is having a great time.
I feel like BLG have no one but themselves to blame. You remember earlier when you said you wanted to see one of these bot lanes lean into scaling? You don't do that. You don't disrespect the other bot lane.
It comes back to bite me.
In this matchup. You don't. You like look at these 4 names. You
Just fight at level 1 and see what happens. Ooh, engage on though. They have so much damage. Didn't stop the crash down. The cask over the top at 369.
I do love getting the final cask in there, making sure he gets himself on the board too. As BLG now gonna try and run them down.
They kind of can't get the engage there. Bin was a little bit behind the play on the side. Here comes the Nature's Grasp in from Tien. Ooh, they got the Sun Disc. Oh, Jackie Love just did half his health in 1 auto attack. Oh, nice play. 369 getting caught now. Okay, Elk gets excited. Knight gets a kill. They get a little bit of gold back. Top Esports overextend, but back at the lair, it's Cream taking a side lane turret. Only gets about half of them as On's coming to try and get the engage here.
And this is, I mean, like, I love Tristana for this reason, right? You push sides so well. You team fight so incredibly well. You open up so many more jungle options. You're a flex pick. I think any draft that can get this really just open up so well. I like what TS did. You get a 1-for-1. You get a side lane turret off of it too. You at least get pressure in a side lane, and now getting a Rift Herald on top of it. So only furthering their gold lead. And I just want to keep reminding everyone, they've 6 scrubs. So this when that Rift Herald goes down and they go for that push, they might be able to take a lot if BLG aren't in the right place on the map.
They also have 100% objective control here, at least neutral objective control. And that hasn't been the case in any of the games so far for either team. Honestly, it's been very back and forth. So this could be a sign of the times a change in here. Top Esports taking advantage, maybe a little bit of that momentum. It's a 5-0, almost 3 item. Jackie Love comes back to the lane. They can continue to press their advantage here.
Yeah, and it's, again, you don't even really have like a whole ton of CC. Like, okay, bin knock up, we have the shuffle from Knight, and then on, you know, a majority of his kit generally. But finding access onto the Draven with any of those is going to be pretty hard. I feel like your best bet is actually Knight, being able to get like a nice shuffle in there. But he's been very hesitant on pulling the trigger of the last two, which makes sense, right? BLG were never in great positions, but it really might come down to him. And who knows? After this, I mean, with how this is going, BLG might even have to just rethink this Azir pick altogether. Knight has not been able to find any impact so far.
And the Tristana finally making it through draft here.
Yeah.
A big sticking point for Cream. Taking a little bit of the pressure into his hands.
You want free prio? You want free prio? You want free push? Tristana's giving it to you. Tristana's giving it to you.
We've seen it be so true. Ooh. Jackie Love, he has flash, but he mistimed it. And now Jackie Love gonna go down. Shut down to Elk. My God, they just gave that animal so much gold.
We said it had to be Knight. It had to be Knight with the shuffle. Does manage to find it. Like you said, Jackie Love sadly not able to get out of there with the flash. So they do manage to get a pretty nice pick. And again, when you're this far behind this BLG, and right, the map is the way it is. There's no dragon. There's no topside objective. Like, you're just happy for the reprieve. You're happy for the shutdown as well. Yeah. Jackie Love was worth a pretty penny. You're going to be taking that any day of the week.
Unfortunately, Elk still couldn't get his second item completed there, so still very far behind on Jackie Love. They're going to need a couple more of those, but no more bounty on Jackie Love's head. We do get second item completed for 369 as well. They are going full scaling with him as well, and AP, so love to see that because they can find consistent engages through him.
Oh, he's going to have to... Actually, no one nearby. He's probably completely fine. I guess Cream could move down, but that would be kind of risky and potentially open yourself up to get collapsed on from both sides.
BLG They have a lot of damage. You have to remember they still are a double marksman comp here. Nature's Grasp going to catch on to 2. Knockback with Tien leading the charge. Here comes Cream. He's going to rocket jump to victory here. Soon going to use the Lamb's Respect. He does have a push out there. Oh, the bomb just in time. And Top Esports have been destroying this game number 4.
And that's why we question the Kindred, right? You're picking it into the Buster Shot and to the Explosive Cask. So there's a lot of potential for you to not find the value out of that you were hoping for. And now from TES, I love it. You've got top turret, pivot to mid with this Herald. They're going to force this one down, and it's going to lead into a great timing for Drake.
Yeah, I mean, they're 9,000 gold up, almost a little bit more now. The turret goes down, Dragon spawning right now, but actually Cream not going to have a lot of health to come back to. He does have TP. We need to get the reset off, but Top Esports already in position.
Problem is Shun isn't here, so this would still only end up being a 4v4, even if BLG were like, hey, let's go, let's pull the trigger.
Gonna move in. Look at 369. A second item also completed for Cream. Bin on the side. They have double flanks going. Who's going to have the more effective one? Cream catches out Bin on the side now. They're in the pit. Could be a 50-50, but On is getting knocked away. There's Shun in the back. Big shuffle from Knight. They get one down, and now guess who's excited? It's Elk. They are on him, though. He's still alive. He's still kicking. Knight's taking down Cream. How is he still going? BLG, they fight back from the brink. They take everybody, and that's a 4 for 3.
It ended up being so close with Cream only going down to the end, but somehow BLG pull it off. Maybe they aren't going to have to rethink the here because Knight finds the shuffle. The Get Excited comes through, and now a Drake going to be able to be picked up for BLG side. Things looked a little bit dicey to start off with the Tristana finding some nice damage, but it's right here. Emperor's Divide comes through, no flash. Jackie Love and Cream, both carries just getting pushed in. There's the Get Excited coming out from the Jinx. And this is where it was like, all right, Cream, time for you to pop off. Knight buying a ton of time with the stasis.
Dragon MVP.
Exactly, Dragon actually kind of being on both teams. He changes sides, a bit of a fair weather fan. Some would say only roots for you when you're popular. But in the end, BLG did come out on top. Again, they are still in such a hole, though. The TS still maintain control of the map, but hey, every one of those counts, right? Like this is getting closer and closer in terms of the kills. You've now stopped the dragon stacking, but oh well, cares about dragons. It's Baron time.
If we know Top Esports is that they want to try to 50-50 these Barons, they aren't going to take that now. They're going to take the fight. Nice flash onto Bin. Bin's in trouble. That's a big corridor, triple, quadruple knockback, and now the respite is going to be huge. They actually get some damage onto the backside here. Cream has a little bit himself. He could rocket jump over the edge. BLG with Elk at the helm is starting to get to the point that Jinx matters.
I will say, though, Elk was not a concern in that fight, right? It was 369, I think Tien, the other ones who were just like, not committing, but just, you know, moseying their way on over to be like, hey, you can't walk in. You don't get to come over here.
Hey, can't do that.
And,
not allowed.
that's how they were able to find their first one, but still.
Round 2.
Or before
fight.
here.
Ooh, he misses the Shattering Strike there. It's a little bit rough. Now On, that reset was just around the corner for Cream. Not going to find it, though. On has to back away. BLG tried to find something, can't do it. And Top Esports, they now have a 3-item Jackie Love. They will force this Baron every time they get.
Again, the problem is TES have the damage, but BLG have the range, which is how BLG are making this so annoying for Top Esports to be able to commit with. You don't even have the Maokai ult, so turning becomes a lot harder. And yeah, they without those tools, without some of those key ults, they really just can't commit, or they can just get poked out.
Ooh, Top Esports playing on the knife's edge here. Jackie Love was stepping up, and there is a length of engage for BLG. Very detrimental to his health. We'll get the reset coming through here from Top Esports, so things quiet down for just a little bit, but BLG are showing life. This is the first game of the series that has felt like there is some possibility from the other side that is losing to have some comeback potential as time goes on.
And I think a lot's going to come down to that last Drake being taken away, because now you're going to have to wait another 7-ish minutes to be able to get to Soul Point, to have Soul, and then again you're waiting another 5 minutes after that to have an Elder fight. That's even saying that TS would be the one to get those next 2 Drakes, right? So you're going to be able to buy more time for Elk to keep picking up his items. Shun's only going to get more marks. He's going to get more damage. He's going to get more range. And TS, sure, their comp does have a lot of engage, but still, BLG have disengaged too. Like, they can use the Emperor's Divide for that. They have tools like Shun's ult to also be able to survive, even if there are counters there for TS. So I agree. Like, it is getting closer as this game goes on because of the comp that BLG have gone with, because of that range.
Look at the way they're playing those two, just kind of waiting off in the bushes. Ooh, a collector completed for Shun. So second item there. Second item for a majority of BLG. Top Esports struggling to find vision control on the map. BLG continuously contest them. The Baron is still there. And if we know Top Esports, it's that they are itchy with that trigger finger.
Oh, they're going to have to back off. Like, if you're committing 369 to pushing bot, you just commit him to the turret. BLG aren't doing anything here. Feels like being a little bit overzealous. Now is when you should start making those postures, right? With Knight showing down on the bot wave, but after losing all that health, it feels like the time is gone. But hey, doesn't seem like it's about the Baron. Seems like it's just about stalling for more time with Dragon coming up in 50 seconds.
Oh, Cream. He doesn't have flash yet. It's coming up very soon. They almost trade their lives. Ooh, not gonna find it. Prey Seeker not there. The Whirling Death not gonna find Shun. They were so close to going down right before a pivotal objective.
Yeah, now both gonna have to go for the reset. Cream luckily does have the teleport. Actually, still 27 seconds, so it doesn't even seem like it will be needed. But both teams now making it up towards this top side. It looks like TES maybe thinking about collapsing.
Oh, they're gonna TP. That's a double TP actually coming from top. They
That's
have
not
the
close.
angle. Nature's Grasp gonna actually connect. They get the TP in from Knight as a response. All 5 members of Top Esports around here. Dragon is spawning right now, but they want to force their hand around the Baron pit. The engage comes from Mako, but they are a little bit split here. Elk does a decent amount of damage on the poke, but they can't get into the pit this way, so they have to walk around.
I gotta say, the idea seems kind of half-baked with the vision that they had. I mean, you're not getting your soul laners anywhere near close enough to be able to follow up Tien's ultimate. So, all right, we pull 1 TP, but we use 2. They have tempo going down towards Drake first, but at the same time, I feel like BLG have delayed enough time in this game where they're fine.
Yeah.
Like, oh, all right, you take that. We're getting close to LDR for BLG. We just saw another item finished up for Knight with the Frozen Heart, so they're getting onto those 3 item points. And now there it is. Lord Dom's finished up for Elk.
God, that's terrifying. Top Esports, they have their fight cut out for them. They might have the late game win condition of those 6 grubs to help them burst down those turrets, but you gotta win the fights. And I think Knight is gonna have a lot more of a say as he gets tankier and tankier against Jackie Love and Cream. They will not be able to stand up to a fight against him. They'll have to really find a way to position around the engage of Knight, but also his damage.
Knight again, like, slow early game, but has really found a way to make his presence known the longer this game's gone on. Cream, kind of the opposite. A lot of presence early. We haven't seen the same since this game's kicked off into mid-game. For Cream, it would be his first international appearance if he could win this game and then, you know, get to Game 5 and give Top Esports that hope.
And for BLG, it would be a making good of their summer split. It would be a grand finals appearance. It would be a second MSI in a row. Top Esports positioning for the fight. The cast could come through at any moment from 369. They go for the engage on Mako. Mako trapped down though. Cast comes through. Big Nature's Grass to catch out multiple members. Oh my god, On might have just had the major play. Here comes Knight. He wants the engage. He doesn't find Cream, but guess what? BLG are fighting tooth and nail, and they have cut down this lead by a huge margin. It's a triple kill for BLG, and they're on to the Baron.
I think this will really be the turning point of the game, because now that they have the Baron with their composition, they're going to make such good use of this objective. You can see Ben even wanting to follow 369 around, maybe take another member of TES. Ooh, you gotta be careful, Ben.
This is an AP 369 Gragas. Oh yeah, Ben. They will just buy time for Knight to get over here. And 369 can't take a giant fight like that. He'll get his shield up, gets a little body slam out of the way, and Elk gets another kill for himself. And he has now surpassed Jackie Love. He's 8-2, and a big fight from BLG, all led off by On.
Yeah, we're gonna see here. I mean, they were hoping to find an engage. I gotta be honest, I feel like a bit of a wasted cask coming out from 369 to just try and separate the front line when you gotta save that, but there it is. The Magnet Storm drawing all of TES in, chain that into the rockets so Elk can get excited and just start running them all down. And I mean, what could Jakulev even really do here? It ends up being such a chaotic sprawl. A lot coming from that engage from On.
And again, I know we talked about it earlier in the series, but this guy has been such a saving grace of BLG. On has really made his stamp. I know Missing has talked about him. I know multiple supports across the LPL have talked about him. But him and Elk have been so in sync in their domination at the hands of BLG with BLG. And Elk is going to be in a prime position, but On, with this rel that we talked about in draft, that's not a normalcy for him, has made some difference-making plays.
And he did struggle On, right? Because, I mean, this game has not necessarily been a portrait of, hey, On's had a super insane game, right? But finding those clutch moments to make an impact is what it's all about. And this, again, I really feel like BLG here are in such a great position with the Kindred and the Jinx, just be able to continue to siege down.
You're eating those words, Lyric. The scaling hyper carry, it's coming to bear. And Elk will just be able to use this to take down a tier 2 and maybe even crash into this one. They do still have the Baron for about 1 minute and 10 seconds. BLG have withstood the storm. They will still need to fight at these next objectives as Knight's getting collapsed on, but there is about 1 minute and 10 seconds for another Dragon. Still top esports on Soul Point, even if we are at an even game state.
Also curious to see where Shun is at in terms of the marks. I mean, after how the early game went, we didn't pan over the BLG players' perspectives all that much.
We've been fighting, Lyric. We've been fighting.
Dominating, exactly how dominating of a start they had with all the aggression that there was. But, right, I mean, we saw early game, he got the first, so I know he's picked up at least a couple. After that, every 3 more is just even more range that you'll have to contend with. They have this Baron, they're just going to keep sieging down.
The saving grace of top esports is they have veterancy at their side. They have world championships at their side. They can stick in these tough, pressureful moments and still find the fight they need. TN wants to get that engage on the side. Look at this angle. They actually have a good one here. 369 over the top here with the cast. They get him into the pit, but that's the respite coming through, and it saves so much time, so much damage. But here comes the resets from Cream, and Cream is popping up now. He was the last puzzle piece that top esports needed this season, and they completely wipe BLG.
And it was enough. Now looking at these death timers, I wonder how much they can get down to the base. Maybe at least get an inhibitor. But that should be it. Mako trying to go on the hunt, trying to stop Bin from going back, but he does manage to do so in the end.
I think he saves it because of that. He's very tanky.
On's up in 6 seconds.
One push. They have the 6 grubs. They have the Tristana.
Oh, they do. You're right.
They are on the verge of pushing us to Silver Scrapes, but here comes the engage. They have so much damage with Cream, though. He does so much if he can dodge out of the engage. Look at him go. He's got one, but they will back off after that. The Nexus Tower still alive. No! It's not enough. Cream and top esports make it out alive. They do lasting damage to BLG.
It feels like the wrong choice, though. You had to be able to turn it and take that dragon. That would have been Soul. Would have been sold for TS. It still, funnily enough, might be, huh?
Yeah, it looks like it is.
Well, I'm guessing BLG reading that maybe they'd already sent one member there preemptively to start doing that. They definitely would be able to stop them. They ran forward, but yeah, a big chunk of damage there. And now it's gonna be here where, again, this flank, very nice. Explosive cast come through. It might send him into the ult of the Kindred, but Knight's ult ends up doing that too. Yeah. So no one from TS goes down when maybe they otherwise could have. And then we see the explosions come out from Cream, just consistently getting the resets on those jumps and following through. I really feel like they're fortunate for getting that soul, but hey, we take that. We take that because you know what? It gets us closer to a game 5.
There were 2 avenues there. Knight could have played it defensively with the Emperor's Divide, but he played it aggressively, and it delivered a couple big bodies right onto Elk during the Lance Respite. And I think we have seen a little bit of desync from BLG, which is not something that we normally see. It's been small, it's been in little moments, but it's making the difference right now for top esports.
And I think that is just really a lot owed to 369, right? Because Knight might have been looking for that play already, right? He's thinking like, hey, how do I shuffle in Jakulev or Cream? And then as you're looking for that play, out of nowhere, Gragas comes, gets right on top of Elk. As, hey, we finally get a recheck up with Kindred. Actually, he hasn't found that many more marks.
Don't worry about it. Don't look at it. It's fine.
Only sitting on 5. We got those first 4 in like the first 15 minutes. I guess, though, he didn't really control out of the map. after that point. Now it all just comes down to, once again, one big fight. A lot of tools up for both sides, especially in terms of summoners. Same level of threat not going to be there.
We have full items for Jackie Love, getting there for Cream. Very close for Elk. He will not find the engage just yet, but Top Esports' favorite thing on the map is spotting, and it's got a lot of hands, and it's a big purple worm.
And they're going for it, and this time around, they do have ults to turn. When they tried this earlier, they didn't have the Nautilus ult, they didn't have the Maokai ult.
Oh, it's already gone.
Oh, it's gone?
It is already gone. That might just signal the end. That might just see those silver scrapes coming loud and clear. But Knight goes in on the back line here. They actually get the reset now as well. Elk is pumping damage. He gets the GA for Jackie Love. This is an ADC tussle. It's going to come down to Elk being that crazy man, but he can't do it. Knight on the other side can't make it out either. And they don't have anything left. Elk going for more. Elk going dead. And Top Esports, they fight the fight once again, and they come out on top once again.
And we see the GA making the difference for Jackie Love, coming back to life, and they're able to absolutely run the fight. Now you got some decently long death timers on the 3 real sources of damage for BLG. So TES, we're gonna see what they can do.
I see the base crumbling the moment that Top Esports seized. They have regained their moment. They have regained their glory. They have heard those silver scrapes calling their name, and they see BLG as prey in front of the tippy top. We're going all 5, baby. It's the upper bracket semifinals for a reason. BLG versus Top Esports. Silver scrapes on the way.
I don't get it, man. Like, this is a magical region, and I should get it. I've been here for many years now. The amount of 5-game series that we get in the LPL, ridiculous. Here we are. This is going to be our 5th already in playoffs, going the distance. And again, you couldn't have asked for 2 better teams to show up and bring us there.
It took a little bit to get going. This was our first really back and forth game in the whole series itself.
Yeah.
And now a shot to MSI, a shot to the grand finals, relies on one game. You have your GA, you have your lower bracket still available, but the sweetness of locking it in now, of being that final boss, I couldn't ask for a better story to tell. We'll see how this story pans out in game number 5. We'll be on the lounge after this break.
When you know that you're the best and you really got nothing to prove. Hey, yeah, you really got nothing to prove. 'Cause I'm alive, I've been afraid of. Keep going but go. Never give up until I do what I told you. I really got nothing to prove.
Hello and welcome back to the LPL. Another 5-game banger this time around. We have Top Esports against BLG, both sitting at 2-2. Coming into this series, Alex, you were like, how funny would it be if the one player who hasn't made it to an international event is going to be the deciding factor here? And let's just give it to Cream this time around, because this guy played out of his mind.
Yeah, I mean, obviously shout out to Jackalov as well, because he had a fantastic early game. But when it came to the late game team fights, oh my word, this Tristana was absolutely taking heads. 11-1-6, very hard to get off the table, incredible damage share. And this guy was the difference when it came down to the late game team fights.
Absolutely, and we were looking for somebody to go toe-to-toe with Knight, and he hasn't necessarily been the story of the entire series. The mid lanes haven't necessarily been that pop-off factor that we expected, because it has been all about the bot lane all series long. However, Cream stepped up to the occasion in this particular one, and what a great way to push his team to game 5, especially when he's surrounded by so much experience, to be the one to help them go through.
Now, at the end of last year, Cream made a disastrous play to see OMG out of world contention at the end of summer. He Kaiser ulted into 4 people, and that was the end of things. On the Tristana, the champion which is famous for jumping into the enemy team and kind of either making or breaking things, he makes it work. This is so clutch from him. And again, it goes down to the wire now. It's going to be a difficult game 5. You'd assume that BLG are going to go over on blue side as well. But this game was so clutch from him.
Yeah, and it's also, and when we're looking particularly at the goal difference over time for this game, this is the closest we've seen in terms of a back and forth that we've ever had so far in this series. We saw BLG being so close to actually closing it out, and Top Esports throwing this game away, but they managed to bring it back.
I think actually, you know, that gold graph and the dip in it from BLG fighting back, a lot of that goes over to Elk as well on this Jinx. I think that the team did a really good job of just allowing him to sit in the pocket, somehow play around Shun's Kindred ult and try and get themselves back into the game. It was very close at points, but I do have to now question what's going to happen with this Game 5 in regards to if Top Esports have now said, look, we have a way to draft to deny all of the kill lane bot lanes. Maybe there's a way for JackeyLove to be actually the dominant AD carry between the two of them, at least in early game.
But this is where it gets a bit scary because JackeyLove actually got ahead. JackeyLove and Mako, we sort of criticized them for the entire series. Like, they haven't necessarily been playing and taking that 2v2 towards Elkan on the same way that they did when they were playing versus JDG and 3-0'd them. In this particular series, they did. They played for the 2v2, they played for the 2v2 pressure, they were pulling summoners very early on, and they were super strong. However, when you go to these team fights, BLG, Knight particularly, onto that Azir was finding such good shuffles.
Dragon MVP.
Dragon MVP.
Turns out that Dragon is it's like you know, when you're in like football or something and the crowd counts as an extra man, that's like the home crowd advantage and stuff like that. I think Dragon was playing that for both teams here. It's like auto attack, auto attack, auto attack. Dead. Ocean Dragon MVP there, I suppose. But I mean, yeah, these team fights were absolutely insane. This is, I mean, Lyric was saying at the end of the cast, there is just something magical about LPL. Folks, enjoy these games. Enjoy these because you won't find these elsewhere. We have a certain way to just make the heart rate go incredibly high. Even if you're a neutral party watcher and you're not a fan of, you know, specifically one of these two teams. I'm just such a big fan of the gameplay here as well. 369 on the Gragas, another staple for him. We've got JackeyLove's Draven, some real big history here too. And it's just wonderful to watch them play it out.
I'm so happy that we literally sat here and we're looking at a 5-game series and we have mentioned every single player has had a key moment for the entire series. We were looking at the bot lane, then Cream steps up, and then 369 is on the flank, which finds the AD carry. Up to that point, that Jinx Elk was looking so scary in the team fights. It was taking him one reset to run over an entire team fight, and apparently every single member from every single team can step up at any moment. So I'll echo you, Alex, here. I feel like these games are so freaking enjoyable to watch.
And, you know, the more I watch this clip, there's just always another clip. It's incredible just watching how many clips there are in terms of the team fights. You can just put them all in there. And every time you go into these team fights, you are just, again, reminded of the fact that everything is a well-oiled machine. Everyone plays their part.
And everything here is almost on the line. There's a one-way ticket, a guaranteed ticket to MSI, but also the loser will go back down into that lower bracket and they will have to face JGG in the upcoming match. But whoever will that be, we're going to find out as the winner of the series goes into the grand final. So BLG against Top Esports for the last time today with Mazel and Lyric.
Welcome back, everyone, for a pivotal match. The only one that matters in this best of 5. A victory, some would say maybe akin to heaven. A trip to MSI and a trip to grand finals. Losing goes to a very hungry and ramping up JDG. I'm Mazel, I'm joined by Lyric, and what a game 5 we have on the cusp. Two of our best early game teams, two of our most fighting teams. Blue side has had dominance. Does it continue here?
Exactly. It kind of I mean, it's been the story so far, right? So it'd be hard to go against it. But man, these are the two best teams in the LPL. JDG definitely has to be feeling a little bit nervous about going up against either of them. But still, again, that, like you said, that trip to MSI being on the line, it would be Kareem's first international journey. He was the big playmaker and one that stepped up in that last game. But I think the desk nailed it, man. These two teams are just so star-studded. We've been able to highlight every player throughout the day. These teams can pretty much play any style. Sure, they have things that like they're the best at, right? BLG in those bot lane dives. Some of the aggressive plays we've seen through topside earlier in the split with 369. But they really just can't do anything. It's like, man, who knows what's going to happen in this last game?
Well, I hopefully know that we're going to get early 2v2s in bot side. I also
I guess we know
that we will see some walk-arounds at level 1 from everybody. But I also know that these 10 players can be putting their all into this one. I think a lot of pride is given to the LPL in terms of the way that we approach the game, the gauntlet that is our playoffs. And when we get to these top 4 teams, it is insane the level that we get to see. And the fact that we've seen both these teams literally pick each other apart in dominant, like 10K difference wins across this series. And now we get a game 5 that could hold any of that in it. I'm very curious as some of the big picks that we've seen along the way. Does the Ahri maintain an absolute presence in the ban pool? And what else gets let through after that Tristana from Cream?
Yeah, and I feel like I'm going to say a similar thing to what I said before last game. Of, again, like, keeping it simple, I do think like drafting prio lanes and drafting some of these 2v2 kill lanes has been a good look for both sides, because they've shown that, okay, it got dicey last game for TES, but they really are both so just good at snowballing. Like, when you're in game 5, a lot of the keywords stay the same, right? The bot lane aggression, looking for these kills, those 3v3s that we know to expect. I do expect BLG to potentially pivot away from that Azir. Knight did have a better game last game than he did in the one before, right? Especially that one huge shuffle we saw around Dragon. But getting his hands on something that maybe is a little bit more focused, you know, mid-game focused, and especially something he's more comfortable on, that he has more reps on, especially over the years, would be a good sign for BLG heading into this game 5.
So much stress, so much pressure. You see a little bit of the setup, a lot of the wary faces of a 5-game series that takes everything out of you. And I think the way we've seen the Lucians, the dictation of the bot lane, the Jinx that now comes into play, a little bit of that later game scaling, I think we will continue to see Cream get some priority there. Knight's gonna have to have an answer. I think there has been a lot said in this series by both teams in the way that they want to approach in their win conditions, at least.
Yeah, and again, I feel like both these teams still have different change-ups and different curveballs that they can throw, right? I mean, hell, TS have played things like Theorn's support if they wanted to go towards the center, the Rumble being down there if they wanted to go towards something more aggressive like a Kalista, right? So there are still different looks we haven't seen. We're now going into the Game 5 draft. The question about the Ahri still being answered. That one still is going to be taken away. And kind of comparing this to what we saw earlier on from BLG, they're actually keeping the same blue side bans that they did have in their last win. And hell, same goes for TS, not changing anything from that last red side loss.
All right. We get the Kalista for Elk. That's huge. We saw him be an absolute monster the last time around he got that pick. It got banned the next game. The Varus, for the first time of the series, comes out, and it is also followed by the Azir for Cream.
And we saw 3 games on the Varus up against JDG. All were wins. JackeyLive had a great performance. So it's nice to see them lean on this, something that can bring pressure in the lane, but you still can fall back on. You know, we're going to see what build he ends up going. I feel like knowing JackeyLive want to go for that earlier aggression. You already have long range to play around, so maybe end up being the poke build, but there we go.
He's the one that got
BLG.
the pass.
Exactly. He is one of the passes. We know how he's going to play early, but look at BLG going straight towards the Talia. The Jack's there too. Is a flex, right? We've been seeing it a lot more in the jungle, but when you have been, it always has to be a consideration up towards that top lane.
So there's little things that I like to pick up on when we get shots of the players and stuff. Bin was the last one to walk away. He got a lot of love from the coaching staff as he was walking out to the stage. They had this in their back pocket. They're saying Bin is the one to carry us to victory. That side lane with Elk at his heels on the Kalista. It is the Poppy that finally makes it through. And I'll just say Tian is one of the best Poppies in the LPL, if not the world.
And they're like 3-man core that they have right now is just really good. A lot of synergy together, right? The range you can play with, the peel that's coming from, I mean, hell, Varus and Azir bring self-peel, but now all the peel that the Poppy's bringing on top of that, the dashes, the jumps that you're denying, the Kalista and the Jack. So I really like what TS have been able to put together for themselves so far, and taking some key learnings from earlier in the series, banning away the Camille. They know the most deadly thing BLG can end up drafting is a composition that could just find ways to hard force from a bunch of different angles and lock down the immobile backline, especially that Varus.
See what that flexibility belies as well. It is the respect ban of the Camille as well as the Renata towards On, taking away the combo with Kalista. They had to grab the Jax over priority of that, so they're okay with what could come next. The Nico banning away a little bit of the setup that Mako could have with the Varus.
And I wonder where they'll go with it. I'd kind of prefer, I was going to say I'd prefer if they just pick Rek'Sai, even if it doesn't necessarily fit into their comp well, because it's just that generic top laner that you can put, you make sure is going to have pressure. But now they're going to have to go with a different look. I'd really like to see TES save support for last, because you even have some defensive options in there, depending on what BLG do end up going with. So things like the Renekton, again, being a bit higher prio. You have the Gragas, which would fit with the comp well, but they end up going with a nice all-rounder in the Cassante. But that does leave Mako with that counter pick, which I think is huge for how important bot lane's been this series.
He's going to have a lot of engage, I'm sure, thrown his way as well. He's going to have to get something that he can dictate the fights on. I love that we're getting the Cassante consistency in here for 369. First time we're seeing it. Also, kind of like it into the Jax if you can play a little safer. Okay, we get the TF locked in for BLG.
And I think this is a nice pivot by them. It looked like they were gonna be out team fought 100% with the way the drafts are going. So pivoting to having some side pressure, pivoting into having some pick pressure too with the TF, I think is going to give them a window to have a win condition. I mean, hell, even that with the Weaver's Wall, right? There's a lot of opportunity to make plays. If they lock this in on top of it and had that Tempered Fate, like, my God, the pick potential would have been massive. They are going to end up going with something that is more mainstream, especially a pick that On is known for, but they could have gone even further down the rabbit hole, but the TF Talia should be enough.
God, I love the Rakan. I highlighted it so often for On. On top of missing being so dominant on it, it feels like On has been very, very good with the fluidity that this pick gives, also the mobility gives on the roams. That has been an underlying current in all this. Mako and On having so much to say when they meet up with Shun and Tien. There is Mako's Thresh.
Yeah, this one going all the way back, right?
Yep.
Mako actually not really been one of the staple Thresh players over the last few years. You go back to the early days of Mako, a pick he knows and loves. And I like it too, right? They were considering going between that or the Heimer giving them more lane dominance, but this gives them more flexibility. They have the safety there with the Lantern, but now also having more engage opportunities if they get into a situation where they need to turn. So I think TS in the 5v5 should be outmatched. BLG, it is about pulling them apart with things like the Destiny, the Weaver's Wall. Smaller skirmishes earlier on in the game too can work when you have the Rakan, Kalista, Talia bot side. So a lot going to be up to BLG this time around, because the later it goes, top esports comp looks like an impenetrable wall.
God, I love it. I love the spice coming into a game number 5. I love that BLG have been the ones to take hold of that in a lot of the games of this series. They've gotten some serious respect bans from top esports along the way. And of course, we had to go to 5. You hear those silver scrapes behind. The LPL deserves nothing less. The road to the Silver Dragon Cup, it's full of legacy. But we're in the here and now. Right here are two of our best early game teams in the league, if not maybe the world. Right now, there's one game separating you from an international and a grand finals appearance. For top esports, it would be the first time this organization has made it to MSI. And for Billy, it's to assert dominance and to make it to an MSI for a second time in a row. Get up, get loud. It's game number 5 for BLG and top esports.
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎。
BLG looking for that level 1 we've seen them consistently try to find, as well as top esports in multiple games. BLG have been the ones on blue side to always go top. And we'll try to circle around here, but won't find anything. Meanwhile, top esports trying to get some vision on bot side of the map, Lyric.
Yeah, trying. I mean, the hell not trying, I guess succeeding. Getting that vision down there, so vision will be swamped, but ooh, TS, they have a read on this.
It's a full circle. Do we just flip game number 5 on a level 1? I don't think that's going to be the case this time around.
No, not going to end up doing it. And again, to kind of reiterate where we're at, we know BLG's bot lane should be looking for aggressive trades in early 4v4s, especially. They can contend. Ooh. The lane swap comes through, but it's spotted out. So they're going to know exactly what's going on. TES
Look at the instant swap.
Oh, yeah, taking a page from the book, and BLG wanting to make sure that they get that aggressive 2v2 that they were looking for.
Okay, I like it. They will be spotted out themselves. They'll get the ward on the way there, though. That's actually pretty big. Jackie Love, Mako know what's going on. NIP have run rampant around our league now, and top esports were one to assign to the doctrine.
And now look, I mean, losing out on minions, losing out on experience too. CL not having a bit, didn't end up killing a ward. Like we saw, but I like this. TS, the fact that they made the plan, having the tempo, getting started in lanes first, is going to give them that little bit of control for now.
So then the next conversation becomes, how do jungles utilize this? Because you can talk about lane swaps all you want, but it's also about the impact that Tien can have on this Poppy. And we do see opposite side starts. Ooh, Elk gonna burn his cleanse. Missing the flay there from Mako, though. So it's just the cleanse being burned, but maybe see some adaptation in jungle pathing here.
Well, actually, the thing we were seeing adaptation in was potentially mid, because Knight was already hovering over after he pushed out that last wave, thinking, hey, do I need to get involved right now with how badly this has gone? Because I think ideally, you could have seen Knight opened up a lot more to move this game with the way that the matchup went. You ideally were looking to have Prio in your 2v2 lane, and you could have really just constantly comboed, make sure they're pushed in, aggress into the enemy jungle, and set up for this Jax to have some dueling pressure, but
Look at
Top
this.
Esports with the heads up play prevented it from happening, and now we're able to go for the reset and
They're
just
gonna
head to bot. Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Of course, just keep doing it. It helps you also just maintain tempo. You're going to get to that bot wave first. You're going to start pushing it out. It's just going to keep BLG on the back foot.
And I love the communication for Top Esports here. They are constantly pinging over to Elk saying, oh, he's still there. He's still there. We can make it back bot side with even more presence. Bin is down here still. Looks like they're going to commit to this swap-a-rooney of just keeping on in the 2v2, and Bin will stay here for now.
I mean, let's remember, right? This is ADTF. I mean, he's functionally an AD carry, so it does make it somewhat a normal 2v2. And I like having the Kalista top because it brings us back to 2020 when the Shy just would not let Puff play the champion despite hundreds of games on it in
Don't let
solo
him.
queue.
That was a red card there. Maybe wanting that yellow card to get some CC onto Jackie Love. TES has made his way around. He has a wall bang ready to go. Nice flash from Ben to get him away, but now On needs to find the grand entrance out of there. Really good positioning from BLG's bot side, but some big summoner spells burned.
Exactly. Getting that flash, I think, is monumental. Sadly, not much you can do after that because on the Recon is just too mobile. So even when he gets pushed back, unless it was a full-on, knockback in the wall with the CC there, not having the damage to be able to contend. Oh, they're committing.
Ooh, okay, On. Grand entrance out, but the hail of arrows. First blood for Jackie Love.
And it has been such a pleasure to watch Jackie Love and Mako this split coming out on top once again with the aggression. I really feel like this playoff run has done a great job of killing the more, extreme narratives around Jackie Love's inconsistency, and it's glad to see them keep it up even in the highest pressure game of them all. And it being started off by Mako again. What a great addition to this bot lane.
It's really been awesome. Because again, the thing we talked about for them was this is the first time getting a full veteran bot side for Jackie Love, and it feels like it's worked so well. They are in sync in so many of the engages in the 2v2s, and they're able to find so much pressure. That's why Top Esports are a second seed. That's why they found a lot of damage dealing against some of our better teams. We're going to take a look back at that replay and exactly how it started off.
I mean, On going to clear out the vision. Mako just playing in that one spot that he can't see. Great hook from him. And again, getting a veteran support, getting a world champion support alongside Jackie Love was really the key to just making the spot lane work. And hell, even Mako, I think, was a player who had stagnant times on EDG, kind of similarly to Scout with how long those guys had been on that roster. And with a new environment, I really feel like we've seen Mako flourish this split. But speaking of, he seems angling for a 3v3.
They actually come in, and Dragon ends up going to TN. They do end up getting the trade, though, for first time, it feels like, in forever. So it'll be the 3 Grubbies going over to BLG. But an early Infernal Dragon, not too shabby for TES. They're moving Shun into the enemy jungle right now to maybe press onto TN.
And right, this was originally what they were hoping for. Have this pressure on bot, send the Jax in, look for the fight. But isn't going to be able to do much with how far forward he's aggressed. We can see on the minimap, On isn't like shadowing in that Tribe Rush like supports typically do to cover for the play. But look at the map holistically, right? Bot lane now being slightly ahead in CS. Top lane, the Cassante is even because of what happened earlier on. They get first straight. This first like 6.5 minutes really just has been totally solid for Top Esports.
And 369 is going to be a wall in these team fights. It's going to be very difficult. There's a lot of squishy members on BLG. Yes,
there's a lot of walls.
Spacing. There is a lot of walls. But I think the important part is the execution bar a little bit higher, it feels like, for BLG in the way that they can enter these fights and their damage composition.
Yeah, I actually think much higher is we actually get a spot of BLG's bot lane being able to get some plate gold in bot lane. I think this will be key to start setting up to play around them. But looking forward, I agree with the bar of execution because BLG are going to rely a lot on things like the Destiny, being able to spot out where everyone is, find those avenues to the backline to be able to get the gold card, potentially onto Cream or Jackie Love if the cleanse is down. Same with Knight on the Weaver's Wall.
Ooh, they actually find Ben. He gets out of there with the all out, and right to his help is Shun. 369 realizing he bit off a little bit more than he could chew. The Destiny is going to be popped to maybe follow this one up over the wall. It is. He does have the yellow card coming up. He's going to go on TN. Here comes the Weaver's Wall from Knight over the wall with the seismic shot. No, 369 will just get a rock to the back, and it's Knight that claims it.
Like you said, 369 really regretting that all, bringing him straight into his own. Comrade are going to get a nice kill for that. Again, Knight, a player we want to see be more mobile now that he is on this Talia, getting great value out of the first Weaver's Wall of the game.
That's the mobility, that's the proactivity that an MVP of our league can present, and not necessarily the big focus that we would think for Knight coming into this one with the Talia, but the mobility, the ability to move into these side lanes, oh so important in keeping the cohesion up for BLG, which has been their strong strength.
You know, the crazy thing is, I was just watching the minimap too, and Knight that whole time was, you know, doing what you should do, like just playing in Fog of War down towards that bottom half of the map. But Jackie and Mako didn't care at all. Didn't matter if Knight wasn't showing. They were still hitting turret in that situation, feeling just incredibly confident, having both sums up. I mean, Mako still would have a Lantern available, and with Knight not having that Weaver's Wall, it just gives them even more freedom to play out through this 2v2. But our next question is going to be in about 58 seconds. That's when the second swan of grubs will be up. And BLG, you know, they're going to be interesting to try to at least get that 5 mark. They will have Prio up in top. Should even potentially still have Prio in mid. Rookie getting that, not Rookie, Knight getting that wave in now. God, see, after yesterday with Rookie's Talias, now I'm associating the Talia with Rookie. Flandre with the rec side, Rookie with the Talia.
Yeah, hey, the thing is though, what I love about the LPL playoffs so far is that we have seen shades of prior teams throughout our top teams, right? Like, one of the biggest things that Weibo brought to the table was they were taking shades of IG from their first round into the next round. And I think we have seen some of that adaptation from these teams, and especially the likes of the TF really running rampant, things like that as well.
Yeah, you know, I'll agree. I will say, especially with these teams, we didn't get to see them till later on. So, you know, who knows? Maybe IG picked it up from these teams, who then other teams also picked it up to eventually lead back here. Huh?
You know, that's too much. That's
I agree. We got grubs on the screen anyway. That's
Wait, what are we
matters.
learning? It's going to be not all 6 grubs. That's what I'm learning for BLG. They will be denied that one. So it looks like we're going to get the full-on split there. There is a dragon in 45 seconds, but top esports are going to be in prime position to contest that one.
And now, I mean, you have first item coming out for Ben. Static Shift picked up. Destiny going to be up soon. So I'm curious if that'll be enough of a spike for BLG to, you know, want to look down towards that bot side. You can have Ben catch this wave. Next one's already coming in. Start shadowing down towards that bot lane and join in. Because for BLG, right, you have the Kalista. You have this more like mid-game centric composition. They definitely want to start getting these rolling right now.
You need to find those item spikes as well, I think, of importance. Now that Static Shiv for Ben is there, he has a lot of wave clear potential. BLG, they're moving on to Mako and Jackie Love. Shun's going to go for it, gets the instant flash out of Mako. Tries to get the death sentence right back, but can't do it. Dragon is up now.
And you can see Ben doing exactly what we were talking about, leaning down in river, just in case anything did break through, but that isn't going to happen. With getting the flash, it seems like they were able to just push TS away. TS do answer in mid, which kind of pulls BLG away from the Drake, and both teams still just sticking to this side of the map.
Yeah, I'm just trying to be a bit of a shield for his bot lane and Jackie Love and Mako. Looks like things will go a little bit more quietly, and that's when you know that the pressure and the weight of this series is heavy. When teams that have been fighting tooth and nail for the first 10 minutes in the game have 2 kills by 12 minutes.
I mean, yeah, the pressure's on, right? This is what matters most. We are getting the lean over the Drake now for TS. I like the lane allocation. Send Cream up top because he has TP to join.
Oh, they're going to catch him.
Doesn't.
Okay, they're not going to pull the trigger on that one. Dragon is already started up by top esports, but they could move in. Hook comes in on the Shun. That's a Chains of Corruption as well. They get the full lockdown. He makes it out alive? What? They actually have the back line. Oh, they get the flash play from Cream. Top Esports, they've found Elk out and caught wanting on his by himself, but 369 doesn't want to let him get out. He wants to clip those wings on that beautiful cape. He's going to see him walk forward. Grand entrance out, and that is 369 making it away. Ben in the side lane taking something back for BLG, but they lose the second dragon.
But still, like, I think good by BLG to end up just committing to sending Bin back up topside when he was already working his way down. You've lost out on the Drake. TS had members there first once Cream committed with the TP. So now a nice big injection of gold into Bin when, sure, he'd already been getting plates, wasn't really finding a CS advantage, but now having both, even going to be a good way towards his next item.
Just able to play with so much confidence here. And I talked about, you know, them putting a lot of eggs in the bin basket, a lot of hope for that when it was the Jax, we thought, but even more so on the TF. We've seen Flandre literally destroy games by himself on this pick, and Bin's gonna have to be big here. Mako starts it off.
Exactly, another Mako moment in this game, right? Earlier, the pick and bot was him. This time, forcing the Jax away. And then Cream with the TP, they have the wards in place, gets the push onto Elk, and it was planned, right? Like, they had this idea, you could tell, especially when they went for the lane swap of sending Cream up top, so that they were not going to let this Drake go.
Very tight-knit stuff. Elk just trying to find the angle with that flash there too. BLG looking to pressure on this top side as Bin will take their turret. So this will be first turret of the game to BLG. And it's actually really big money for them. A couple plates returned, but that was all 5 in the top side before 14 minutes as well.
Still, though, look at bot. I mean, we were down to 2 a second ago, but when we could clearly see the icon, still going to be there now, but JackieLove at least going to get it incredibly close. Might be able to get this fourth one right before they do go down. So the gold hasn't really been outpaced, about 1K up for BLG right now, but they'll take anything that they can get.
And that's what I want to talk about a little bit more so is BLG have consistently just been looking for picks. And speaking of, they just completely catch again. Oh, he still dies. No, Mako standing there with his friend in his hands.
Yeah, still not going to be able to make it out in the end. Nice by BLG. You said they were constantly looking for picks. That's what they need to do. Is Cleanse going to be able to save Elk in the end. But the back and forth is there, but Rift Herald now going to be picked up for BLG. They're playing a composition that wants to be keeping that tempo high and kind of making TS play catch up, and hopefully the Herald can be a catalyst to do more of that, because right now it really feels like the egg's going to be in the solo lane basket, which, you know, for Knight, that really has been the story, even if it hasn't been this series, right? MVP of the league. And for Bin, it's quite nice because it hasn't been a Bin meta, and getting to see him hopefully step up on this TF and take over would be a huge statement in a Game 5.
Yeah, the big names, it feels like, that take a lot of the spotlight from this BLG roster. See Bin using the Destiny on his way. Shun surrounding Cream like a bunch of sharks. They do have teamwork on the way, at least for Top Esports, so BLG pull off of it. They still do have a lot of presence around this bot side, but nothing else comes of it. And that's where, you know, Top Esports feel pretty confident and comfortable to be taking a game late, but they have to make it there. And some safety plays might just be the case, or maybe a little bit of gold in their pocket, shoved back by Knight. I think Top Esports are perfectly fine with it being a much more even game.
Oh, exactly. I think they are perfectly content with where they've ended up. But this is where we'll really start to see BLG able to ramp up, you know, being on first items. We've already seen even small moves there. Like, I love BLG, position around bot. You're pulling Top Esports to cover for Cream, which then allows a small opening of where Knight can look for the angle and mid. Sure, it didn't end up turning into anything, but it's those, like, push and pulls that are going to be able to help BLG get the picks that they need. Pull TS down to one lane. You send another member somewhere else. Weaver's Wall, Destiny again. You have the tools to make it work. But now JackieLove can actually make it to his second item, Edge of Night, in pocket.
It's really big. And BLG, they still do have the Rift Herald available for them as well if they want to try to crash in one of these last remaining outer turrets for themselves. And I think that's where we can kind of bring back in the conversation of what this means for both teams. A single game deciding if you go to MSI for the first time for Top Esports, but also for Cream making it this far, make it to a finals for the first time in his career in LPL would be huge. And the likes of BLG setting records 2 splits in a row. trying to maintain that dominance.
Yeah, and also just hammering home that whoever loses is not done. You know, they get another chance, so might not have been another chance if that sentence connected. As, yeah, they will still have the opportunity to go face JDG, but now it's all about this Drake. No Destiny available. So no easy ability for Bin to look for a reposition, because now he's on 2 items, and he really can be a threat. Finds a gold card, especially onto Cream. Jackie Love again has his cleanse still up.
Oh, they got him! That's a flash from Knight, re-engaged there as he gets Fates called on, is out of there. Elk in some trouble. Okay, he makes it out alive. BLG have to spend almost everything, but they get their support out and they don't lose anything except for the dragon to put them on their backs.
But it's going to be sole point. And again, in a straight up front to back, TES love it. They have a lot of strength in their front line as this game goes on.
Oh.
So now,
okay,
for the Herald
bold.
play mid. I like it. Again, trying to find a trade they really shouldn't be able to answer you. Knight's someone I'd be a bit more scared for because he did have to blow his flash in the last exchange. But it seems like they will just be able to get out of there just fine. And sure, the turret isn't necessarily down yet, but you know, anytime a wave comes, BLG will be able to finish this one off, get that little bit of gold, and even potentially start poking and prodding into the enemy jungle.
Another death sentence lands, and the flay on top of that one. On's going to use his grand entrance out of that one. We did get second item completed for Jackie Love. Soon on a flank. Might have the difference maker. They're waiting for the turret to go down, but he pulls his card out early. He won't end up getting any pressure over mid lane, even though they do get that outer turret here. A response not going to be there as top esports were putting presence around bot side.
Yeah, and we're going to go straight into the replay here. And it's always, again, this game, it's always Mako. I guess it has to be Mako, right? These are only like consistent form of getting onto the back line. They locked them in, but on, luckily getting saved by Elk to be able to get away there. Elk also took a bunch of damage getting up that close, trying to dish out some of his own. And you know, I went and I checked the data.
Okay, okay.
Mako, 111 games on Thresh.
Yeah.
79% win rate. Third most played, almost 80% win rate in his career. Spanning all the way back to 2014. Like, this is a man who knows his champion. It's nice to see him get his hands back on it. And again, really be the one delivering for TS.
He has been the shot caller. He has been the namesake, it feels like, in the past for EDG. And it's been a wonderful split to see him separate from that legacy and start to create his own new one with top esports. And he has been the linchpin that sets up a lot of the roaming and bridge building that TN has for the team.
Yeah, enables a lot of that aggression that TN has always been known for. On the opposite side, I mean, On is on the Rakan, which has been one of his big picks throughout his career. Hasn't been able to find any huge, impact play yet, but still, BLG are 2K gold up. So a bit to play with there, but I guess the problem is, you look at the state of the map, really not a whole lot of map control. Even Knight just catching waves inside that Cream is pushing in. Weaver's Wall still there, and he's constantly hovering, but just no opportunity opening itself up.
God, I love that Nightmare brought this up on the cast. Enjoy these games. I know it's slow right now, but God, the tension you could cut with a butter knife in the air. It is 2-2, 21 minutes in games that we have had insane kill differentials. Top esports and BLG, they know this one's going to be a long one, and they're sitting in tight. Has been trying to get side lane pressure that BLG really need to get even more of an advantage.
Yeah, shadowing the TF, trying to open up this last turret is 369 TN.
Actually, a lot of trouble here. Like, you do have a decent amount of damage. Some tankiness from 369, but the rest of top esports coming over.
TP from Knight.
Get an outer tower here, so a little bit of standing gold given his way. And again, they just try to pressure bot side, but the thing is, top esports, they are fine and dandy. They are waiting for this next dragon to spawn, and they have the decision-making power to say, BLG, you can have that one if you want. We'll take standing gold on the map.
Exactly. Cream was actually channeling his recall, but the second Knight used TP, he was like, I could stay. I could push one more.
I could hang out here for a little bit.
Better timing for a reset. Go back at a bit more gold in my pocket. So not gonna have that TP to rely on now. Bin, committing to Destiny.
1v1 action. They got the ghost out of him too. Here comes the Weaver's Wall from Knight. The golden left hand. BLG wants a little piece of the action here. He is getting his own action back to him. On's now here. Enter another challenger as BLG approach with 3 under the sun disc. That sun's getting oh so bright, and it's BLG who use it to their advantage, taking 2 kills for Ben.
Sadly, the Cassante just not dealing enough damage, so On can just outright ignore him and run him down. And here it is. BLG going straight for the Baron.
They're pulling a play out of Top Esports' book. Poke from Jackie Love is big. BLG are just gonna flip this one. Tien on the backside. He's a world champion. He has that namesake. He's done it in this, and he doesn't get it. Knight gets it on the exit.
Yeah, Knight manages to pick it up. You actually send the Jax flying, but not able to turn it into a Baron yourself. BLG gonna be loving that one. And hell, right now, Ben really can be a menace inside. Knight gonna be able to generate pressure. We're gonna see here, trying to go for the recall, gets punished by the Destiny. Kind of early, I think, for the Emperor's Divide to come out. Really not expecting forces to get here so fast. Buys a bit of time, but again, the Cassante doesn't really deal enough damage. You can kite him out, and then with the quickness, I love that On commits to Flash. It's like, hey, let's just get rid of Cream so there's no damage to come through, and that lets them finish off 369 as well.
Top Esports heard that they could just give this dragon up, and they said, nah, we want to fight. As they're going to be in a 5-man stack starting this dragon. BLG trying to move through mid lane. This is Soul, so you have to contest this, but look at On. He has no health bar. You've got to find backline access, but they can't do it. Shouldn't going around the side here. Isn't going to find Cream. Dragon is now the focus for Top Esports, Lyric.
Now they're trying to get it. Cream just trying to deny entry in from Tribrush. But it's so
Oh my god, he
tense.
takes so much damage. They pushed him out. Oh my god, look at the wall. It's going to be stolen by BLG, and Knight, the MVP of Spring, just makes an MVP play.
Make sure that they deny the Soul now, able to pivot over towards mid with the Baron. I mean, it's some nice pushes off. Hell, you even look at top wave. That one's going in too. You can turn to that, utilize that, steal away all the camps. BLG, out of nowhere, just able to deny TS so much and really start ramping up this gold lead. 6K.
It's insane, and it feels so oppressive for Top Esports, who have been so consistently good in that early game. But blue side has been king, and Chains of Corruption not gonna be anything because of the quick cleanse out of Elk.
So Reset's gonna be able to come through. TS gonna be able to get themselves some breathing room. Still gonna be Baron for a little while longer, so we'll see if BLG really have the ability to use it with where the map states right now. You wouldn't really expect them to be able to get too much more, but I think they should be feeling incredibly good with where they're at. Hell, we saw Bin be able to pick up his Terminus off the last base, even getting some more components in there right now, so he's really gonna be something 369 can't deal with. Like, look, 3.5 items on the TF. 1.5, almost 2 on 369 right now.
There's such a disparity in that fact, but also no slouch to damage and no slouch to backline access. Shouldn't on this Jax is gonna start being a problem, and I think there's a reason why Jax had been banned out in the second phase like every single game by Top Esports. Now BLG looking on the side lane for 369. They'll set up some preemptive vision there to help them out. That Terminus is going to start doing some work as that armor is doing nothing right now. 369 getting low, yellow card, and there you go. Ben gets them, and Top Esports have no answer.
No, again, he's just too strong right now in comparison to 369. And it's kind of sad because TES have been playing solid, you know, first 10, 15 minutes of the game, and now BLG with this leader really showing that they could take over. Knight gonna be able to push in mid now. Still has that Weaver's Wall to join in after this one gets pushed. Sure, you have some decent wave clear on the side of TS. You even still have things like Tien's ult if they ever just commit to too much to be able to get them out. But 3 items on the Talia now too. You're really getting these carries ahead.
Got the Weaver's Wall. Will Top Esports break on the back of it? Looks like a nice siege. Oh, Mako. He wants to follow it up. Look at that CC. Cream, he's getting low. He goes in. Nice re-engage there by BLG. Beautiful double knock up there by On, and they are starting to put in the work. Look at the re-engage though by 369. They're under turret now, and BLG have been taking a task. Ben gets a couple back, but it doesn't matter in the end. It is a tooth and nail fight, a 3 for 2 in favor of BLG.
Yeah, BLG still walk out the victors. I mean, as TS being that far down in gold, the fact that they were able to make the trade that close is something you could be happy about. But really looking to swing the game back in their favor. Now BLG are only going to be able to keep the demolition going and getting more gold in their pocket.
This BLG roster has been a sight to behold over these last 2 splits, breaking the LPL record for wins and having some seriously dominant times against top teams. But top esports, they find a little bit back here, but the wallets are just too big from BLG.
I mean, chance of corruption's there, but I mean, look, that whole time when Cream was trying to gear in for the shuffle, he was taking free damage the whole time, which pretty much leaves him going down. Callista gets sent out of the fight really late, so as we can see, the Varus even taking a bit, so Shun then could then follow up on it and finish it off. So yeah, not you can see the angle and why they had to go for it, right? I mean, they're just being pressured. They have to find any play that they could, but still, it felt like the positioning was in BLG's favor.
Now they move onto the map with all those strengths. Third item now completed, at least for Knight and Elk. Tien, he's calling his teammates over here. They're going to join the fight, but nothing else of it. About 50 seconds for a Dragon. Again, top esports want to secure that soul. There is a Baron spawning about 20 seconds, so they need to get some vision on the top side of the map. BLG are in the driver's seat. They have all the decision-making power right now.
It would be crazy if this just came down to like another Baron or potential Dragon situation, because it looks like TS at least getting the vision down. Wanting to make sure they know what's going on up there. Who knows if BLG start to pivot down towards the Drake, do they get cheeky enough to look for it? They actually have a lot of time they could play with, right? Sitting on those 3 Drakes, so don't really have to worry about a soul. It's a Chemtech soul anyway, so it definitely feels like the threat of Elder, meaning a lot more to either side than the soul itself. And now it's about Jacula getting this poke down with the lethality Varus.
Oh, they got it! The golden left hand of BLG, it reaches out and snatches Mako by the throat!
Yeah, they managed to find the pick. He goes down right in time for Drake, so you know BLG can take this one, but even Pings coming down towards top side. They're thinking about the Baron.
They deny another Dragon, man. It is just scale potential. Wait for the big fight and have this series decided on one big engage. Here comes the wall again. Top esports, will you be broken against it? They will not. They stand tall under the sun disc.
Feeling fine, having that safety that they can lean on, but still, BLG, they have the threat. I'm a bit surprised that they aren't more willing to look up and try and force. They don't have the quickness, so that probably being what's stopping them from wanting to go for too much. That's really their big AoE tool, to try to lock TES into place to get that damage down. So just taking what they can in the enemy jungle, making sure that they can reinforce their vision line, and then going for some nice resets.
Top esports sticking as a big clump here. I feel like that's their saving grace. That's what we set up for them. Their team fight, their late game potential is strong. It's about positioning and a little bit of that lower bar of execution. But with BLG having such a lead, almost a 10,000 gold lead now, almost on these full item spikes for Bin, which is just insanity, they will just start up a Baron right now and force top esports out of their base.
Yeah, man was given so much time, free time, in that top lane by himself. He is a huge threat right now. They even have the Destiny to play with to see exactly where TES are to make sure that a flip doesn't come through.
Okay, they learned their lesson. Okay, Tien just in there. Oh, Tien, he's in the wall. He's there. It's going to be secured by Cream. The one from the top. It's going to be top esports trying to get them down. Now BLG, they are scattered, but they are not done because Bin has full health and he wants to go forward with the Destiny. He is going to find a deep angle here. They actually go in. Shun is there as well. The Knuckle knockback, and there is Knight. Huge once again. And the MVP of spring comes alive!
Still for top esports, you get a Baron, and you only lost one more member than BLG. I think they're coming out of that a lot better than they otherwise should have. BLG will be able to get another turret off of this, but they really can't think about overstaying. You have to respect the poke that Jacula can put off, where we're seeing the damage now.
It's 4 items. Oh, Knight! Knight just takes Jackie Love out of the game plan! Ben takes the kill, and top esports, they've been left wanting!
And now, having some Death Divers to play with, might be able to get an inhib off of this. They are still chasing around Tien. So we can see Knight taking inhib in mid. Minions in bot. You know, all right, we get to follow the whole journey through and see Tien go down. But again, the damage is being done to the base.
Lasting damage. In a hope of Top Esports making it to their first ever MSI for Cream's advantage to getting to the finals. They are one misstep away from being knocked into that lower bracket against JDG, and here's the play, Tien trying to go in.
Yeah, going in. I mean, damage still going out on the Baron, but it actually ends up being the Azir to be able to pick it up. And again, he's, pretty tanky, going the grass, going the build that he went. So they're able to get some nice damage down and finish off the Kalista early. The whole time, JackeyLove's throwing out the arrows from the back line. And honestly, it was a nice escape. Again, it's going to be BLG who are able to find more kills.
I was wondering what happened to Ben. He just completely whiffed his destiny.
Yeah, not going where he intended. But I think TS being able to get away with 2 Barons as compared to 3 members live on the opposite side is probably the best they could have hoped for. Maybe one other member could have been able to escape, but still, you're stalling, buying more time for the game to go on. And the longer it goes, right, we already have people like Ben at full build. So we're going to get closer to JackeyLove, Cream, 369 actually being able to catch up and present a real threat. As we can see, Ben not exactly there yet, sitting on the Seekers, but incredibly close.
Buying a little bit of time, taking scraps where you can take them, because every little bit gets you back into a fighting position. Top Esports not one to shy down from that one. We have a minute till a dragon spawns. Top Esports, will they try to go to that well 3 times in a row? And will they come up with water or be completely famished?
Gonna find out. Maybe, maybe they're looking for something other than water.
Yes, you get in the well.
They could be fans of cola. They could be fans of, other types of, drinks that make you feel really good.
Get a cola well for the LPL, please.
But, Mazel, that actually doesn't matter. The well is not important right now because we're 20 seconds away from another Drake. BLG already have full control, but we are at 4 items on the bar. So I do got to say, Cream has pretty much gone like the full tank Azir build. So not going to be outputting the same amount of damage as, a typical Azir would. But still, if the fight goes long enough, he's going to be looking for the play on tonight. And now with the Shrima shuffle.
BLG are very split here. Could get pounced on. TES, they're going to start up the dragon. Okay, so they have a little bit of split focus. BLG are not going to force the fight here. Knight coming over. Okay, On has a flank. Knight on the other side. Seismic shove. They don't get the dragon. It's actually secured by JackeyLove. They get the soul in the end. Destiny pop. Very split lane. But look who's ending the game. Is it going to be enough? BLG are losing their bodies here, but they have been on the flank. They have been on the Nexus. Top Esports, you got to get back. You got to save the base.
Yeah, he's going for it.
No way. He stops the TP! That's game over! BLG! A monstrous beast has been unleashed on Chengdu! BLG will find finals for a 2nd spring in a row! And I present to you the boss of the LPL!
Great showing by BLG in the end. Especially Bin there, right? Again, it has not been a meta for Bin, making his presence incredibly well known in this game 5, the backdoor being there to define the series. I love that you can see some laughs on the side.
Look at that. Look at that. Respect.
Faces. Yeah, I mean, they know, right? These 2 teams going hand in hand. It could have gone either way. And hell, still a good chance we might get to see it again as now TS are not out. They just dropped down to the lower bracket to have a rematch with JDG. But BLG, you said it, back to finals. And once again, another ticket to MSI.
What a day and what a series. Cream, you have to be proud of him, having some key moments against one of the toughest opponents in the LPL. I highlighted this man on your screen at the very beginning. I said I felt something. I felt more pressure on his shoulders than normal. He was surrounded by coaches walking out, giving him taps on the back. It ended up being him that makes the final mark in this best of 5. Bin, who had been unleashed, and Gigabin is going to be waiting in those finals.
Yeah, and I like that you say waiting in those finals, because we also can't get too ahead of ourselves, right? It's not over yet. BLG do still have to play another game, and that game is going to be more important than this one. Sure, getting to MSI is cool. BLG, they've been there. They've done that. They want to win the title. So can't ease up, can't ease your foot off the gas. you've already seen top esports on a different day. Like this result could have been slightly different. So BLG, celebrate, but you got to keep it up. You got to stay focused because it's going to be a big one.
Yeah, I think the most important thing is we got to see a knockout, drag-out 5-game series between these two, and honestly, a rematch in the waiting. But now JDG having a lot of tape to take down top esports, and it's going to be very interesting how these final pieces work out there. As well as thank you all. I do want to say one last time here from the caster desk, it has been an absolute pleasure here to cast this 5-game series. Lyric, it has been a pleasure to cast with you this split. We're going to send it over to the LPL Lounge to round us out. We'll see you there.
Welcome to the LPL Lounge. Thank you so much, Mazel and Lyric. You guys absolutely went through that for the whole day. You powered through. But oh my goodness, do I want to talk about that game-ending backdoor?
Wow.
Because you're fighting for Drake, but you kind of forget that your base...
Oh, man.
Let's roll that clip because I need to relive that moment.
There are so many levels to this. So, I mean, I don't even know where to start on this. So, as we go into this, need to stop this right now. Let's pause it right here and just kind of go into some of the setups here. Because a lot of stuff's already happened. You have double globals inside of BLG and an open inhibitor in the mid lane for BLG and a wave pushed up as well into top eastwards base. Now, because you have Kalista on the other side, BLG have that threat of going onto the dragon itself. So top esports wants to get to the dragon nice and early. BLG know that top esports want to stop them from going on and sitting on the dragon itself. So then they hold that global like a knife to their throat in the side lane. And that means that BLG, they can really start to play top esports like a fiddle. They get the engage. Let's just play through the rest of the clip here as well. That's the setup to this. Knight gets to stop on one side of the fight. We have a load of stuff on the other side happening too. Even though top esports are winning the fight, BLG lose it slowly enough that it doesn't matter. You have so much damage on this Twisted Fate that they can go towards those turrets and use that other global threat. He could have teleported into the fight, chooses to stay at the Nexus. Fantastic mind play from BLG to show that top esports were kind of afraid of what was going to happen with the objectives like they had done with the rest of this game, and they wanted to go towards that dragon, meant they left the Nexus open.
I want a live reaction of how you guys are sitting in these chairs right now. Yeah.
That was a 7,000 to 8,000 gold difference between the two top laners. The entirety almost of the gold lead was sitting on Bin on that Twisted Fate. So the second that top esports saw that Twisted Fate is not part of this team fight, they took it, and it looked very good for them up until it didn't, because they realized they were losing their entire base. That was a nail biter start to finish.
Yeah, but even you popped the TF ult quite early on during the fight either way to get closer to the bot lane inhibitor, so that's something to keep in mind as well. So they were aware that this was happening, but they couldn't disengage early enough because none of the members from BLG would let them actually get away, and that is such a sad position to be in. But they close out the game.
They do. And now we end up this series, BLG making it to another finals, again, proving that this team has built themselves this success. This is not
They're going to MSI.
They haven't bought themselves this success. They've built it. They have made this roster. And yes, they've managed to get Knight on their roster, which is the
Well, they
real
kind of bought
kingpin.
it. They brought Knight in.
Yeah, they did. But, you know, but like just in this last year, from 23 to 24, they really stepped up again that extra level compared to the years before it. And in this series in particular, there was something quite cathartic, I think particularly for Bin, actually, as that top laner, because he won the weak side versus the split pusher as the Renekton versus the Quinn. Then he goes into the TF versus the Cassante and wins that game in the last game as well. This time last year, it was Bin losing to 369 on JDG. It was, in a lot of ways, the top lane matchup of the year, and it was 369's matchup. He owned that. This has got to be so cathartic for BLG as a team, and Bin as a player to say, you know what? We are now the best team in the LPL.
Yeah, it's not just in terms of the players, but it's individually and their skill, but also down to the fact that how they work together. Because when we're looking at Team 5, particularly Georgia, especially the one that was happening during Baron, which we're going to roll the clip off right now as well, they are playing it so beautifully.
That was absolutely fantastic. Seeing that composition that BLG came in with, it was very vulnerable. You get caught on a side lane, it's very problematic. However, because they had all these gold on their side lanes and the double globals, they were not afraid to pull the trigger and punish top esports every time they overextended to push out a wave. This was a very successful top gank by 3 members, double globals onto Cream, and the second Cream goes down, 369 follows. This is a 3 versus 5 from the side of top esports. And as we keep rolling the clip right here, I'm gonna spoil it for you. That was a 281 HP remaining on that Baron. That Knight manages to snatch away last minute. If you look at TN right here, he'll start helicoptering his ultimate, and he does actually hit Shun.
He hits the Callista.
jungler's not
He hits the
there.
Rend and hits the Smite. Like, I actually cannot believe we have once again in the LPL had top teams going the absolute distance, full heavyweight boxing match. And I'm sat here and just I love the LPL. I love it here.
It's just like blow for blow, punch for punch, and it's from the side of BLG that come out on top. And as we said, they're now going to be heading into that grand final of things. But when we're looking at BLG, especially, also have to commemorate the fact that every single one of their players has had their pop-off performances during this BO5 series. It's not down to one player or just one lane particularly, but it's been as a collective.
Oh, hugely so. And I am so excited to see BLG turn up to MSI again. You know, this time last year, when they went towards MSI, they were shown, they were thought to be, of the 4 teams between LCK and LPL, they were thought to be the weakest one, and surely they won't get that far. They made it to the finals through both Korean teams at that one as well. Now, I'm not going to say that's going to happen again. Things are rarely so easy in the international world, but that was their proving grounds, and that was where they really forged themselves last year. Now, they still have a finals to go to see if they go as first or second seed from the LPL. They are massively deserved this, though. They have never been favorites in the LPL before. They are to be feared.
I have a message for G2. Ban Kalista on that side. Thank me later.
We're then looking at Top Esports, and that is a team that will now drop to the lower bracket. They're going to be heading up against JDG, which means that they still have another fighting chance of going to the grand final, and with that securing their spot at MSI. But it depends, you know, is JDG going to give them an easy time? Are they going to get through? Is JDG going to punch back? Because yesterday, they also stepped up.
You know what? Taking BLG to 5-game series, the expectations were that Top Esports were not the superior team coming into this best of 5. They have come through to this best of 5. I'm really sorry, throughout this whole series I've lost my words. Coming through to this best of 5 though, they did 3-0 JDG very, very convincingly. So going back into it, JDG might be looking for some revenge.
Yeah, and then we're looking at BLG, who are winning now. I want to get you guys' opinions in terms of if you had to look at the MVP. Who
for the whole
would that
series? Well, I'm sure maybe it'd be different for the game 5 as compared to the whole series. I think for the whole series, I think it
Probably
maybe
Elk?
Yeah, I think when you look at Elk, effectively, if Elk won laning phase, and it was largely through his own play as well, his positioning was immaculate. In the game 4 that they lost as well, absolutely insane. Then for game 5, obviously, you got to shout out top lane.
You got to shout out Bin. You have
to shout out Bin. This
He won the game.
And again, this time last year, they lost a tense game 5 to 369, who was then on JDG, after Bin on his Camille couldn't quite make it work as the
He
individual
took
split
it
pusher.
personally.
He did, and after that whole year, how could you not? For someone who's been to Worlds Finals before with Suning, and the fact that he's come back now into his real limelight, I really love how Bin has not missed a step.
He took it so personally that he carried the entirety of that game. He took it boldly to himself, because even though we're not going to sit here and break down how that game went, we talked about how Top Esports had a phenomenal early game. The lane swaps into the jungle pathing, into evading the Kalista lane, into taking the Cassante away from that twisted fade, just so Bin cannot snowball the entire game, and he ended up finding the angles and finding the early turret platings and getting his pockets full of gold to carry that game to literal victory, as he was the one that took down the entire base.
And you know what, there's another big thing in here as well, where I saw the Varus go over to Jackilov. I'm of the opinion Jackilov is maybe best Varus in the world. He's on the short list. Well, you can at least say that. It's hard to say between regions sometimes, but particularly poke Varus, Jackilov has been almost invincible, especially when you're picking compositions like BLG has here with no tanks. He had an incredible amount of damage, and we saw that around some of the objectives, it got very, very close because those arrows were making the difference. The fact that Bin could then make the team make the whole map not about the Varus because he's splitting it, he's going somewhere else, he's diving the backline, he's doing the backdoor, was such an important difference maker to make the game not about the Varus.
How poetic is it though? We go all the way to game 5, Elk on his undefeated through the entire split Kalista versus Jackillov's Varus. I think we have been absolutely freaking spoiled today.
Yeah, same as yesterday, I think.
Same as
These
yesterday,
days
true,
have been
true.
incredible. And going the Extendable 5 series also allows us to get to know the teams a little bit better. I know when it comes to playoffs, that's when a lot of people want to tune in. They want to scout out the competition, so to say, in terms of who's going to be going up to that international stage. And with one team secured, we now look at Top Esports and JDG for, not tomorrow, but that's going to be Sunday, in terms of who will be the second team in the grand finals and to lock MSI as well.
Regardless of who won today, it would have been a classic matchup in the lower bracket. Now, we end up with Top Esports JDG. Now, I think in 2023, that took a backseat to, of course, BLG versus JDG. That was the marquee matchup of everything. But before that, it really was Top Esports versus JDG. That was, of course, when Knight was on Top Esports as well, and it was Yugao on JDG. Yugao has returned to that matchup now. He is on a JDG, but we're now seeing this as, I think, Top Esports heavily favored. I think JDG, their strength has typically been team fighting. We saw that they were pushed with that against NIP, and the team fights today were absolutely insane. I think actually when we're looking at the specialties between the teams of it, you can't just say, oh, we'll just out team fight them. At this stage, everyone is too good at team fighting. So JDG, they got to stock up on ideas.
I feel like there's so much on the line in terms of pressure, but also pride for both of these teams. You know, JDG have so many names that really deserve to be on the international. We've talked about Kanavi for so long. We're talking about potentially like MVP of the split, even he's losing games with how well he has been playing. However, Top Esports, this is their redemption arc split. They need to make it to an international.
Yeah, but before we get to see them, we're gonna relive some of the best moments of today's series. We have been
Bring
spoiled.
Bring it on.
We have been spoiled, but we get to rewatch it one more time because this has been an absolute banger and a half.
I just love that. If you want to understand why LPL teamfight's different than other regions, as soon as someone is hit with a piece of CC, everyone flies into the fight. I'm a big fan of rugby as a sport. It's my favorite traditional sport. This feels like when someone's tackled and everyone just starts diving into the ruck to try and secure the kind of like the outcome of that next phase of play. This is what happens with On and stuff like the Rakan. It happens with, Mako trying to fly in with the extra hook. The micro, you could spend hours on individual team fights here. And again, that's just the level we expect. Out of top 3 LPL, I feel like these teams have really earned their place here in the top 3 and even the top 4 with NIP. It has been such a great couple of days of games.
You know what? Shout out to Lyric, because for the entire series, he was trying to make top lane relevant. He's like, I'm really trying, guys. I'm really trying to prove to you that top lane matters. You know, we saw Quinn, we saw Urgot, we saw the Cassantes, we saw the Orange, we saw everything. And at the end of the day, he got what he wanted, right? He got that twisted fade that actually twisted the knife further into Top Esports and got BLG to this final. So shout out to you, Lyric. You got your top lane moment.
Hey, we get to watch it one more time.
There you go.
Just specifically put in here for Lyric, right? But for everyone else as well at home to enjoy it one final time. Don't try this in solo queue. That's all I'm gonna say, because I know people are gonna see this and go, yo, can I do it? No, you can't. You cannot do it. But BLG, they can do it. He's that guy.
Yeah, your top laner has not been. Your teammates are not BLG.
Absolutely
I think that's probably paraphrasing another phrase. Apparently not. I know it's
Yeah.
crazy to think of, but
that also puts a massive target on the back of BLG because they're now going to be already sitting in those finals. But that gives them the advantage of watching the game of JDG Top Esports and seeing, okay, how can we approach this?
Now, I think that obviously things got very close today. I think in another world, it could have gone the way of Top Esports.
We're not in another world. We're in this one.
We are. But the thing is that, like, what it means is that realistically, the target was always on BLG's back. They were the best team coming out of the regular season. They broke their own record in terms of how dominant they were as a regular season team with an even better game score than last summer, which they, again, set their own record there. They've broken their own record. Now they go in towards finals. They were there this time last year. They fell against JDG. That finals was not particularly close. They finally have a chance to bring home a domestic title for BLG as an organization. Knight for him, a big moment as well, kind of showing that he was the difference maker on JDG in their kind of title streak from 2023 as well. There is a lot on the line here. There's no team which doesn't have a compelling story.
I feel like it has been all about adaptability. Every single team has tried to throw the curveballs, whether it's in the likes of a champion, the lane swaps that we have seen, trying to split them up in half, see how your bot lane reacts to a dive. And I feel like the team that has adapted the quickest has been the victor through the series. BLG in this last game, I cannot stress enough how good their replies were at everything that Top Esports threw the way, whether it was the lane swap, whether it was the jungle pathing, whether it was trying to shut down the twisted fate. And this is what takes BLG apart from anyone else right now.
And just a reminder, if you missed it, I don't know where you were, maybe under a rock, that's okay. But for today's results particularly, it was a 3-2 for BLG up against Top Esports. And this one, again, was a fight tooth and nail to come out on top.
And particularly because this series was, very blue side dominated. It's 5 games of blue side wins. BLG getting towards that first ticket into the finals, they're going to have advantage in that one, which is a huge thing. Whoever goes up against them, they have to come up with the answer to what will happen with this bot lane champion pool. If you're on red side, can you realistically ban out the Aura from Knight, and then also all of the kill lane bot lanes towards Elk as well? I don't think so. It's going to be very difficult.
Yeah, and in terms of what we're going to be looking forward to, Top Esports have dropped to game 11 against JDG, and that's what we're going to be looking at on Sunday. BLG will be moving forward, so 12 o'clock midday CST is where we're going to be seeing which team goes home and has to be on a break until summer, and which one goes to MSI.
I'm just gonna say, that was JDG's arena, and JDG was in this arena, they were having a feast. I saw them out, so much food on the table, just watching the game, seeing who's going to make it onto that lower bracket to play against them. And the fact that it is going to be top esports and they have to have some beef against them because they 3-0'd them in the previous best of 5 is going to say a lot for this series.
Yeah, there's recent history, there's more distant history as well. A part of that, we of course have Flandre versus Mako for the last spot from LPL and MSI. And, you know, they won Worlds together on EDG. We saw that a lot of the JDG members, they were sat with signs cheering for different members.
Flandre was holding
Flandre was
Mako's.
holding for Mako because he said that he wanted Mako to win today so they could both go to MSI. There is only one ticket left. Not both of them can go.
You know what? Flandre might get a little bit selfish on that one. Might want to
Maybe,
self-forward,
I would
you know?
imagine so.
We're going to have to wait and see, because with that, the 5-game banger of BLG just comes in. And BLG have marked their return to the mid-season Invitational and the LPL Grand Finals. We're going to be back on Sunday the 14th to see if it will be Top Esports or JDG Gaming joining them for the Silver Dragon Cup. Take care of yourselves, guys, and we'll see you on Sunday.